my God, mic check. Perfect,
Perfect.
perfect. Good afternoon, good afternoon. I hope everybody's doing good. Look at this echo. Wow. Hold on 1 second, fellas. I hope everybody out here is having a good day today. Let me go ahead and pin that link, put it to the top. Mic check, mic check. Can you guys hear me? Let me do that one more time because I don't know what the heck is going on. There it is. Yep, yep, yep. I appreciate everybody tuning in today. I hope you're having a magnificent, wonderful day, by the way. Everybody tuning in today. And as you guys can see from the name of the title, are Mike McDaniel and Chris Grier prepared for a Tua Tagovailoa trade? And also, we're going to be discussing what Omar Kelly said. Shout out to Anthony Manzano. Haven't seen you in a while. First one in the building. Appreciate you, my guy. Let me go ahead and go to the comment section real quick and say what's up to some of these soldiers out here. Shout out to Aqua Vision. Hopefully you're having a good day. You yourself too, California. Sabrov 69. Appreciate you stopping by. Coach AJ. I think these are the guys from yesterday. Yeah, look at the time. 126. My bad for yesterday's stream. Mountie Fins. Appreciate you guys. All of you guys tuning in, Killer, Mountie, D-Rod, Scott Jackson in the building, Pretty Boy FPV. We got a long list of his comments I see there. But shout out to all of you guys pulling in, man. I see you, Sweet Jumps. All of you guys, CCR. I love that comment already. That's a crazy one right there to start with because you know what it is. But Anthony, how's your day, buddy? Thank you for stopping by, hitting that link, being a real one, and telling me how you feel about the Dolphins and what's been going on lately.
See, and I told these guys, these Tua fans, that at the max he might be getting Daniel Jones money. That's what he is worth. Like he's not his talent is better than Daniel Jones, but his performances are not. So, like, I agree, Tua has better talent than Daniel Jones, but his performances are not better. Like Daniel has a playoff win. Let's not forget that. So he earned his contract. Tua hasn't. To me, maybe franchise tag him. Like
But where
I
do
think
you get this whole Daniel Jones is better than Tua? Like, I mean, you don't think Daniel Jones is better than Tua?
no. I'm saying, like, his track record. He has a playoff win. That that's why he got that contract. He took the he beat he got to he has play like I think 2 or 3 playoff wins. I can't remember how many he has with the Giants because he got to
Daniel Jones, he only has one playoff win, Anthony.
he does
2 years ago. Yeah.
yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. He has a playoff win. So he earned that contract. Tua doesn't have one. And people use honestly, I feel the weather excuse. I understand why people use it, but like I said, the best quarterbacks can perform well under that type of pressure. And it seems like when Tua gets under the bright lights, he doesn't perform well, no matter what the weather is. Like he blew our lead in the division to the Bills when we were supposed to be number 1 or 2 in the seeding for the playoffs.
Shout out Cap for Life pulling
Hey,
up.
Cap.
No, I see. I hear you. We've had that discussion plenty of times here, Anthony. Um,
And
but
people don't want to hear when I say he at the max. He's not worth. I understand why they say they want to give him his fans want to give him that the Herbert money, but Herbert's production proves that he earned that. Like his consistent production besides this year has proved why he got that contract and stuff like that.
Well, they said what, Anthony? What, in his third year he broke like touchdown records, and that's why they gave him the bag in his third year. I mean, I don't know,
Yeah.
man. I feel like if you're gonna be paid that amount, you got Trevor Lawrence winning divisions and beating you head to head. and you got Herbert throwing touchdowns left and right, and you got Jordan Love throwing touchdowns left and right.
And
the
don't
NFL
forget
is
Burrow.
telling you that. Yeah, look at Burrow. Yeah, like they're telling you that they value touchdowns more than passing yards. That's not me saying it. It's the NFL.
Yeah, and
Damn,
I think
Cat.
yeah. So to me, I think.
And Dak. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, honestly, I would rather have Dak as our quarterback.
Oh, I mean, he's going to be available next year if the Cowboys don't pay him. You know, he's going to be hitting the open market. He's probably, 32 years old. Still can have that He's better than Kirk Cousins in my eyes. And I kind of like Kirk Cousins. But
I don't know why people hate Kirk so much.
I don't get it either. He produces. The issue is, Anthony.
There's a limit. There's a limit with Kirk.
It's not that there's a limit because the guy's a soldier. If you watch Kirk Cousins play, he's a soldier. The thing is, Anthony, what people need to realize is exactly what we're dealing with as Dolphin fans with Tua. A lot of quarterbacks just play really good during the season, and when those lights get bright, they shrink like that movie, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and they just don't seem to play.
They're not playoff quarterbacks.
Exactly. It's like when the pressure's too much, they fold under pressure. And that's a real situation, Anthony. You can be good during the regular season when you don't have everybody overseeing you, everything on top of you. But once you're in the wild card and the playoff berth, there's only a selected few of teams. The whole world is watching, and the players know that. And they tend to want to do more than what they should sometimes because of the pressure, or some just take it and run with it, and they show no fear. And those are the best players out there. Like
until recently, I have a question. Until recently, would you guys put Matt Stafford in that category when it comes to the playoffs, like where he's a great regular season quarterback, but he couldn't handle win big playoff games until he won the Super Bowl with the Rams?
I got you, Anthony. You know what? Actually, let's talk about what the title is, right? Because I got a question for you. And I need the truth and I need the honest. I need everything that's in your heart to actually speak what you believe. Forget about what you heard. I want what you believe, right? Do you think, for 1 second, here's the question. Do you think Mike McDaniel and Chris Grier are prepared in case Tua, he gets traded or he decides to hold in? If he holds in and into the season, do you think we're prepared as an organization to move forward without Tua starting in a couple, and I would say 8 weeks we got?
Not at the quarterback position. I like Skyler, but he's not ready for the bright lights either. I worry about Skyler.
Anthony, let me ask you this. The way that the philosophy is set with the 49ers, they didn't know they were getting Mr. Irrelevant when they drafted him, but that team was stacked without a quarterback, and they got rid of Jimmy G and did pretty damn well upgrading in the draft and getting a quarterback.
Yeah,
if Green is sticking to that philosophy, what makes you think that this team can't do well in the running game without a strong quarterback production based, knowing that it's been done already with the 49ers? Like, we don't have to put all our eggs into the quarterback basket is what my point is. If the 49ers are proving that they can do that without an elite quarterback, they have to pay their quarterback.
I'm going off, and you know what? I watch a lot. I just don't watch Dolphins stuff. I watch 49ers content, and they're actually already turning on Brock Purdy, feeling there's a limit with him. So they feel he's the same as Tua. Where
they got to the Super Bowl.
No, but that's what they're saying. They feel that he can get to the Super Bowl, but he can't win you the Super Bowl.
Okay, so who do you think fans are more pickier now, the 49ers or our fans? Because I think that's nitpicking if they went to the Super Bowl and they're complaining.
I can understand our fans being done with Tua because he hasn't proved anything. But
to complain about a quarterback that went to the Super Bowl, I don't think we would go that far. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, our fans are strong voiced, but If the 49ers just went to the Super Bowl and they're not happy with what they have, then they're spoiled, bro. They're spoiled. That's
Cap, you got to understand something. Us as Dolphin fans, Cap, we haven't sniffed a championship game, right? The 49ers in the last decade, they've been doing that. They've been building. But guess what? They did it under Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo. That fan base was already upset at Jimmy Garoppolo, who took them to the Super Bowl, because those fans in San Francisco, they knew the limitations that Jimmy G carried. And a lot of those fans at the time says, thank God we don't have Jimmy no more, because even though he took us to the Super Bowl and he was winning a lot of games and his completion percentage was over 70, that wasn't enough. They wanted a better quarterback to actually be able to win the Super Bowl. And this is the reason why that organization decided to trade for 3 first-round picks for a big, strong arm, mobile quarterback. They wanted to change dynamics. They knew that this playbook under Jimmy, same playbook we're doing under Tua, by the way, could only take you so far on the length of a season. You see what I'm saying? So when they moved off of Jimmy, the 49er fans were like, wow, yes, finally. We're happy to move off, even though he took them to a Super Bowl. The 49er fans are so delusional that now they're thinking they have one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. They think they struck gold in the 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant, with Brock Purdy. But what these 49er fans don't realize is they're back into that same rat trap. And now it's just double the load of cheese. And that double the load of cheese is what I mean is they got a younger Jimmy Garoppolo. You get what I'm saying, Cap? So how are you going to fulfill your dreams of thinking you couldn't win with Jimmy Garoppolo, but now you got Brock Purdy, who is identical to Jimmy? They're both the same quarterback. You see what I'm saying?
And Cap and Pete, I've said this multiple times. This system, what is it called? I said it on another platform recently that Kyle Shanahan, he says he likes Brock Purdy, but he knows he can't open up his full playbook because there's certain things, like, he's not saying it directly. He says the type of quarterbacks that Brock Purdy and Tua are limit the amount of the playbook they can open up. He can't do there's passing plays that are deeper than like 45 yards, like 50 yards and above, that he can't do because he knows they know that those type of quarterbacks have a limit physically.
That's a great point, because you're bringing up Brock with the 49ers. We brought up Stafford earlier getting traded. That's also pretty much a Shanahan philosophy scheme. Does this scheme predicate that us not having to keep a quarterback that limits us? Is that possible with this Shanahan scheme? Like, they get rid of quarterbacks left and right. Do you see that as a trend?
It's a common occurrence. No. What is it called? McVay is not a Shanahan disciple. He's from Andy Reid.
He's from Andy Reid, but he had a lot of like time with Kyle Shanahan.
Okay.
Yeah, they were all together. His dad too.
Yeah. LaFleur, all of them were involved.
Yeah. No, and for me, this is where I'm saying this. I'm not worrying about this draft class for the quarterbacks. The year after is the deeper quarterback class where you're not going to have to worry about the quarterback busting out, because you're going to have Arch Manning. You're going to have other guys that are superstars and stars. These guys are way too much. There's way too much development in these guys coming up. I like Shedeur Sanders, but he has too much flaws. His father protected him the whole time he's at Colorado and stuff like that. I like Shedeur, but he's not a first-round quarterback, to be honest. So
I don't know, man. You saw all these quarterbacks go in the first round. Like, you don't think like some type of favoritism can go for him to get in the first, being that the quarterbacks fly like that.
These teams were honestly, I think it's desperate time. We always say this. These idiot GMs panic. Like, idiot owners panic because they think there's not going to be a good, like, how am I going to say this? We talk about the ownership's panic because they feel that the quarterback positions in the future are not going to be that good and stuff like that. So that they have to panic and draft the quarterback a year ahead of time and stuff like that. So honestly, I sometimes don't trust these GMs, Pete. When you see them panic to draft the quarterback that they know has way too much development and they don't have a reliable what is it called? A reliable veteran like a Fitzpatrick in front of them to let the kid get mentored and stuff.
Well,
like
I want to follow back on what you were saying earlier, Anthony. Like, does this Shanahan scheme predicate us having to keep a quarterback that doesn't fit the system as opposed to watching the Shanahan tree get rid of quarterbacks after 3 years to upgrade their system with different quarterbacks? Like, is that a possibility that,
yeah,
McDaniel's
no, because
like, let me see what you
it's
got,
funny you should say that. It's just funny you should say that, Cap. And that's another thing that makes me mad, that these people have this delusional line of thinking that says Tua is the only person that can run this system, when that's further from the truth.
How do you feel about that, Anthony?
Yeah, Green Bay runs that same system. So does Houston. The offensive coordinator there came from Shanahan, and he's running the same system with CJ in Houston. So this is where I don't get that line of thinking.
Why do they conveniently leave bad names out like Jimmy G? Do you think Jimmy Garoppolo can come in here and run this system? They didn't put his name up on there.
Jimmy could be a good backup quarterback. Like, honestly, I would like Jimmy as a backup, to be honest. Not like as our starter, but I see a lot of I see a lot of Jimmy and Skyler. That's what I see. Like, Skyler's a good.
Like, look. First of all, don't go there, Anthony. Because if you want to compare Skyler, you can easily use the name Dak Prescott. And this is
my mistake. No, my mistake. Skyler reminds me a little bit of a more mobile version of Jay Cutler.
That's a good comparison, but just not that long wind arm of a throw. Jay Cutler was like a strong wind arm. Yeah. Skyler has a special release. That's what's important about Skyler. It's the release, the way he releases
the ball. He played baseball. People forget he was he played shortstop for the Kansas State baseball team when he was playing quarterback.
But Anthony, did you hear my live stream when I was talking about Tua and he has all the leverage? Did you hear why I was saying that he has all the leverage?
I don't think he has as much leverage as you think.
Well, I have tuned down a bit.
Skylar Thompson used to play baseball?
Yes.
Yeah. Skylar Thompson is a multi-sport guy, Cap. Coming out of high school, he was a high recruit and everything. He had multiple school offers, dude.
Yeah, he was a high recruit as a track star, as a shot putter. He was a high recruit as a shortstop, and
I did not know this.
Yeah, Skyler was people forget Skyler's athletic. It's just that the scheme that Kansas State ran really didn't rely on him using his athleticism that much. That's why he was mainly, how they analyzed him coming out of the draft, was a pocket passer, because they didn't really see the athleticism he had. Yeah, no, MP. I don't think Tua has as much leverage as you think. I think.
Well, why do you think Tua has no leverage?
No, I think he has leverage, but not as much as you think. I think.
Okay,
Grier
let's start there.
The
so let's start with what leverage can you tell me Tua has over this organization? Even though it's not much, like you say, what leverage do you see?
The only leverage he has is the fact he can say, since I got drafted, you guys have been looking for other quarterbacks to replace me. That's the only leverage he has. to be honest.
Say that again?
The only leverage technically he has says, I can leave because you guys really technically didn't have the faith in me as much as you thought you did because you were looking for other quarterbacks to trade for and stuff like that. Remember the Deshaun Watson thing, the Aaron Rodgers thing, and trying to trade up in the draft to get another quarterback?
Yep, I remember all of that.
Yeah, so that's the only leverage. Grier has more leverage. He can go off. You're mainly a beginning of the season. Your performances are great at the beginning of the season, but once you get to the later season, our defense had to carry you. Like your performances at the end of the season were horrendous. So at the end, your playoff. I don't think Grier's gonna say don't use the weather excuse because what is it called? Mahomes and the Chiefs were in that same weather and they won the game. So you can't really, fans can't use that weather excuse because the Chiefs were in that same condition and they won the game.
Yeah, no, that weather excuse gets old, man.
Yeah, and to me, I think, like I said, Grier has more leverage. Tua has only one piece of leverage. It's the fact that they continue to look for quarterbacks when he was still the quarterback.
Let me say this,
than...
Anthony, before you continue to dig yourself even deeper. Because I was going to let you, with a double-headed shovel, continue to dig yourself deeper and deeper. But let me explain something to you. When I say, and I said it on my live stream, that Tua has leverage, he only has one side. There's only one piece of leverage he has, and that's him hoping on the worst for our team. And what I mean by that, Anthony, is he has to, because he's demanding. Do you not agree? He's demanding the money, pay me. The market is the market.
He's demanding $55 million a year.
Whatever that number is, he's demanding a number. He's saying, pay me right now, right, Anthony? So what he can do is the same thing Emmitt Smith did, right? There's a lot of players that did this, but what did Emmitt Smith do? They went out. He held out 2 games in the regular season, the first 2 games. The Cowboys, they lost those 2 games, and they decided to pay Emmitt Smith after going 0-2, right? After going 0-2 to start the season, and Emmitt Smith held out for a paycheck, they decided to pay him. He came in week 3. I believe they finished that season like 13-3, Anthony. They went
I know what you're talking about.
He won the Super Bowl MVP or whatever. That got Emmitt Smith paid, Anthony, by him holding out, by them realizing, hey, our offensive line is great, but I mean, it ain't as great as we thought it was because, look, we don't win without Emmitt Smith. Tua holds out. He has to hope we lose, Anthony, because if we go 0-2, that's when you see the sweat on Chris Grier's back. Shout out to Alex. That's when you will see the shirt, his armpits stained full of sweat, stressing because we're 0-2 and Tua's there on the bench laughing, okay? Laughing, knowing, hey, if I would have played, I would have beat the Jaguars. If I would have played, I would have put more points up against the primetime Buffalo. He can say these things regardless if the Tua haters or the Tua nears believe it or not. He can have these arguments. I sat out. I won last year early on. You see what I'm saying? That's the only leverage he has. But I honestly feel that here's the pushback on why I said, yes, the other day that I was wrong on that. Yes, I still believe he has that leverage. He has to sit out for that bag. He has to hope that we lose and go 0-2 so he can get paid out of desperation. That's the small portion that I'm believing in, right? But here's the other thing, man. Here's why he doesn't have leverage at all. At all. Let me ask you guys up here on the panel real quick. Did any of you guys... I was going to get to that. But this is actually the most important factor that people need to realize. This is actually number one, Anthony. There's nothing more. I'm telling you right now. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and go on to get some stats. Actually, forget that. It's gonna take me too long. I'm not that computer savvy. So the most important stat we got to realize
Who got a
is
computer? Who got a computer in front of him?
no, I got a computer. I'm just not that savvy. I'm not that fast. So I can't talk about it, type it up real quick, and then pull it up right now. It'll take me a couple minutes, and by that time, somebody else
I
threw
gotta
the
get
conversation
like
off.
a little like a what do you call that? Like an iPad to do that, bro. When you do shows and then bam bam, you do fact check.
Yep. So check this
I'm a
out.
good one.
Mike McDaniel, when he was hired here to the Dolphins, what was he considered?
A guru.
Quarterback guru.
Nah, I mean he was considered a guru, but it wasn't
Running
quarterback.
game.
Running game genius.
Yes.
He's the running game genius. And did anybody up here last year think Raheem Mostert will have 20 touchdowns or 18, whatever the number he has? Did anybody here in the community, when we drafted A-Chain, was this community saying, we got a running back, Devon A-Chain, we're good? Or did they not cry and complain that they wanted somebody else in the third round because we can easily trade for Jonathan Taylor? They weren't happy with A-Chain, right?
No. Everybody wanted Jonathan Taylor.
Exactly. So in this league, you can win off defense and run game. If you have an elite run game and you have a good defense, you're going to win games consistently. So Mike McDaniel, despite the stats that Tua put up last year, which were great on his end, despite those good stats, Mike McDaniel actually has the most leverage when it comes to this organization because he did what he was asked to do plus more. You
That's
get what
true.
I'm saying?
This is true.
So
this is
the
true.
running
And I had
game
an issue
is
with that
top
change.
5.
I had an issue with that coaching change, and I'm starting to open up to him. So for people to say he's on the hot seat after what you just said, it's weird, bro.
I love
weird.
Mike McDaniel. I just don't like that he's a friendly guy. I love
That,
Mike
yeah,
McDaniel. I
that
fell
he
in
needs to-
love
yeah,
with him
exactly.
because look, if we're gonna be realistic, Cap, it's not fair to say because he obviously had a better roster, but at the same time, what he was asked to do at the time that they had, regardless, yeah, Flores was great on defense, but he didn't have a top 5 defense. Mike McDaniel
Bro,
had a
imagine
top
those
5
two
offense.
together, bro. Imagine those two.
Shout out to my guy
Wow.
Fred pulling up. Yeah, that's one of the things that I wish it would have been like that, Cap. Like I truly wish for our sake and the future looking the brightest, Flores head coach Mike McDaniel run the show on offense. That would have been a dream scenario.
I've said this too. And I actually said this too. I think what hurts McDaniel, I understand why he's keeping the people around him that he is, but mixing philosophies from other like offensive systems can actually benefit a McDaniel, having guys from like a running gun off, like these type of like spread offenses that you're seeing in college, instead of insulating himself in one system. I think that's what hurts these first-time head coaches. They're insulated in one system to the point where they're not able to adjust their scheme. Am I being too harsh, Fred?
No, hey Anthony, you're not being harsh at all. If anything, this is the first time I hear you on a panel without you're doing awesome today, bro. Like you're breaking it down today,
Appreciate you coming through, man. How you feeling?
Hey, Pete, I'm good, Pete, man. I'm good, man. I'm here to rock with you today, bro. Hey, are you getting any feedback from me, bro? I mean,
I'm trying to get my 2 cents into this thing.
Hey,
Pete, man,
what's up, Alex? Hey, Fred.
Alex.
Let me let Alex go first because he was up here, and then you could rock out real quick. Alex, how you feeling today, man? What you got going on?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. Hope all is well. But listen, Tua's not holding out. He's not holding out. I don't know where
Nobody. First of all, Alex. Nobody here.
He's not holding out.
I already flushed that down the toilet when I went online.
Yeah.
Nobody here needs to be even. Nobody's saying he's holding out. Nobody even thinks he's going to hold out. He doesn't have the huevos to hold out, like completely hold out. But I'll tell you what he is. I'll tell you what he does have.
He's
a
too
high
much
chance,
of a team player to do that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what he can hold in, Alex. You don't think that? Holding in? The same day that I went live, Alex, the same day that I went live And I told everybody that Tua has all the leverage in this negotiation because all he has to do is sit in and tell Coach McDaniel, hey, week 1 is around the corner. You have me here as your scout emergency quarterback in case Mike White and Skyler get hurt. What if Tua does that to Mike McDaniel and he holds in, meaning he still gets paid,
No,
he doesn't lose money, and he
He's gonna
doesn't have
play.
to risk it?
He's going to play. He's going to play regardless of anything that happens. That's just like
Boneheaded.
that's a ridiculous thing to say, honestly, because Tua will not hold in. He will play. He will be the starter week 1 of the NFL season.
Yep.
And I do think that he is going to get signed before week 1 of the season. Now, the only reason why he's not signed yet is because of the QB market has gone crazy. That's the only reason why he has not signed yet. If Trevor Lawrence never got his deal, if all these other quarterbacks never got their deal, Tua would have been signed by now.
No, Trevor Lawrence, and I was saying it for a while, Ale. I was saying this because he's been in the league less time, and Khan always overpays at premier position.
Yes, Trevor Lawrence sucks. He sucks. Okay? In my opinion, Tua is a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence. Obviously, because here's the thing: Chris Grier doesn't want to overpay, and I understand why he doesn't want to do it. He's saying that.
Okay, Pete, can I go now, bro?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because what they just brought up about Trevor Lawrence, man, and I had this with Trevor Lawrence, bro. Can Trevor Lawrence, or has he even looked decent against playoff teams, bro? Does he have the capabilities to beat a playoff team? And has he?
He beat Tua.
I say yes. I seen Trevor Lawrence beat us and then beat Buffalo the next week. So, okay, I see Trevor Lawrence as
Did he go into Kansas City and beat Kansas City?
Oh my God! See, this is why I don't mind paying a guy like Trevor Lawrence. I don't mind paying a guy like Trevor Lawrence because he has the capabilities.
Man, we need to fact check that right now. Did he beat the Bills and the Chiefs?
I believe so.
He beat us. Then he beat the Bills the following week, bro.
Tua's never beaten Trevor, even in college.
There you go. So I see Trevor Lawrence. I can see them giving Trevor Lawrence a deal. You know what I'm saying, man? Because the guy has capabilities of doing that. Now with Jared Goff, we're not even going to question if he can beat playoff teams or even look great against them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not even good with that.
Jared Goff plays in the weak
we're not even going to question Goff on being able to beat playoff teams. So you
Jared
see
Goff
where I'm
plays
going
in
with
the
this?
weak NFC conference.
You see where I'm going with this? No, Jared Goff can beat any team on any given day. I'm not even going to say playoff team. I'm going to say any team. And Trevor Lawrence has capabilities of beating playoff teams.
Alex, I disagree with you.
Trevor has the ability.
Young quarterbacks
Trevor has the ability of beating above 500.
Exactly.
So
exactly. Trevor has done it. Trevor has done it.
For Christ's sake, Trevor Lawrence. You want to talk about Trevor Lawrence beating Buffalo the following week after he beat us in London? For Christ's sake, he didn't throw a touchdown in that game. He didn't throw one doggone touchdown in that game. They won by a field goal.
And you know what he didn't do? And you know what he didn't do?
Tua didn't throw a damn touchdown when he played against Dallas.
He didn't lose the game either.
He had one touchdown in that game.
So what? He didn't lose the game. He didn't lose the game.
Hey, look, Ale, I didn't know that he beat the Bills and beat the Chiefs.
No, here's the thing.
So if he beat the Bills and he beat the Chiefs, I think your argument's losing weight, bro.
But Trevor Lawrence threw 4 freaking picks in a victory against San Diego, against Los Angeles. He threw 4 picks.
And he beat how much? He beat how much?
He sucked in that playoff.
Since you're bringing the interceptions, Alex, since you're bringing the interceptions against the Chargers, he had 4 touchdowns against the Chiefs in Kansas City.
Bro. Oh my God. Hey, Alex, give it up, bro. Give it up.
We're
No,
talking about
I'm going to.
interceptions. We could talk about
You guys
Tua
come
with
up here.
interceptions.
Everybody comes up here and act like Tua sucks ass, which he does not.
He
No,
does
Okay?
we're not.
so.
He
He does
does,
so.
Alex. That's why I had to make this stream. Alex,
Calm
you don't
down. No, we're
understand,
not,
bro.
bro.
You,
We
you
just
guys
got
gotta
up here.
stop
We're just
acting like the
chilling.
kid can't play. You
The
guys
man
gotta
missed
Alex,
out
you
on
haven't said
having
anything.
Hold
Alex.
up,
You
Pete.
want to know why Brock Purdy is going to Super Bowls and going and winning playoff games?
because
You
he
really
has a
want to
better
know
team
why?
built around him.
It's not that he has a better team. It's that because
And
they got
he has
Christian McCaffrey.
coaching.
Christian McCaffrey led the league in rushing. When you have the league leader in rushing yards, you should be able to go far. Notice how when Tannehill had Derrick Henry, a healthy Henry, he was going far. Championship games, almost there. The only quarterback that has an elite running game, a great defense, the two best wide receivers in the NFL, and still doesn't win a playoff game is Tua. This is why he has no leverage. This is why I switched and say he lost it all.
Hey,
And
Pete.
that's
Let me
why the
let
running
me
game that
Pete.
we had, bro.
The team
30
can't
touchdowns.
beat a 500 team. The team can't beat a 500
It's
team.
not, bro. No, bro.
What?
Our team did
No.
miracles, bro. We had a top rushing offense. We had a great defense despite the injuries. We have a smart head coach.
What?
It's our quarterback, dude.
It's the quarterback, bro. The
See,
quarterback.
and
Tua
this is
just
where I
choked.
can't. No, I'm not saying Tua sucks. It's just that
He
his
choked.
track.
Bro,
I am.
nobody said that.
I'm
Nobody
saying he
said
sucks.
anything the past 40
So
minutes.
does
We
Herbert.
haven't said
Herbert
anything
sucks too.
negative at all.
Herbert chokes
I
too.
say he
In big
sucks.
moments.
I say he sucks.
Herbert does that
Let me.
too.
Not all the
No,
time.
now. I'm saying the past 40 minutes we haven't, but now, yeah.
Hey, Pete. Hey, Pete.
Herbert hasn't
Name
won
a season
shit,
Tua hasn't choked.
Herbert has choked more than what Tua has. So
Oh my God.
So what?
No,
So
no,
what?
no,
Tua has
no.
more
So
limit.
what?
Hey,
We complained that Tua didn't have
He said
coaching,
Herbert
a
has
coach that
choked more
believed
than
in
Tua.
him.
He said Herbert has choked more than Tua. Well, guess what?
And Herbert had
Tua
one of the
has-
worst defenses.
Herbert doesn't have the
That's
limitations
Exactly.
that
an
Tua.
excuse. That's an excuse.
The man don't got
Right
limitations
there.
as Herbert.
Just like the excuse you give about the O-line, right?
Hey, has Herbert beaten a playoff team? Has Herbert beaten a playoff team?
Oh yeah.
He's
Yeah,
under
he's beaten
500
Okay,
teams.
against
so
playoff teams.
okay, man. So
He's
this is
under
what we're
500.
saying, man. Like these guys have capabilities of beating these playoff teams, man.
They've
But
shown
then when it comes to
the
Tua in a
ability to do
playoff
it.
team,
Tua
bro,
hasn't.
Tua don't even show up in these playoff teams, bro. Don't even show up.
Nope.
And when you look at it, like look at
And if it's
Alex,
cold, forget about
look
it.
at his stats. Look at his stats. They've showed it multiple times during the season last year that he throws below 200 yards against these playoff teams because the teams know how to cover him because he is not reading the
He's
he is
easy to
not
read.
he doesn't
Look,
read the field.
Let me ask
Like,
y'all
hey,
a
Cat,
question. Fred,
hey,
let me ask you a question.
yeah, go ahead, Pete, go ahead.
The title of the show. Let me ask you. And then I'm gonna ask the same question to Alex and Lance. So you guys get ready. I think Cap
Don't
too.
ask me no
I owe
questions.
you this question.
Man, ask all the questions, Pete. Man, go ahead.
Hey, Fred, do you think, right? Let's say hypothetically, Tua decides to do the Emmitt Smith. He comes out, he says, I'm a sit out, I'm a sit in. Because it's not holding, I'm a hold in. And he holds in, and week 1 and week 2, we're going with Mike White and Skylar Thompson as the quarterback, right? Do you think Mike McDaniel and Chris Grier are prepared for that scenario right now? Are they prepared?
Right now,
I think they're
right
good,
now,
even if he does.
right now, yes, I think they're prepared for it. I think they're if he holds out, I think Chris Grier's like, okay, well, we just got to go do this right here. We just got to turn to one of these guys or that guys and go from there. You know what I'm saying? Because they're asking us to pay a quarterback to be the highest paid quarterback in NFL, and bro, he won't even make a business decision in games, bro. How do you pay a guy like that who's not going to make a business decision? What I mean by business decision.
And I tell you what, I'm gonna probably get killed by some people for this. If we get Tannehill with the weapons we have right now,
That's right. That's right. Tua cannot.
Man,
Lance, how you feel about that?
He cannot.
A
He cannot afford
37-year-old
to.
Ryan Tannehill. Okay.
that
Lance,
can
you
take a
think
hit.
Accuracy that has
And
accurate
he could take a
issues his whole
hit
career.
and run better
Okay.
than Tua does.
Lance,
And he
you
will
think
make a business
Okay.
decision.
And he
Lance,
still has
He will make a business
stronger
decision
arm.
because he will make a
The arm
business.
strength has never been the argument with Ryan Tannehill with me. The arm strength has never been the issue with me. The issue with me has been the accuracy. The guy's the most inaccurate quarter. He's one of the
What?
most. He's so
He
inaccurate.
was-
It's not even funny. Do
Yes,
you remember
He was
how he
almost as
overthrow
accurate
Mike
as
Wallace?
Tua when he first started.
Great point. He's inaccurate.
Tua never had accurate issues at all. He
He's
never had accurate issues.
bro.
Ryan
He's
Tannehill
very
Go look up
inaccurate.
stats.
used to
He's
overthrow
very
Mike Wallace, for
inaccurate.
Christ's sake. He used to
He's very
overthrow Mike
inaccurate.
Wallace left and right. Do you guys not remember that in 2013?
Look, he's
2014?
only accurate because we have runners that can catch the ball from a mile away.
He's very inaccurate.
Really? Every time he caught, I'm not going to say every time. Majority of the throws that Tua threw did not hit on point. It was
Exactly.
above their head, below him, way off to the side. So
Not all of them.
Look,
Behind him.
I
Behind him.
didn't say all of them.
Behind
my
him.
thing is, why are we even talking about having to resort to relying on the quarterback to bail us out this season when our running game's going to be top 5, if anything, top 3 in the league? We got to run
exactly,
the ball.
Cap. Exactly, Cap.
And I'm not saying Ryan Tannehill is all that because he can't carry a team. I would say that.
It don't matter, Lance. It don't matter who the quarterback is. It's about time we run the damn rock, bro.
Ryan Tannehill.
We can't run any better than this when we ran last year.
And that's the good thing about Ryan Tannehill. He can run the ball too.
Hey, Cat. What do you mean run the ball? From who? The running backs or the quarterback,
no,
bro?
Ryan Tannehill.
Running game.
Either one.
Can run.
Either one.
He
Utilize the running game because
Ryan Tannehill could do a quarterback sneak and not worry about it.
Well, Cat, you got 2 running backs over 1,000 yards, bro. How much more running do you want, bro?
Yeah, we got basically top 4
if push comes
running
to
backs.
shove, if push comes to shove, you want our quarterback to be versatile, correct?
Shout out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we.
You don't
That's
want
what
to
we
go all the
use.
time. That's my
That's what we
point
can
is you don't
use.
want to have to
When you
resort to
got,
that, bro.
look, when you got 2 great running backs and you got a quarterback that can run, good night.
Like I said before, with Tua, it's like the defense is playing with 12 guys on the field because they don't have to worry about him doing certain things, and they can just zero in on.
All they got to do is play midfield.
Other things. Exactly.
All they got to do is play midfield, and it's done.
Exactly.
Hey, Lance. So let me ask you that question. Based on how you sound, I think I know your answer. But do you think Mike McDaniel and Chris Grier? Well, hold on. There's a lot of noise coming in right there. Do you think Mike McDaniel and Chris Grier are prepared for life without Tua?
Yeah, I mean, I hope he does. Because if they put out even Skylar Thompson, he lights it up, even halfway. It's goodbye Tua.
So you're saying they are prepared. How about you, Alex? You think they're prepared?
They'd be stupid if they don't.
I'm not answering that because it's never going to happen. So,
well, I mean, there's a point. Yeah, I mean, I don't see it happening, but you never know. Listen. I never thought we were going to get rid of our offensive guy to Tennessee, or not Tennessee, but Houston. What's his name?
Laramie Tunsil.
That's different.
Laramie Tunsil. I never thought we would get rid of him, but hey, anything can happen.
Hey, look at the Rams. The Rams did it. They changed quarterbacks. Look at the Bucs. The Bucs changed it. They got Baker. They won the division. And then look at the 49ers. I mean, it could be done.
Yeah. They're just switching. They're switching it up. Seems like after every 2 years, man, they're trying other things. After every 2 years, they're trying other things, man. That's what the Dolphins need to do. That's what the Dolphins need to do.
I'll tell you what. We probably would have had a Super Bowl.
They need to switch it up to the Chargers.
I guarantee you, if we had Herbert, we would have had a Super Bowl by now, if not gone to the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
I don't know.
I hate
Herbert's
Herbert.
not Herbert's not
I
exactly
hate
a clutch
Herbert. Don't
player.
get me wrong. I can't stand Herbert. But with him,
Herbert's a good player, but he's not the come all and end all of quarterbacks. And I want to get back to the, thank you for the topic today, Pete and panel. But you're talking about trading Tua. And first of all, a trade is comprised of a number of issues. First of all, what team is he going to go to? Secondly, what level of compensation are you going to look for? And what are you going to get back in return? You're not going to get a first, and because he's on his fifth-year option, you're going to get nothing but a third or a fourth round pick in 2025 or maybe 2026. So you're going to get that contract off your books, and you're going to have to replace the quarterback.
The only team I would have said that would have done it was maybe Atlanta, but they're not going to do it now.
When it's never going to happen.
No,
nobody said anything about that, bro.
First of all, don't say it's never going to happen. Stop saying it's never going to happen.
Pete? Who's going to give?
Happen. They're not going to trade.
Who's giving Tua a contract? Who's going to go ahead and give Tua a
Giants
contract?
will. The Giants
will. He's not going to gamble on himself.
No, the Giants won't, because Tua's no better than Daniel Jones. He's not.
Yeah.
Give Daniel Jones, Tyreek Hill, and Jalen Waddle.
Wants us to give
and it's the same. And it's basically the same. It's the same guy.
And everybody wants us to give us Daniel Jones money.
Who just said that Daniel Jones is better than Tua? Who just said that?
I said Daniel Jones is about at the same level as Tua, except Daniel Jones can run, and Tua is more accurate.
I can't talk football with
they have the same
but
age.
If you have, you know that, right? But if you give, if you give Daniel Jones the weapons that Tua has, what are his numbers look like?
Dumbass statement. I can't.
I don't know.
Dumbass statement.
You're physically not. You're physically not personally, but that's just a dumbass statement.
Why is it a dumbass statement? Honestly. You tell me what Tua's done in life that Daniel Jones hasn't done, other than throwing for the most yards in the league when you had a bunch of quarterbacks hurt that would have already passed.
Is 15,
which doesn't mean shit.
His turnover to touchdown ratio was. I'm going to ask you a question. What was Tua's turnover ratio last year in relation to touchdowns to turnovers? Tell me, give me that answer.
Make up for it.
Has Daniel Jones even crossed the 3,000 passing yard mark? I don't think he has.
Yeah.
Where are my glasses? Because I can't see these glasses.
Hey, Alex, what's his rushing number compared to Tua?
Who gives a shit about a rushing?
Way better, significantly better than Tua's, who averages less than a yard a carry.
Even though Alex thinks Herbert sucks.
Tua's the better quarterback. Herbert's the better athlete.
Oh my God! The better quarterback.
Herbert has the most yardage for years. He's always Herbert's usually in the top 3 most yards thrown.
Where did that get him? Nowhere.
Oh my God!
Answer me a simple question. Alex, I want you to answer me a question. What was Tua's touchdown to turnover ratio last year? What were the numbers? You tell me what those numbers were.
No, he has not.
You tell me what the turnover ratio was between Tua and turnovers to touchdowns.
This is a great show, y'all. This is a great show, Pete, right here, man. This is a great show, bro, by the way.
Tua had 29 touchdowns and 14 picks.
That's what I'm saying, man.
And how many turnovers did Tua have last year? How many turnovers did he have last year?
He had 14 interceptions.
And how many fumbles lost?
1 thing.
6. Look up the numbers.
Bro, that doesn't mean shit.
We need a fact checker, bro.
So we're gonna base. So that means Josh Allen. That means Josh Allen is not as good as Daniel Jones, then, right? Because Josh
Allen had 44. Do you know what Allen's turnover to touchdown ratio was last year?
No. Josh Allen has had the most turnovers since coming into the league. So that means.
But yet he still makes the playoffs.
By your statement,
and he has way more touchdowns.
By your statement,
Allen had 20 touchdowns.
That's a bad comparison right there, brother.
Calm yourself down.
Hey, Mark, as a Dolphins fan, Alex ain't helping me out. Alex ain't making me feel any better about my team. He said since Josh Allen came into the league, he's led the NFL in turnovers. But he also has won the division like 4 or 5 times in a row.
He's won the division 4 times. Oh, and by the way, his touchdown to turnover ratio last year was 44 touchdowns to 22 turnovers. 44 to 22.
Mark just said that Daniel Jones has had less fumbles lost than what Tua has. Okay.
I didn't say that. I have no idea what Daniel Jones fumbles are. I just said last year Tua had 6 fumbles lost and 14 picks.
So how does
He
that
had
make
20 touchdowns. He had 29 touchdowns and 20 turnovers. You're
So
telling
what
me
makes
that's
him-
a
what makes Daniel Jones
$55
better
million
than
a
Tua?
year quarterback? Are you
Mark,
kidding me?
Mark,
I
your
do
idiotic statement. What makes Daniel Jones better than Tua?
I'm hypothesizing the fact that if he had the same weapons,
Vikings the same year, and we didn't. He didn't say he was
say
better.
this,
Alex,
Because-
I'll answer
because
that.
I told you if
Tua
you
did
swap
better with
Tua and
Jones
Daniel
without
Jones,
weapons than what
you
Daniel
would
Jones
have
did
similar
without weapons as
results.
well.
Except Daniel Jones is a better running quarterback than Tua is
That's what
because
I was
Tua
gonna
can't
say.
run at all.
That does not mean shit.
Mark, you see,
That
that's
does
why
not mean shit.
Mark, with Daniel
Jacoby's
Jones,
better
Mike
than running.
McDaniel wouldn't be afraid to call a quarterback sneak on a 4th and 1. So
That's right.
it'll
You can't.
it'll be
They
a
used to
lot
pull. They
different.
used to pull him. They used to pull him for the backup quarterback because they wouldn't run him on 4th down because he was afraid he was going to get
Yeah,
concussed.
we know that, but this is the answer I want from you, Mark. I love it when you come up here and give me your outsider thoughts. Right? Do you think?
Say that
Do
Daniel
you
Jones is
think?
better than
Do
Tua.
you think for a second, Mark, that Mike McDaniel and
God.
Chris Grier, are they prepared for a Tua hold-in? Like if Tua decides to hold in and sit out, do you think we're
No.
prepared for that?
No, you're not because you don't have a viable backup quarterback. You haven't developed Skyler yet, where you should have last year. He kept playing Mike White when games like Skyler should have been in garbage time, and the Dolphins had a ton of garbage time games last year, whether being way out in front or way behind. So he could have been. Skyler should have been in a number of different games.
Like Skylar Thompson. Like Skylar Thompson was going to get
Our
an
quarterback
opportunity for
coaches
something, bro. Come on, man.
for them suck. Because Skyler
Like
should be
Skylar was
like
going
up
to get a
there
chance
by
to.
now.
Like Skylar
So
was going
you
to
don't
get a
have
chance to prove
Mike
anything,
White.
man.
You know
Come
what
on,
Mike
man.
White is,
Come on, man.
and you don't have a backup quarterback that's prepared to come in and play in day one. If you got to have a starting quarterback to start against the Jacksonville Jaguars at the first game of the season, and if Tua decides to either hold in or flat out hold out,
not doing
you're going to
any
start
that
one of those
stuff,
two
so stop
guys.
saying that.
Yeah.
What do you mean he's not going to do that?
He's
Why
not gonna
would
do
I
that
play for
shit.
$23.5 million a year with the threat of injury and no future contract?
He's doing none of that crap.
See, I would
don't
get
know
rid of.
yet.
Look, I would get
We
rid
don't
of
know what
Pat
he's
White.
doing.
I'd get rid
He
of
better
Pat White and
play.
get Ryan Tannehill.
You
I
should
would
get
get
Ryan
Ryan
Tannehill because at least Tannehill can quarterback an NFL offense.
Yeah.
Hey, who said Daniel?
What offense did Ryan Tannehill great quarterback besides having Derrick Henry in the backfield?
AP, who
What
said
made him great?
Daniel Jones?
What helped made him good was AJ Brown and the other limited threats that he had, and Derrick Henry and a better offensive line. Okay, if you put Tannehill in Miami, you're going to have a situation where the offensive line's not that good, and it's going to get worse as injuries start to creep up, which will happen relatively early in the season based on Armstead and Wynn's history.
He had Derrick Henry. That's what made him good.
And you're talking about the great Miami running game that has Mostert and Devin Achane.
Wait a minute. You said he had Derrick Henry. That's what made him good.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I said Derrick Henry's part of what made that Tennessee offense better.
Okay. When Tannehill got there, he took them further. Who's to say that what they were missing was Tannehill?
Because all he did was hand the ball for Derrick Henry.
Hey,
that's all he did.
That's not what he did. Look at AJ Brown's stats with Tannehill.
Tannehill
was not a bad quarterback. Tannehill went to an AFC Championship game.
Tannehill got there and helped their team drastically, bro.
But what happened?
And I'm sorry, Tannehill. I'm sorry for everybody, but Tannehill has playoff wins.
When Derrick Henry went out and he lost his starting left tackle, what happened to Ryan Tannehill in that game?
Okay.
Derrick Henry led the league in rushing with one of the worst offensive line in the NFL. Alex ranked like 28.
Well, then you forget to mention, Pete, that they switched quarterbacks.
We had two of the best fucking running backs, and what did Tua do?
That's exactly the point I'm trying to get to and get through Alex's head.
Hey, who
made it with a running game? Brock Purdy made it with a running game. What did Tua do with an elite 30 touchdown running game? We had 30 rushing touchdowns between Achane and Mostert last year.
But you
how much more rushing do you want,
and not
bro?
to mention Brooks is coming back this year.
You also forget
the rookie
fact that
Jalen Wright.
Tua was not the only problem. He was
He
not
was the
only
biggest problem. The
The
ball
He was
could have
not
But
gone
he is the
downfield.
problem. He is a
Mike
problem.
McDaniel went over his head in a lot of times with his stupid play calling, with his dumb
Nah,
play calling. Okay,
nah.
so don't sit here and tell me that Tua was the only issue, because Tua was not the only issue. Okay, Tua was part of the problem. Yes, he was, but he was not the only problem, and he was not the main problem.
Hey,
Okay, he
Alex,
was
I'm
part
gonna
of
tell
it.
you.
He
Alex. I'm
was
gonna say.
part. No, Fred, I'm
This is
not
what I
done.
feel,
I'm
Alex. This
not
is
done,
what I
Fred.
feel,
With all due
Alex.
respect, but my boy, I'm not done, bro. I'm not done.
Alex,
He was
this is
not the only problem. Mike
okay,
McDaniel
man.
was the other problem. Injuries also played a factor in that, and the offensive line getting dominated by elite pass rushers as well. Those were the biggest issues that what led to the collapse last season.
Okay, what's different this year? Your offensive line is really no better. Matter of fact,
The
it's
Yeah,
actually
offensive
going to be
line,
worse because there's no Connor
the
Williams, there's
offensive
no
line,
Robert Hunt. You've
the
got
yeah.
offensive.
Eichenberg. You've got this
I
guy
don't
who
think.
can't pass
I
block from
don't. Robert
Tennessee.
Hunt.
You've got an
Ro-
injury-prone Teron Armstead, and you have an injury-prone Isaiah Wynn. So where's your depth? Patrick Paul, who's like a year away from being able to play. Kendall Lamb,
So,
I don't think.
Robert
yeah.
Jones.
I
Give
don't
me a
think
break.
the offensive line is a question mark. I admit that, but it's not as bad as what you think it is.
Hey, look.
It really is. When
Did
you're throwing
somebody?
in
It's
2.1
not,
seconds
because in my
because you
opinion,
can't hold the pocket,
Dolphins'
it's
offensive
bad.
line is better than the Jets' O line and better than New England's O line.
It's not better than the
Hey,
Jets O-line now. The
Yes,
Jets
it is.
did
O-line is
somebody
much
Yes, it
better.
is.
did
Yes, it
somebody
is.
say
Better
that
than the
Daniel
Jets' O line.
Jones? Did somebody say that Daniel Jones was better than Tua?
I said
Mark
if you
said
put
that.
if you swap Daniel
Okay,
Jones and
okay,
No,
Tua,
you
okay,
said
and
that
you give
Daniel
Daniel
Jones
Jones the
better than Tua.
weapons that Tua has with the same
You
offensive
said that
line
Daniel
I'm
and
Jones
going
is
just
to
better
swap
than Tua.
quarterbacks, they would have similar
Don't
numbers.
backtrack.
I'm going
You
to say
said
this. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this, man, and I honestly believe it. You know, I mean, you can call me off my rocker or whatever, but I truly believe Daniel Jones is better than Tua.
oh my God.
I don't know
That's
if
what
he's
I've
better
been
than Tua, but
saying.
I
Yes, I
don't think
do.
he's that
Daniel
Oh
much
Jones
God.
different.
is better
I
than
Oh
think
Tua.
God.
Daniel Jones is
He
better
is,
than
Oh my
Tua,
Fred.
bro.
God.
Daniel Jones is better
100%.
than Tua.
Daniel Jones has
I'll
legs.
take
At least
Daniel
he
Jones
can.
over
At least
here.
he has escapability. Tua doesn't have any of that.
I'm
What
with
does
you,
that have
Fred.
to do? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Daniel Jones
Escapability
is
and
better
mobility
than
for a
Tua.
quarterback is, I hate to tell
Okay,
you, it's really, really important. Take a look at your
let me
Super Bowl
hold on,
champion
let me ask you
3 out of
this.
the last 4 years.
Who was that? Who was the Minnesota quarterback last year when Kirk Cousins got hurt and they traded with Arizona?
Kirk
What was his
Cousins.
name?
Kirk
No, not
Cousins.
Kirk Cousins.
Dobbs was it Dobbs?
No,
Josh
Dobbs
Dobbs.
was in. Dobbs was in after Kirk Cousins got hurt.
Okay, is he
Yeah,
better
yeah,
than
yeah.
Lamar Jackson, or is he better than
No, ain't nobody better than Lamar Jackson, bro. Nobody.
Well,
okay?
Lamar Jackson's up in the
Mahomes,
top 5 of quarterbacks.
bro,
He's not the
bro.
best throwing quarterback, but he is the best running quarterback in football.
Is Josh Dobbs better than Dan Marino?
Is Josh Allen better than Dan Marino? No, they're about comparable. Actually, Dan Marino's a little bit better because he's been to a Super Bowl and Josh Allen hasn't.
Josh Dobbs better than Dan Marino?
Of course not.
Okay, but wait, no, but he has better escaping ability, so that makes him better.
Okay.
He has better escaping ability.
Obviously, you can't talk to somebody who doesn't listen. But the point is that Tua has no escapability. He gets his passes off in like 2.1 seconds, and when he's forced to go into a second read or third read, that's when he gets beat. And the teams that beat Miami constantly are the teams that generate 4-person pressure. They can get pressure from the inside and take him out because they can clog the middle of the field because Tua doesn't have the great arm to go to the outside routes, to go to the 9 routes, to go to the sidelines.
That's bullshit.
He doesn't have it. And I hate to bring it up because it's going to sound racist, but I'm sorry, but that wonder look of 13 has bothered me ever since the day that they drafted him.
I'd say this: there's a lot of quarterbacks that had a wonder look score below 10, and they had a great career.
Tell me the great quarterbacks who have wonder look less than 10.
I have to go back and check, but I know there's been some.
Okay, then don't say it until you have facts. Don't speculate until you have facts.
First of all, the second and third read has been debunked.
Hey, Mark, I'm gonna tell you, I don't care about no wonder looks, bro. I care about when I see you on the field, bro.
I watch every single
Tua's decision making on the field is generally not good.
Because this
if you
second and
take
third
away
read
the first read, it's not good.
So freaking stupid. That shows that the ignorance that you have in examining the quarterback position. Okay,
I
because this
examined the
second and
quarterback
third
position
read
quite
stuff
closely.
is fucking dumb. It's dumb as
Cookie
shit
Mark. Cookie
that you
Mark.
want to
Okay,
bring it
give
up
me.
because
Okay, instead of saying something's
there's
dumb
been
as shit,
times
tell me
where I see
why I'm
Tua
dumb as
look
shit.
off his first and second read and hit his third read with ease. So
Really?
where are you getting at? In the game against Denver, in the first
I don't care
touchdown.
against the game against Denver when they didn't play anybody.
No. I'm going to bring this up right now. In the game against Denver, in
Who
that
cares?
first
They scored
touchdown,
70 points against a team without their top 3 defenders.
Tyreek was not his first read. That touchdown to Tyreek, where Tyreek ran into the house after Tua hit the pass, Tyreek was not his first read. That was his third read because you could look at it. I watched the entire tape of that. He looked to the left, to the middle, and to the right, and he found Tyreek there. So
and at that time, in the third game of the season, the offensive line was all together. Wait a minute, let me finish. The offensive line was all together. They had a viable running threat, and Denver, Alex, Denver was missing key players on their defense. Go look at the starting lineups for both teams in Week 3 of 2023, and you'll find that Isaiah Simmons, the safety, wasn't there, a linebacker wasn't there, and a lineman wasn't there.
Hey, Mark,
so Denver had 3/11ths of their starting defense in a game that they got gouged for 350 or 360 yards rushing.
But you're giving me
exactly. That's what I was going to say, Mark. That's where I was going to get him, Mark.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
It wasn't Tua that did that to that. It wasn't Tua that did that to that Denver game. That was A-Chain and Mostert did that to that Denver team, bro.
Now, if we roll the clock forward, Alex, for a week, what did Tua do against Buffalo? In Buffalo, let's see. They scored on 3 drives, the first 2 drives of the game, and 1 in the third quarter. And otherwise, they did nothing. He gave up 2 sacks. He had 4 sacks. He had 2 interceptions. And he was in a panic because of the inside pass rush and the ability of the Bills to cover the center of the field and take away his targets.
The first half was neck to neck. The entire first half.
No, the first half was not neck to neck. It was 14-14. What was the score, Alex? What was the score?
Is when the second half scored halftime started falling off the bed. So,
Alex, what was the score at halftime? It was 31-14. 31-14 is not close at the half. It may be close in a half in nuclear weapons landing, but in a football game, that's 3 scores, my friend.
Come on, Alex.
You were 3 scores down. You were not close, and that game was over with at halftime.
Come on, Alex. Come on, man. Come on, bro. And you know what, Alex, man? You know what I'm saying?
That's 1 week after Denver. So you tell me what the difference is between Denver and Buffalo. Both games were on the road.
I don't think Tua will ever be more than a $42 million quarterback, bro. And $42 million to me is pushing it, bro.
And that's giving them credit.
It really is. It really is. It's really pushing it.
I wouldn't. I okay with that, but I'd still be like, damn.
It is what it is, Alex, man. It may hurt, and you don't want to feel like that about the guy, man. But go ahead.
And if we get, even if we give Tua the bag or whatever, who are we going to pay?
Well,
we're going to have to get rid of more good players next year.
You're right. Who are we going to pay?
Be here next year, so I don't know what y'all even talking about.
Yeah,
and it's not the money. It's not even the money so much. I mean, it's the money to a certain degree, but the long part of it is Tua's going to. This is about years. This is about years on the contract, guys. That's what it's always been. Tua wants X number of guaranteed years because I don't care how much money they give because unless it's guaranteed, it's funny money. It doesn't mean anything.
The Dolphins is not.
So this is about years.
You know what? When we traded for Tyreek Hill, they said, "Oh, Tyreek Hill's gonna lead Tua and teach Tua how to be a leader." Well, I guess he led him the wrong way because look, Tyreek Hill. Did y'all hear the latest? Tyreek Hill is about to get the bag, and what is he saying? Oh, he knows this is how confident Tyreek Hill is, right? On his latest report on Tyreek Hill, he says, "Oh no, I'm here to change the landscape." The guy is the only player on our team talking Super Bowl. And he says that he's not worried about the money, but he knows that the money is going to come in. But he's talking Super Bowl. And he's saying that it's not all about the money.
But on the other hand, what do we have this little brat Tua? He's like a brat right now. Well, the market is the market. I'm not going to fully participate because the market is the market. How fake is Tua? Y'all
I find nothing what he said.
We did for him.
I find nothing what he said was wrong.
And
I
really,
find nothing wrong with what he said. The market is the market.
Trevor.
The media tried to bait him into saying something else, and I find nothing wrong with what he said.
The real Tua came out. When you're frustrated,
the real Tua did not come out.
And you know what? I hope one of these beat reporters catch Tua drunk as a sailor. I ain't even gonna lie. I hope they catch him as drunk as a pirate one day.
How much guaranteed money does Trevor have? Guaranteed.
142 million, guys. 142 million is guaranteed.
For how long?
He can earn it's for 3 years. They can move off of him in 3 years.
Yeah, man. I'm willing to take that chance with Trevor Lawrence, bro. I am. I'm willing to take that chance with Trevor Lawrence.
How much is that a year? How much is that?
It doesn't matter how much of it. It's the way it's structured out into the contract. It's your average salary per year is totally different than what the guarantee is on the contract.
And here's another thing.
If you look at Lawrence's contract, the next 2 years are like 17 and then 25 million, and then it escalates the next 3 years. Next 3 or 4 years.
So really, he's not. It's not that great. I mean, it's good.
No, he's got the money.
Like,
the money was paid. The guaranteed money is paid up front.
Let me tell y'all something. Trevor Lawrence getting paid before Tua is a horrible look on Tua. Think about it.
Yes, it is.
Lawrence was drafted in 2021. Why was drafted in 2021?
Who is the only one that hasn't been paid?
I just told you the reason why
he's
not gotten paid.
And Jordan Love.
Jordan
Love hasn't been paid.
Jordan Love's going to get paid.
I already told you the reason why Tua's not gotten signed yet, and you guys just blow right past it.
Tell us the reason, Alex.
Has not been signed yet is because of the QB market. The market's gone crazy. That's the only reason why Tua's not been signed yet.
No, it's not.
So when you say the market is the market, that means you pay Tua market price.
Because there's a lot of question marks.
The reason why Tua's not paid yet. The reason why Tua's not paid yet is because Chris Grier is not stupid, bro. He knows what he has at quarterback, and it's not worth that money, bro. It's not.
I'm gonna tell y'all why he's not paid.
And he had one year of not getting hurt. Because they're afraid he's going to get hurt.
Lance, listen to me real quick. The reason why Tua's not paid, it's not, and I want to put the majority on that Buffalo home loss to lose the division, but I'm going to be real with y'all. The reason I honestly believe Tua's not paid is because when you're a good team, you don't lose to other good teams the way we lost to the Ravens, bro. Let's just be honest.
Exactly.
That 56 whatever score, that was a horrible way to lose to Baltimore. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, before that Baltimore loss, everybody was thinking, oh, Tua threw 6 touchdowns. We're going to beat Baltimore. We're better than Baltimore. And we went into Baltimore and we got embarrassed. That's why he's not paid. Because that game wasn't even close.
That's not the reason why he's not paid.
Forget that we lost the division title.
That's not the reason why he's not paid, Pete.
There's other reasons.
That's the main reason.
That's not the main reason because of the QB market. I'll tell you a big reason why he's not paid. And I don't blame. And here's the thing: I don't blame Chris Grier for wanting to protect himself and the team, and I don't blame him for that. But that's the only reason why Tua's not getting paid yet, because the QB market is crazy money.
Okay, if the quarterback market is not,
you got guys like Justin Herbert who hasn't won shit yet, and he's already gotten paid. Trevor Lawrence, who hasn't even won shit yet either, even though he actually he did win.
But they have more playoff wins than fucking Tua.
He has one playoff win. He has one playoff win, but he still looked like
they don't choke.
They
don't choke like Tua does.
First of all, it's not just
a lot of those, and that playoff game wasn't really on Herbert. Their fucking defense was one of the worst defenses.
It is, Alex. The reason why we're not going further is because of Tua, bro. It's not because of the team. It's because of Tua.
That's not the reason why. Tua's not holding the team back.
If you put Herbert in Miami, we would have gone further.
That's bullshit.
You put
It
Herbert.
would have been
If
the
you
same
put Herbert
predicament.
over in Miami, he would have had most
I
yards.
guarantee
He would
you
have had
this.
most touchdowns.
I
We would
guarantee you
have gone
this.
to
It
the
would have been
fucking
the
Super
same
Bowl.
predicament. Same predicament that
No,
we're in right now.
no, not
Yes.
even.
No.
Why? Because
No.
he's 6'5" and 230 pounds? Is that why?
Maybe.
And he can
Because
throw
he's
the
just
ball
a
at the
better. He's
stadium?
just a better overall quarterback.
No,
How
because
about
that's
he'll make a
basically what
business
everybody's
decision,
that's
bro?
basically what everybody's saying is that you have to be 6'5", throw the ball at the stadium, be 240 pounds in order for you to
Maybe.
look good.
Maybe.
Hey, that helps.
Maybe.
That helps.
Russell Wilson is 6'1". Is 6'1".
It helps.
It actually was a very good quarterback up until now. Yet Doug Flutie was 5'11", and the last I checked was a pretty damn good quarterback.
I'll tell you
was
what.
6 foot.
Yeah, but they knew how to run and get out of the pocket to make a throw.
Drew Brees was 6 foot, didn't have the strongest arm at all, but he
Okay,
was very
but once again, Drew
But he
Brees
was
knew how
smart.
to run out of the pocket and know how add time to the play. Tua can't do that.
Drew Brees was good. He was not known as an escape artist, but he made plays happen. And I feel that Tua does make plays happen.
No, he does
has,
not.
He has shown me that.
No, he does not.
Okay, he has shown me that.
Once in a while, once in a great while, maybe, but
it's not once in a great while. It's more than that because
he stays in the pocket. That's why he gets hurt so much.
Okay.
Chris Grier should have did with Tua what the Jags did with Trevor Lawrence. If that was the case, then right now you guys would be on a proven contract deal. And if Tua proved it, you'd still be in the contract year. And it'd be in the market of 2 years ago instead of the market right now. So what the Jacksonville Jaguars did with Trevor Lawrence,
let's be clear on this.
This is one of the only quarterback panel. We should change the name to please. We should change the name to please Miami Dolphins.
Miami has not been convinced on Tua since day one. We've been trying to get other better quarterbacks from day one.
Exactly.
Yeah, like who?
Brady.
Brady's not better than Tua at this point of his career.
No, I'm saying we tried to get Brady. We tried to get Deshaun Watson. Who was the other guy? There was another guy that we tried to get.
Before
they do not trust. They do not believe in Tua taking us to the Super Bowl. Period.
They don't.
I'm saying after Tua had
The
that
whole
first
thing.
good year.
Let me just stop you right there because the whole thing with Deshaun Watson and Brady, that was all Stephen Ross. That was nowhere near Chris Grier. Chris Grier had no say in that whatsoever. He did not want to have any part of it. It was all Stephen Ross. Okay. And here's the thing. Right now, a 26-year-old Tua Tagovailoa is better than a 44-year-old Tom Brady right now. Right now, at this point of his career, Deshaun Watson has not.
I'm not saying I want Tom Brady right now.
That's debatable, bro.
Deshaun Watson right now has not shown. He has not shown to be his former self at quarterback because right now Tua is the better quarterback than Deshaun Watson is right now. So
no, he ain't. No, he ain't.
At this point, right now, as of right now.
Not even at this point. Not even at this point, bro. No, he's not. No, he's not. Not even at this point. No, he's not.
I didn't follow Deshaun Watson last year, so I don't know.
Deshaun Watson was good, but he was not the old Deshaun Watson we used to see in Houston. Okay, but he was okay. But Tua is not the better. Tua is the better quarterback.
But what weapons does he have? Does he have the weapons that we have?
My God,
does he have the weapons we have?
For Christ's sake, he had Amari Cooper and Joku.
I don't know who he has
in the backfield before he got injured.
Take your fucking chill pill. I don't know who's playing on his team. I don't follow that.
Nick Chubb before he got injured.
God, no.
David Njoku. He has a better offensive line as well.
Somebody got the radio on, man. Somebody's got the radio on or something. Oh, those two in there to get you, man, every time, bro.
If Deshaun Watson was here, would we be better?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I think we would have been just about the same because we wouldn't have been able to get.
I didn't like. I wanted Deshaun Watson, but not for that money.
All the money would have been topped to Deshaun Watson.
Like I just said, I like Deshaun, but I wouldn't have gotten him with the money that he wanted. There's no way.
So ain't the money Tua asking for? Isn't that equivalent to what Deshaun Watson?
No, it's not.
Nobody is equivalent to what Deshaun Watson got
because Deshaun Watson got a guaranteed contract.
Deshaun, they screwed up with that one. They're going to pay. Lord have mercy.
I still believe in Watson, bro. I don't care what nobody says. I still believe in Watson.
That's fine. You can believe in Watson all you want.
I'm glad you do, because nobody else does.
I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback because he hasn't shown his Houston self yet.
He's been out for 2 years, bro. He'll get back up.
Did you ever look at Watson
and
realize that both of those guys are compilers? Deshaun Watson put up a lot of meaningless stats, as does Dak Prescott. A lot of fourth quarter, 200-yard, 2 touchdown fourth quarters in games that were lost going in. So
was there any question that Deshaun Watson couldn't beat superior teams, bro? Was there any question in that?
Yeah, 4-12. He had like 4,700 yards, and he had like
there was no question about Deshaun Watson being able to beat a team above 500. No question about it, bro.
Come here.
Well, the baby's crying. What you doing? Watching Tua videos?
Yeah.
That baby being sacked. Tua throwing a pick. Tua fumbling. Kid's crying his eyes out.
Yeah, he's like, oh my God! Don't tell me I'm gonna have to watch some more Tua. Oh my God!
And then the fact that got his little baby brain was the fact that they're gonna sign him for another 4 or 5 years. You're gonna have 4 or 5 more years of this shit.
Yeah, kid understands already.
The picture when I heard that was that Mimi with the baby crying.
Yeah, kid understands already.
Watson's a compiler. You know, Brady was at the end of his career. You know, your front office is literally cursed. You can't stop making incredibly stupid ownership decisions, which translate then into poor hiring practices, getting lousy GMs, having poor player personnel. The problem with the Dolphins is not about Tua. Everybody needs to quit talking about Tua. The problem goes way deeper. The problem goes into the front office. The problem goes into the player personnel departments that aren't developing players. And yes, I can hear reasons say, well, look at what we developed. We developed Raekwon Davis. He got $16 million. We developed Christian Williams. He's getting $28 million a year. We developed Robert Hunt. He's making $20 million a year. Reason, shut the fuck up. They're on another football team. I don't care what you develop. It's what you develop and keep. Not what you develop and let walk away because your GM can't offer a contract when he's supposed to. And that's a front office issue. And let's go back to other drafts, like the 2020 draft. What do you got from? Let's look at the 2020 draft, the night that I thought Chris Grier should have been fired right afterwards. You got Tua at 5. What's Tua turned out to be? Maybe a 5th-year option, maybe an extension.
Quarterback.
You've got Austin Jackson, who was 20 years old. He was a combine guy who gave up his rookie year because he gave blood marrow to his sister, which is condemnable, or it's something to be complimented.
Actually,
but he was worthless.
Played his rookie year, Mark. So
he played his rookie year, but at the same point, he gave away blood platelets something to his sister, and he should be commended for that.
Before he got injured, he's actually one of the top left tackle. He was one of the top.
He played well in his rookie year. Then he degenerated from that point forward. But let's go past that. Now you go to the Igbenogany pick. That's been a total bust. You go to the Robert Hunt pick. Is that a bust? The guy played well, but he's not a Miami Dolphin anymore. You go to the Raekwon Davis pick. He didn't play well at all in Miami. He's at Indianapolis. We'll see what he does. Solomon Kinley, complete total bust. Brandon Jones, he's with the Denver Broncos.
My math is wrong. 2 out of 3 is actually turned out pretty good. 2 or 3 picks, first-round picks, not bad. They've actually turned out very well.
The worst thing Chris did.
First 2 or 3 picks, if they're not on your football team, then they're not a good pick because they're not your player anymore.
The worst thing Chris Grier.
What are you talking about?
The worst thing.
They are not on our. Is Robert? Wait a minute. Is Robert Hunt? Is Raekwon Davis? Or Brandon Jones? Are they still? Are they still on the Miami Dolphins?
Brandon Jones was a 5th-round pick.
Mark, hold up, Mark. I'm gonna say the worst thing.
You're talking about the 3 first-round picks. 2 of the 3 first-rounders are still there.
The worst thing Chris Grier and the organization did the worst thing they could have done was fire Brian Flores, bro.
Why?
Because this team was on its way to what they were doing, bro. You didn't even have issues with Austin Jackson. There was no talk about that until Brian Flores was gone, bro.
I hate to bring up the fact, guys,
What?
but if
Come
Brian
on,
Flores
man.
would have had what he wanted, he would have drafted Tristan Wirfs at 5 and would have drafted Jordan Love at 18 because that's what Flores wanted to do.
That's the worst thing Chris Grier could have done was got rid of Brian Flores, bro. Because
Flores had that team. It took a team that had Fox boys and turned him into a 5-win football team and a 10-win season the next season.
Mark, why'd he get rid of Brian Flores, bro? Why'd he get rid of Flores?
Because he stabbed him in the back.
No.
He didn't stab him in the back. Ross stabbed him in the back.
Because Brian Flores.
He went behind his back and demanded full control from Ross.
Come on, you come on, man.
He should have had full control from Ross. That's the point that you're missing, Alex. Flores was making the right picks minus the monogamy pick.
Let me get this
hold on. I'm going to go down the list here. I'm going to go down the list.
Don't go down the list.
No, Fred. Let him go down the list.
Don't go down the list, man. Let me say this first.
I'm going to go down the list. I want Alex to go down the list because I want him to hear it from his own mouth what he's done.
Brian Flores was a Brian Flores guy, and what happened when he left the Dolphins? He talked so much shit about Brian Flores it wasn't even funny. Okay, you want to keep going down? Who was the other one that plays for Buffalo now? Shaq Lawson was another one. He signed a 3-year deal. Gone after 1 year. Was talking so much shit about the coaching staff with Miami and stuff like that. Okay,
is your problem your coaching staff, Alex? Because to me, it seems like it's a coaching staff. It seems like a coaching staff and player personnel decision.
That was Brian Flores' coaching staff, and yeah, you guys forget the fact is that Brian Flores cut off all communications with the other coaches before Thanksgiving.
Considering what the other coaches were doing, it was probably a good idea.
A good idea for what?
Yeah,
for Flores
to stop communicating with a bunch of guys who can't do anything.
Was it a great idea to hire 2 offensive fucking coordinators?
Brian Flores' biggest problem as a head coach was he couldn't bring in excellent position coaches. That was something that takes time and years in the NFL to experience.
I don't believe that. I believe Brian Flores, what it was Brian Flores knew he had trash at quarterback, and he didn't want that. He didn't want trash at quarterback.
Well, still, you may not want a player, but you still have to take your marching orders from the GM.
I think you had good coaches in Miami, but because you had trash at quarterback, those coaches suffered.
Actually, Fred, you didn't have the best quarterback that you could have had. You could have had Herbert. You should have had Jordan Love because you should have had Tristan Wirfs. But the bottom line here is the problem.
So they fired Brian Flores.
Okay, Fred, calm down a second. Let me finish, please. Your problem is Chris Grier. Your problem has always been Chris Grier.
What?
Your problem has been Chris Grier and will always be Chris Grier. Yes, it is.
Problem.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Bro.
Chris Grier is making bad draft after bad draft after bad draft after bad coaching hire after bad coaching hire.
Go keep watching Buffalo and tell me how bad of a cap situation you guys are in with Stephon Diggs. Okay, so
we're not in a bad cap situation. We got rid of our bad cap situation. He's now on the Houston Texans eating up 1 year of their salary cap. He's not Buffalo's problem anymore.
The only thing
Buffalo stepped away from him. Buffalo stepped away from him with 2 months to go last season. Instead,
the only thing Chris Grier fumbled on. The only thing Chris Grier fumbled on, bro.
Salary. So don't even go there.
The only thing Chris Grier fumbled on was firing Brian Flores, bro. It's the only thing.
The problem was he didn't give equal say. Okay, who's
and this whole thing with this weak arm shit has been debunked. This whole
let me ask you a question. Whose pick was Ignomanovic or whatever his face is? Whose pick was that? Was that Grier's pick or was that Flores' pick?
I don't know. Probably Grier.
Yeah,
Grier's accountable.
Everything Grier
Bottom
does
line is
bad.
Grier's
Yep.
accountable.
Yep, that's correct. Everything Grier does is bad.
He's accountable, okay.
Everything he does is bad. Yep, that's correct. That's correct.
And can we talk about the rest
Grier
of
does is bad.
We can talk about every draft except 2021 as being an abysmal failure because we don't know anything about what's going to go on this
there
year.
you go. Yeah, bring it on,
2021 was a winner of a draft. You got Holland,
Bring
you got
it on,
Waddle,
baby.
and you got Phillips. That's really good. But what'd you get in 2022?
Bring
Nothing.
it on. Yep.
Hey, Mark.
That's
What'd you get in 2021? Nothing.
Mark, let me
Your
ask you this,
2020
Mark.
draft was
he was
your
bad,
draft. Your
yep.
2020 draft was excellent.
Mark, well, let me
Your
ask you this,
2020
Mark.
draft, your draft where you got Tua, garbage.
2021 draft, right? Yeah,
Hold
Jalen
up,
Waddle was
Mark.
in 2021. Yeah.
Hold up, Mark.
You got
Hold up,
three
Mark.
players out of the last. You got
And
about
Jalen
5
Phillips
players out of the
was also
last 5
2021.
drafts.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Mark. When he hired
Jalen
Brian
Phillips was
Flores,
also
hey,
2021.
Mark,
Oh
when he hired Brian
Yeah,
Flores, Mark, was
baby.
that a good move? Was that a good move when he hired Brian Flores, Mark?
I thought so.
Huh?
I thought he was an up and coming developing coach from a winning program.
Okay, so he got that right. You would think he got that right?
Yeah, that was correct.
Oh, okay.
He should have stayed in that direction.
Okay, so him firing Brian Flores, that was bullshit too, right? When you think about
Firing
that,
Brian Flores was a significant organizational mistake.
That's
It
why
was they
Tyreek
didn't
wouldn't
grow
have been
fast
here.
enough to satisfy the owner who wanted a Super Bowl because he was aging out. So they
Tyreek wouldn't have
fired
been here
Flores
if
because
was the
Flores
coach.
wouldn't do what he was told. He developed a winning.
Would not have
He
been
wouldn't
here.
tank.
Tyreek would not have been here if Flores was still the coach.
Yes, and you'd been much better off.
neither would Tua. You're right about that, Mark. Neither would Tua. Neither would Tua.
We go down to Jalen Ramsey wouldn't even been here. Would not have been here if Flores was the coach. Ramsey would not have been here. Let's see.
Why do you say that these things wouldn't? Why do you say these things weren't going to happen or weren't going to happen?
Because
Tyreek Hill was going to. Tyreek Hill was an open market piece, and what that was 100% about.
He
you
would
know
have
as well as I do was about money. It was about the money in South Beach.
He would have stopped Flores would have stopped the trade from happening.
No, I don't think
Flores
Flores
stop the trade
would.
from happening. He's a coach.
I don't think he would.
Brian Flores
I think Flores.
never will be.
Flores would have welcomed Tyreek here. I think. Yeah,
No,
he'd have
he
welcomed
wouldn't.
Tyreek.
He was not.
He likes good players.
He's not a flow guy.
Whatever, man. Is whatever, man.
You know
he would have welcomed
Flores guy.
Tyreek.
Go look at guys like.
You mean
Calvin
a flow
Noy.
guy? You mean like being disciplined and being dedicated to winning and dedicated not to impregnating half the state of Miami or half the state of Florida?
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill is a bad guy, guys. I'm sorry to tell you, Tyreek Hill is a bad guy, and it's even worse the fact that he's the face of your franchise and he's a bad guy. He impregnates women all over the place. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. When he's out of football, he's going to be broke in 5 years because he's got so many children to pay after. Hey, come on, the guy's a clown. He's a great player, but he's a bad guy.
I have 5 kids.
You know what?
Women. Does that make me a bad guy?
I'm going to say.
If you beat women and you impregnate women and don't, and you know, without being a family. Okay, would you say that Tyreek Hill fathering X number of children that aren't his wife, that he may be making financial restitution for now, but is he going to make financial restitution until they're 21, which is the question.
Well, Mark, that's Tyreek's life, Mark. Well, you know what I'm saying.
But I'm saying his
kids aren't playing football, man. His kids and his wives or whatever, they're not playing for the Miami Dolphins, Mark. So we'll leave that alone, man. But
Tyreek Hill can run really fast and catch passes. And that'll go on for a time frame until his speed abates and his legs go on him. And then he's got to live his life with the decisions that he's made. What I'm talking about is that who you want as the lead guy on your franchise?
No, I don't want a guy on my team. I don't want a guy on my team who says something like, yeah, and I understand why he said it, but it's not from the heart, man. You gonna tell me my quarterback is better than the quarterback that you just left? I was pissed off with that. Come on, man.
What?
Well, yeah, Tyreek Hill had made a statement that Tua is a more accurate quarterback or better in certain ways than Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes is smiling all the way to the Super Bowl, to the trophy case.
I didn't like that. Exactly. I didn't like that. You're lying right there. You know what I'm saying? So right there.
And look at the price. Look at the price, guys, to go get Tyreek Hill. You think Kansas City's last 2 Super Bowls had anything to do with Tyreek Hill? Yeah, what they had to do with is George Karlaftis. They have to do with the cornerback that they got. They got five picks from Miami, and they decreased their salary cap, and they're a better team because they got those players and they moved off of Tyreek Hill.
It worked out for both teams.
No, it really didn't work out for both teams. You got 2 playoff spots and 2 first-round losses. How does it work out for you? If you consider that a win, then I'm sorry, you're a loser. Patrick Mahomes has got 2 more Super Bowl trophies on his shelf, or on the shelf of the Kansas City Chiefs trophy room. What do the Miami Dolphins have? They don't even have an AFC East title. They don't have a playoff win to their name.
You know what we got? You know what we got, Mark? We got one more win.
You got an overpaid, big mouth, bad character wide receiver, and a weak-armed, injury-prone quarterback with an IQ of nothing.
This is what we got, Mark. We got one more win from Brian Flores, bro. That's what we got. One more win from Brian.
You got one more win over 2 years. And Brian Flores is coaching in a 16 game season.
Yeah. And some could say because another game was added to the season was the reason why we made it to playoffs.
And let's go one other place. Did Brian Flores have Teron Armstead? Did Brian Flores have Connor Williams?
No.
I mean, what players did Brian Flores have he was winning 10 games with?
Exactly,
against what Mike McDaniel and this cacophony of a stupid offense. I'm sorry, but as the league is moving to lighter defensive teams, smaller linebackers, coverage linebackers, what are the smart teams doing? They're loading up and playing the run and playing 2 tight ends. What's Miami doing? They're playing speed offense. I'm sorry. Yeah. When it falls on its face this year and they go 8-9 or 7-10 and they miss the playoffs again, what the fuck are you going to do now?
I said 9-8, Mark.
I say 9-8, 8-9.
I say 9-8.
Let me ask you this. Instead of worrying about that hypothetical, what happens if Josh Allen ends up breaking a leg or gets hurt mid-season? What the fuck are you guys going to do?
Then we're going to go to 2025 and take our 10 draft picks and 5 in the top 100 and take our $40 or $50 million that are going to be sitting under the salary cap, and we're going to go get maybe a better backup quarterback because this season's over with.
If that happens to you, what are you making the playoffs?
No.
Okay, so
I'm saying you're going to go. I'm saying you're going to go 8-9 with Tua healthy. You're going to go 8-9.
Because if something happens to your quarterback, you're bleeped.
But if something happens to anybody's quarterback, if something happens to Patrick Mahomes, are the Chiefs going to the playoffs?
Yeah, anybody's quarterback for that.
It seems like it's dire straight for us. When if it happens to you, it's worse for you.
I'm not saying it's worse. I'm saying you're going to go 8-9 with Tua playing 17 games.
Okay, imagine if he gets hurt on your end. What's going to be your record?
The Bills' record depends on what game he's hurt in. I haven't going 12. I haven't looked at 12-5 this year.
Hey, Cap, real quick, because I'm not going to be here long. I'm going to get up out of here after this. But salute to Pete for bringing me up. Cap for life. Always good to see you. Fred, Lance, and my question, I guess, is for Mark, because I've been listening, and Mark has, he said we've missed at left tackle. We could have had Tristan Wirfs, and he's correct. We could have had Jordan Love, and he's correct. We could have had Justin Herbert, and he's correct, right? And his belief is all these things combined have hurt the Miami Dolphins in not only playoff wins, but Super Bowls. He just said, again, we traded for Tyreek Hill. He says Kansas City obviously won that trade. I would tend to agree with Mark, right? What I think is very hypocritical, though, is Mark don't tell you all the things that Buffalo has missed on. And I'm giving you the biggest.
You want me to give you a list of things that Buffalo's missed out on, Lewis? I can give you a litany of things they've missed out on.
Well, again, I don't want to. I'll let you continue the list. There's only one for me. When you guys drafted Josh Allen, wasn't Patrick Mahomes on the board?
Yeah, but Patrick Mahomes would have been. I don't think the players.
Stop! I don't care about none of that. You've been talking a lot. I'm asking you. Do you think Patrick Mahomes hurt the Buffalo Bills or not? Because I would argue that if Patrick Mahomes was a Buffalo Bill, y'all probably would have won a lot more and probably won Super Bowls, right?
Lewis, I can't say because Buffalo's team was not. Kansas City's team was already developed.
So
Buffalo's team was not.
So I'm just trying to get this to make, because the math ain't mapping. So all the things that you said about the Dolphins hurt the Dolphins, but you missing out on, again, people are saying the best quarterback ever created, right? The best quarterback that, again, people are saying has a chance to go down as the GOAT. You mean to tell me that wasn't a bad move for you guys, Mark? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Patrick Mahomes.
Actually, I want to give you some. I want to give you some truth here. I want to give you some truth here. Lewis. Let me land, please. Mahomes. Well, okay. First of all, when Buffalo's team wasn't developed, their offensive line was shit. Their wide receiving core was shit. Mahomes would have been terrible in Buffalo because he had no supporting cast in Buffalo.
Shit in Kansas City this year, the wide receiver core was shit. They won the Super Bowl.
Right, but did he have an offensive line in Kansas City? Yes, he did. Did he have an all-pro tight end in Kansas City? Yes, he did.
No,
so you mean to tell me?
No, Mark. Both of his tackles were trash, Mark. Both of his tackles were trash.
No. Hey, Fred, just let him keep hanging himself because all these.
No, let me hang myself.
Yeah.
So what Buffalo got in the draft, Buffalo got for that trade was Tre'Davious White, Deion Dawkins, and the ability to move the pick that they could trade to go ahead and get Josh Allen. So it really became Josh Allen for whatever pick they gave to Cincinnati, plus Tre'Davious White, plus Deion Dawkins. Deion Dawkins is a Pro Bowl left tackle. Tre'Davious White was a Pro Bowl corner. Now with the Los Angeles Rams, that they took the cap hit on this year. They'll take the rest of it next year.
Again, is Dawkins and Tre'Davious White and everybody else you mentioned,
and Josh Allen was part of that trade. Would I make that trade every day? Yeah, I would.
And that's why you guys are the poverty franchise that y'all are. Because
the fact that Kansas City had more in front of them than Buffalo did when Josh Allen got there.
About none of that. Patrick Mahomes.
Because you don't want to listen. You want to mitigate the point, and you don't want to listen to anybody.
No,
and that's what your problem is.
The problem is that you're trying to make a theory out how much better your team is without having Patrick Mahomes. You could eliminate all those fucking people you just mentioned. Patrick Mahomes would have solved all your goddamn problems because Patrick Mahomes is one of those guys. Absolutely.
Would he have fixed the wide receiving?
I'll holler at y'all.
Okay, Lewis. So I'll finish after what you're saying. How well would Josh Allen have done? How good would Josh Allen have been with Charles Clay at tight end?
I know Patrick Mahomes is better than Josh Allen. I know that.
So do I.
I know Patrick Mahomes is better than this kid Dawkins and Tre'Davious White and all them other people you mentioned. I know he's better than all. But he's not.
But Buffalo doesn't win with Patrick Mahomes. But if Patrick Mahomes is the Buffalo quarterback, they're still not winning Super Bowls.
Y'all are trash, and that's you're wrong. You're crazy, but that's cool. Your team is trash. Just
one
like
man does not win a Super Bowl, Lewis. 53 men win a Super Bowl. Kansas City's 53. Or 52 without Patrick Mahomes was way better than Buffalo's was.
52 this season. That's the question. Do you trust your 52 now? Because you were hyping up their defense for 3 years in a row before last.
You would have had more touchdowns with Mahomes, which would have.
I don't see you hyping up your defense this season, and that's troublesome for you.
I'm okay with the defense. I like the 27 guys or the 26 guys are going to put out that they're going to have on their 53 for defense.
You got no choice but to like them.
I hear what Lewis is saying, and
I like all five of my defensive ends, all five of my defensive tackles, all six of my linebackers, all six of my corners, and all five of my safeties on the 53. I know who's going to be on the 53 minus any weird trade at the end. I know who's going to be pretty much on the practice squad.
Patrick Mahomes was not Patrick Mahomes when he first came into the league.
No, what did Patrick Mahomes do his first? What did Patrick Mahomes do his first year in Kansas City?
First of all, he sat behind Alex Smith and learned. That's one.
For 1 year until the last game of the season.
He even said his MVP year. He even said he couldn't identify the defense yet. So there was a lot of development in Kansas City. So you can't say that he would have got that same development in Buffalo. So
you're right, because McDermott is not the coach that Andy Reid is.
Right. It's not necessarily true.
McDermott is not the offensive mind, nor was Brian Dable the offensive mind. That's what they had in Kansas City with Eric Bieniemy and, of course, Andy Reid.
So you're telling me he could have compensated for that in Buffalo like Allen is doing now with his feet? Like, if you want to stay hypothetical, the guy's pretty much in the same level of being mobile in Buffalo the same way Josh Allen does it in the elements, and you're going to downplay his productivity, being he's a generational talent.
The difference to me between Mahomes, between Mahomes and Allen is that Mahomes is a better decision maker under pressure. Allen still makes really poor decisions. He throws into double coverage, triple coverage. He makes mistakes. He lacks a smidge of pocket awareness.
You're not helping your point.
I know I'm not. I'm just saying it is what it is. He doesn't have that, but we didn't know Mahomes had those features either at Texas Tech.
No, Andy Reid knew that. Idea. That's why he took a gamble. Andy Reid knew the whole time.
Andy Reid is one of the best coaches, one of the top 3 coaches in the NFL. Sean McDermott is in the bottom 15.
He knew it's possible for him to do it without him. That's my point. If Andy Reid knew he would do that in his first year, if he started after Alex Smith left, then he knows that he can do that in another team starting. That's how much confidence he had in him.
I asked this question. What is it? The Chicago Bears had a chance to go get Patrick Mahomes. They traded up to 2, and they took Mitch Trubisky, who's the backup in Buffalo now. You explain that move.
Yeah, but that's Chicago. They're always going by what the fans want and what the media want. Andy Reid don't do that.
What did Houston do? Houston went to 12 to go ahead and get Deshaun Watson. And where did Deshaun Watson end up? He was destined to be on a Miami Dolphin until they couldn't figure out his legal situation because he couldn't quit getting fingered up the ass. I mean, good God.
Well, say what you will, he beat Lamar Jackson, I believe, in Buffalo and got that team far in the playoffs, almost the same equivalent as us, with a banged up roster. I think they were to the 5th quarterback.
Josh Allen got Buffalo to a Super Bowl against Kansas, or got to a championship game against Kansas City, and they got their asses whipped. Then he went to Kansas City the following year, and they lost because of, the 13-second monstrosity, and then the overtime situation. The following year,
that's why
their heads weren't in the game, and they got swept out by the Bengals. And last year,
that's why Lewis was asking you in that multiverse. If you would have had the shoe on the other foot, do you think that would have been a success for Buffalo, knowing you had a quarterback that knew what they were doing?
But if I had the quarterback that I knew that Mahomes was, would I have had the roster that I would have had? I wouldn't have had a Pro Bowl left tackle. If you got the
quarterback, you don't need the roster. That's the point, my man.
No, that's where you're wrong. That is where a great quarterback is going to win the Super Bowl. Can help you win a Super Bowl. What did the great quarterback? Okay, let me ask you a question. What did the great quarterback do against Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl? When you don't have your starting left tackle, when you don't have your starting right tackle, you can have all the receivers on the planet, and you're not going to win. If you're not being protected, you're not going to win the game. They lost 31-9 to Tampa Bay, and they got crushed by Tampa Bay because Tampa Bay could stop them because they could rush the passer. So you take away Deion Dawkins off the left side, and you go ahead and you put in Marshall Newhouse, who was their starting tackle at the time. You put in they don't have the same players. If you put Patrick Mahomes on this Buffalo team, do they win a Super Bowl? Highly probable, because he's going to make something out of the 6 wide receivers that they have, the tight ends that they have, and the running game that they have, and the offensive line that they have. Is Josh Allen going to win a Super Bowl this year? I don't know. I think they're an AFC Championship caliber team. Are they going to be able to beat Patrick Mahomes? Are they going to be able to beat the teams in their division? Is Aaron Rodgers going to be back to what he used to be? I don't think so. Are the Miami Dolphins going to be better? I don't think they're going to be better than last year. I certainly don't think they're going to be better. I think they've taken too many hits on the offensive and defensive lines. I don't think you replace a Christian Wilkins with an Odell Beckham. I think that's the wrong pathway that you're going. I don't think you draft 2 swerve wide receivers when you really need a possession wide receiver. Why haven't you developed Eric Uzakama? Why wasn't Uza? That's the thing that's so maddening with Miami. They don't draft. They draft for one thing, and one thing only. The whole thing is about speed, and if it's not speed, then they don't want them. And everybody seems to forget in Miami that you're not going to have Chubb or Phillips for 6 games. Phillips is going to be gone for 6 games, and Chubb's probably not coming back until November. And is either player going to be what they were in 2023 before the injuries, which, by the way, were both meaningless injuries. I will not be able to find a single Miami fan. Wait a minute, let me finish. And I don't think there's going to be a single Miami fan in this panel or anybody that I chat with about the Miami Dolphins that's going to say that Jason Phillips should have been in that Jets game, which was 32-6 or something at the time when he was injured, and Bradley Chubb with 4 minutes left to go on a 56-17. You can blame that right on your head coach. And these are stupid coaching decisions. And you damn well know I'm right. If you have Chubb and Phillips in that playoff game in Kansas City, maybe you don't get beat 26-7. Maybe you win that game against Buffalo because you apply more pass rush pressure to Josh Allen, who, by the way, lit you up. And if it wasn't for the 3 turnovers that he had, you'd have lost by 2 or 3 touchdowns in that game because your boy Tua threw for $173 and 2 picks. And that's at home in your stadium in a game that you had to win everything on. Tua has no excuses. The best thing you can do is get rid of that guy and start again. And you're going to have to pay for a quarterback one way or the other. There is no way around it any longer. Facts or not?
I mean, there are options. That's not factually have to be set, but there are options. I'm not arguing that, but we haven't gone to dire straits yet, is my point. Like, let's the season play out.
Let me ask you a question. If your season plays out and Tua holds in and he doesn't get the practice, and this is critical for Miami because the Dolphins are a timing-based speed offense. And if Tua's not getting the reps in preseason, he's not getting the reps on 11-on-11s in practice, and you go out on the field and you throw out Skyler or Mike White at quarterback, you're going to play at home against Jacksonville, and Jacksonville's going to beat your ass. Then you're going to go to Buffalo. Then you have to go to play a home game on Thursday night against Buffalo, who has basically got their team pretty much together. Their roster's pretty much already set. They're not going to play in high humidity conditions because it's going to be a night game, whether it be September or not. It's not going to be played until 8 o'clock or until 9 o'clock at night, Eastern Standard Time. So it'll be nice and comfy. And you're probably going to lose that game. And then you're going to have to fly across country. Yes, you'll have an additional 3 days rest and play a Seattle Seahawks team who basically has a defense that's going to be molded around the same thing that it was in Baltimore. That the last time you played them, Tua got a whopping 17 points. So there's a distinct possibility that this football team in Miami goes 0-3, and then you're then you're ending last 6 games. I don't have a whole lot of faith in your last 6 games of winning much of anything. You got to go to Cleveland, got to go to Green Bay, got to play the Jets, got to go to Houston. And then you got 2 home games, one against the Jets and one against the 49ers. I'm not loving that gauntlet. So how many wins do you think it's going to take to win the AFC East this year? Assuming no injuries. Let's go that route.
You're basing that off of what? The quarterback play or the team production? What are you basing that prediction off of?
I'm basing that prediction on if Tua doesn't
play,
doesn't have a full training camp. I think I'm predicating it on that. I'm predicating the first 3 on that. You just
started the sentence with Tua. If I tell you first 2 games, we run the ball for 300 yards with 150 apiece off of both our backs, and we win the game, then your point is irrelevant.
My point is wrong, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think the problem that we have here.
That's why we play the game. We didn't expect to freaking beat Denver by 70 points, and we did.
Well, you beat up Denver team with 3 starters out.
Yeah,
so
they beat Kansas
that's
City.
Not really saying all that much.
And they beat Kansas City.
And they beat Kansas City because Mahomes had the flu. You realize that, don't you? That it was widely reported that Mahomes had the flu. Mahomes had a really, really bad case of the flu.
I'm just saying, if they're that bad, they could beat them with a guy having the flu. Correct?
Well, when you have your 3 top defensive players out for the game, when your top cornerback, your top safety, and your top defensive either linebacker or safety,
all I know is your running game. You mentioned all the stuff about our team, but your running game is more suspect than ever. But you're going to
how is the Bills? Please tell me how the Bills' running game is suspect.
Who's your starter?
Cook. James Cook, who ran for 1,124 yards and caught for 453 more last year. Ray Davis, who was comparable in the draft to the guy that you drafted. We don't have a Mostert. But then on the other hand, do you really need 3 speed running backs on your roster when you really could have used a defensive lineman?
We got up to 5. We don't have that problem where we have to hesitate about our running backs. You hesitated for a while, but if Cook's
I've got 3 running backs and I got a fullback. and they're going to keep Gore as a practice squad guy who is what he is. I have no idea if he's good, bad, or indifferent. We'll see.
All I know is I like our chances running the ball against Jacksonville and against you guys.
I don't like your offensive line. It's not your running backs that I have a problem with. It's not your wide receivers that I have a problem with. It's your offensive line that I don't like.
No, hey, let's be honest. Even though you guys had your victories, you guys couldn't stop us when we ran the ball.
We didn't have to.
But my point is, if we need to run the ball, are you prepared to stop it?
Yeah, I think that they're better at defensive line. They're going to go. First of all, they're defensive linemen. They're going to have Daquan Jones, who they had last year for the first game, and then he was a bit of himself in the second game. They're going to have Ed Oliver, who had 9.5 sacks last year, just like Wilkins did, except Oliver's still in Buffalo. They have Dwayne Carter, who they drafted in the third round this year. They got Deshaun Williams, who they picked up, who's going to be a much more solid addition than Tim Settle. And they have Austin Johnson, who's going to be a much better player than what they had in Jordan Phillips. Out at the edge, they're going to have Epinesa, who they re-signed. Rousseau's going into his fifth year. They're both going to be potential double-digit sack guys. Miller is not going to be the same player. Miller even said he shouldn't have played last year. He'll be back. They've got Javon Solomon, who's a rookie. Might not get a whole lot out of him this year. I'll be interested to see how he does in comparison to Kamara, because that's my comparison between the two. And then they have Smoot, who I think is going to be the fifth defensive line. They're going to get Milano back at linebacker. They're going to get Bernard back. Both Milano and Bernard didn't play in the playoff loss to Kansas City. They have Dorian Williams, who they drafted last year. They got Nick Morrow from Philadelphia. They drafted a kid in the fifth round who they really, really like, and I think they're going to keep Deion Jones.
You're naming me 3 guys out of the 11 you just named that are coming back to your team. The rest are going to be brand new guys or rookies. So you're in the same ballpark.
Now let's take a look at the safety position. Roswell Douglas effectively replaces Tre'Davious White.
Your secondary.
They're going to have Christian Benford, who was rated 8th by PFF last year as cornerback in the NFL. Those are going to be Teron Johnson, who's one of the top 3 slot cornerbacks in the league. So they've got 3 starting safeties. They have good solid backups. They have Kyer Elam, who's coming on in OTAs. Does that translate into training camp? We're going to see how that translates. Then they've got Daquan Hardy, who they're going to use as a backup for Teron Johnson, who's going to be a returner on his team. And they've got another corner, Ingram, who's like 6'2", 190, who has game experience. Their safeties are going to be different, but the safeties were slow last year.
All I know, Mark, is the amount of pressure you're putting on us to succeed. Imagine you guys. Not only do you have to hurdle over us, but you have to hurdle over the Jets too. Like you guys
let me tell you something.
in a position where
remember something. This is a transition season for Buffalo. Buffalo doesn't expect to really win this year in 24. They expect to be a playoff team, and they expect to compete for the AFC East. But next year, Buffalo is going to be Buffalo's year. Remember, Buffalo had to restructure their roster this season because they were aging and too costly. Same thing that Miami had. Miami had aging and costly decisions they had to make, and they had to shred their roster. So Buffalo, what Buffalo did is they have 10 draft picks next year. They have a first, 2 seconds, a third, 3 fourths, and then 5, and then 2 and a 6th and 1 and a 7th. They're going to have 5 picks. They're going to have 5 picks in the top 100. Plus, they're going to have a ton of money under the salary cap because they ate it all this year by paying off the big contract. I think they're going to be competitive. I think they're going to be competitive for the 2024 division, but they're really rebuilding for 2025 in phase 2 of Josh Allen's career. I think this is a transition year. They may not win. They may not win the division. I think they're a playoff team.
Win the division. Do you think the Dolphins will win the division this year, knowing what you just said about dismantled?
Because I think the Jets. I think the Jets are better than you are, and I think the Jets are going to be fighting for Buffalo for first place in the division. I think Miami's an 8 or 9 win team tops. That's it. That's where you are.
I agree.
I don't like the start of your schedule with your injuries that you have up front or in your linebacking core, and I don't like your last 6 games.
Well, you don't have to like them. I'm back, man. I've been really busy. I appreciate all of you guys keeping this going. I didn't think it was going to stay going.
No, I don't like your last 6 games, and I think you're not going to have Phillips and you're not going to have Chubb, and you may not have the real Phillips and the real Chubb until 2025. I don't think this team is going to win this year. Plus, you have this mess at quarterback with no resolution.
Well, you remember the
you
question
got
I asked
you got a
Mark,
one-factor speed offense. That's yeah.
You might not like it, but that's fine. In this world, God doesn't give us everything in our hand. We got to struggle sometimes. But I got to be honest, you struggled mightily. When I asked you earlier on this panel, and I asked you, do you think the Miami Dolphins are prepared for life without Tua this upcoming season if he decides to hold in? You
said
we're
no.
not. And I completely disagree. Mark, can you name another NFL team in the league right now that's had the same backup quarterback working under the same offensive system for 3 years?
Let me think. The Jets have not. The Bills have not. They've had Trubisky 2 out of 3 years.
2 out of 3.
So 2 out of 3. Let's see. Pittsburgh hasn't. Baltimore lost Hundley, so they don't.
But you had one in the
Cincinnati and Browning does.
I don't want to. No, Cincinnati.
Yes, Cincinnati does. Browning is in his 3rd year.
Second.
Check it. I think it's his 3rd. And let me see about Cleveland. Now, Cleveland's a mess because they've gone through like 18 quarterbacks. Jacksonville, no, because they just got Mac Jones this year. Let me think. Tennessee, no, because they went to the rookie. Let's see. Indianapolis, no. Indianapolis, no, because they gave up on Minshew. Houston, trying to think if Houston has. Doesn't Houston still have?
Houston, yes, because they still have Davis Mills, Mark, but they don't have the
Yeah,
same
that's what I thought. Okay, Oakland, no.
You can name quarterbacks that have been in the same team, but it's not the same system.
Yeah, but what if your system? But Pete, what if your system is flawed? What if your system isn't right? What if the speed system and the way that you play is the wrong philosophy to play?
That's what we're trying to tell you.
Mark, what you fail to realize is the system is not wrong. The system is not flawed. Tua's limitations are holding us back from greatness, but that's it. We put up damn near 30 touchdowns rushing on the ground last year with 2 running backs. The system is great. The system
until you play somebody that you have to play. That's a playoff team. Miami is a great team to beat the stiffs. You can beat the stiffs all day long because you have more speed and you can do more things than those teams can do offensively. You can go beat the Denver Broncos and you can beat the Patriots and you can beat the Raiders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when you play a team that's got a front four that has an ability to squeeze the middle and put inside pass rush on and make Tua throw outside the boundaries, you're in trouble. And it's been shown not just by Buffalo. It's been shown by Kansas City. It's been shown by Philadelphia. It's been shown by Baltimore. And you may very well see it shown this year by the Jets. And you may see it this year with the Patriots because the Patriots are restructuring their football team. It has everything to do with everything. Styles make fights.
Okay, but what you fail to realize is Mike White, 2 years in the same system. Skylar Thompson, 3.
I'm sorry, sorry. Though you want to go put out Skylar Thompson and you go get him that same performance he had in the Buffalo playoff game. 18 for 45 for 220 yards, 2 interceptions, 1 touchdown, 4 sacks, and a passer rating of 44. You go give me Skylar Thompson week 2. Because that's what Skylar Thompson gave you in Buffalo in that playoff game. I don't care that you lost 34-31. It was a 34-24 game. You had a lead for a short time because of a defensive touchdown. And I'm telling you, Skylar was very, very, very average. And your problem this year is, why didn't he play last year? Why did you keep throwing Mike White out when you had a chance to put Mike White out? You had a bunch of blowout games. Why was Mike White playing and why was Skylar Thompson not being developed? You tell me, you give me those answers. You tell me what's going on with that. Because I would be a lot more concerned if Skylar Thompson played.
Yeah,
man on the
hey,
scene.
this guy loves me right now. Y'all don't even understand. This guy loves me. He loves me right now? He does. Yes, he does.
Go to the racetrack. Can you drop me off at the
I can't right now, but hey, you guys. I'll catch up
Caller
with you guys
says,
later.
it's a race to 10 wins in the AFC East. I think it's 11. I think you have to win at least 11.
All I know,
But then
man,
again, you're going to laugh at me too, because I think the best team in the AFC North is Pittsburgh. You look what the Pittsburgh Steelers have become and the players they have on their roster, and look what they've done in their offensive line. You win in the trenches, and that's the bottom line. And where Miami has its greatest weaknesses are in the trenches. Your offensive line has holes. Your defensive line has holes. When you strengthen yourself in the trenches, come and talk to me. But until then, no.
What do you mean? Hey, we were top 5 on offensive line production, and then our defensive line and we were almost top 10 in defensive production the whole season as well. What are you talking about, bro? Trenches.
Okay, you realize that 40% of your offensive line that was starting last year isn't there anymore, right?
I get that, but don't say that we didn't establish it when we proved we can. I mean, these coaches,
What did you establish in your losses last year? In the 7 losses that you had, when you had to play teams that can actually play defense, that have players, what did you establish? You didn't establish fuck. You established nothing. You established nothing in the passing game. You established nothing in the running game. You ran because teams let you run. And the 7 games that you lost last year, twice to Kansas City, to Baltimore, to Philadelphia, twice to Buffalo, and even, God forbid, to Tennessee.
I'm not gonna lie.
You lost 7 games last year, and you didn't establish anything. In the games that you
I'm
needed
glad
to
I got
play
real
and you
talk
needed
up
to
here.
win, you didn't fucking establish one blessed thing. You could go run for 336 yards, which blows out your statistics against the Denver Broncos. Whoopty flipping ding dong. They won 4 games last year, or 7 games last year. Big deal. But
Hey, real
they were
talk.
missing 3. They were missing 3 starters on offense. You didn't establish a damn thing. The speed offense works really well when you can out personnel. The Miami Dolphins remind me very much of the mid-1990s University of Florida Gators. They had better people at wide receiver. The quarterbacking was great for college, sucked for the NFL. But they had better personnel. In a way, they're like Alabama. You're lining up all of these great wide receivers with these quarterbacks who I've never thought were very good. And you won because you were way better. You're way better than the guys that are stocking shelves at an Albertsons.
You're reaching
But
right
when you
now,
have
and
to
that sounds
play,
like, hey,
when you have to play the best of the best, you fall short. And did you do anything to not fall short this
the best
year?
of the best.
You got
Hey, you want to
worse.
talk best of the best? Fall short. 13 seconds can make you that champion, not us.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about.
Don't put that on
I
us,
don't
Ricky
care.
Bobby.
They
You
lost
got
the
the
13-second
championship
game.
on that one.
They blew the
Choking in
13-second game. It was a
13
combination of
seconds.
bad
That's not
coaching,
us. That's
bad
your
coordination.
championship, but
They lost the game.
I don't want to hear hand-eye coordination.
Everybody
You
loses
choked in
games,
less than
dude.
15 seconds, dude.
But I'll tell you what, we didn't choke 7 times.
You choked
We
4
choked the
times,
last
bro,
13
when it
seconds.
counted the most,
We
and then
choked
you
the last
stayed.
13 seconds of a football game
Hey,
on the
all
road
I
in a
know,
playoff game that would have
my
went to the
history
AFC Championship
dictates
game.
that you choked 4 times when it mattered the most, and then you choked against Patrick Mahomes twice. That's 6 times in my lifetime.
Why is it when I bring up the Miami Dolphins failures, you keep bringing up Buffalo's failures? Why don't you
Because you
address your
failed
own
to
team? This is a
mention your
Dolphin talk show.
failures.
I'm
You
addressing
were put in the
your football
spotlight,
team.
and because you
You
failed
want me
to
to address
mention
my
your
football team? We'll
failures
change
in
this
the
to a Buffalo Bills
spotlight.
talk. We'll change this to a
Come
Buffalo
on,
Bills
dude.
talk if you want to do that. But if you want to talk Miami
I'm just
Dolphins, which is
saying,
exactly what I'm
because look,
doing,
if you
and
want to bring it
you
to
go
that
back to Buffalo
extreme,
when I'm talking
all
about
I'm telling
Miami,
you is
and
let's
I'm on a
bring up
Miami
your
Dolphins talk
failures
show,
in
you
the
tell me why that's
spotlight.
the
That's
case.
all I'm saying. If you want to bring up this type of stuff, I can be like, okay, fine, but let's bring up your failures in the spotlight.
Fine. I admit to my failures. I don't have a problem with it.
I hope you
I don't have a
do.
problem being
I
out.
hope
I don't
you
have a
do.
problem being out in front of 13 seconds or getting beaten by 18 in the AFC Championship game or falling flat out or running face first into a wall against Cincinnati and gagging a makeable field goal in a game, which, by the way, even if you'd made the field goal, they'd have lost because they weren't going to stop Mahomes from driving down the field to score anyway.
Field goal is also your expertise. You should know about field goals.
Yeah. Scott Norwood, thank you very much.
Real talk, Perez. You still there?
But I'm saying let's let the Miami Dolphins get to those places. You haven't gotten to those places in over 2 decades. Talk to me about the Miami Dolphins and all of the great victories that they've had in the last 23 years.
Mark, bring that topic up once I'm done with Real Talk Perez, because I want to give a big round of applause to this Tampa Bay fan. Shout out to TFTG. I watched the episode yesterday. I was listening in for the majority of it. And Real Talk Perez, I just want to give you a round of applause the way you put Reason in that blender, bro. Can you remind us how you cooked Reason the other day?
No, don't.
Oh, share with us, please, because Reason is a really interesting dude.
It was just a lot of. It's just what's going on.
I want you to have the floor, because I remember you saying that Reason doesn't let you talk, and you kept saying that, and you kept saying that.
I mean,
so right now you get to let us know. You get to talk right now. You're on the floor.
It's people just not listening, or they hear something and they think they're hearing something else, and they're not listening to the words. First of all, I had people say that I was saying how Tua extends plays in the front of the play. They were laughing at me and saying that I was disagreeing with a Hall of Fame quarterback, Kurt Warner, which was a lie. And they couldn't comprehend how a player could extend a play in front of a play, like a player can extend the play after the play. So they just didn't understand that. And that happened to be a lie because it wasn't something I said. It was what Kurt Warner said. He said that. I was agreeing with Kurt Warner. So once again, just people not understanding what they're hearing and just end up looking stupid. As far as Reason, he was lying about a few things that I just, had to put it out there about the things he was lying about, which one, again, he was not listening to what I was saying when it had to do with Tua and Lamar. Two was him obviously lying about what I said about my own team because it just didn't make sense, and I proved that. And then also, I think he was saying something about the RPO, and he was arguing with somebody about the RPO, and I was the only one that was like, I think both you guys are right. And then that was proven that I was right about that. He also was wrong about what he was saying with Madden. It was just a lot of things that just like this is the thing that I'm talking about. People hear stuff, and instead of listening to what is actually being said, they're taking it for something else, and then they're putting their own spin to it, and now it sounds ridiculous. Now everybody's laughing at it. Instead of people just saying, I don't get what you're saying. I think you're saying this, but I could be wrong. Explain more. What are you saying? And then finding out what I'm actually saying instead of just interpreting it wrong. But that's what the internet does. That's what happened.
That's crazy, man. That was awesome. That was awesome. And I wasn't agreeing with you with that spot throwing thing because at the same time, just like hey, somebody has music. I think that's you, Mark. Hold on. Yeah, that's Mark. At the same time, when they said every quarterback is a spot thrower, that's true. Every quarterback is going to aim at a spot to get it to their guy. That's part of quarterbacking. That's part of being the quarterback. But the issue with these two-and-ears, Real Talk Perez, is that they think Tua's spot throwing is something special. You see what I'm saying? And it's all Mike McDaniel. And the fact that that's all Tua can do, which is throw out of the pocket, quick, release, 2-second offense out of that specific spot so everything could be on time, that's a horrible offense to be stuck under. Do you not agree?
Of course I agree. It's just sad that Dolphin fans act like I see color in there. No one understood what you were saying. I don't know why it was hard to understand what I was saying. Even your own wide receiver, Sherfield, had an interview where he said the exact same thing, whereas I have to be at a certain spot and the ball's going to be there whether I'm there or not. I mean, I don't understand how hard it is to understand the difference of spot throwing when we talk about the two differences of I see where you're going and I'm throwing to the spot I believe you're going to be at based on what you're doing, and I'm just going to throw it there no matter what it is you're doing. The ball's supposed to be there. I'm going to throw it there. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care if it got rerouted. I don't care whatever. Like, I don't understand how that is so hard to understand. But again, I think it's a lot of bullshit that people just act stupid. Because I tend to tell myself that people are acting stupid, because it's hard for me to believe people are actually that stupid because they can't comprehend the difference.
Hey, I love that you said that. I agree. I think that's exactly what it is. And it's not acting stupid. I call it more defending the team and sounding stupid at the same time. Because I get it, real talk. Most fans, they're like Eddie Guerrero, that wrestler, lie, cheat, and steal. They would lie, cheat, and steal for their team to sound better than what they are. So I agree. And it sucks that our community and the Dolphins community is looked at as a dumb, not so smart community. Because the majority of these community, the majority of them, they all have their Twitter, their channels, they all have their stuff. And shout out for them. And I hope great success. And I hope they're right at the same time. But at the same time, I feel so right that they're so loud and wrong that it comes back as stupid. So I agree with you, real talk. It is kind of stupid sometimes listening to these two ears defend them the way that they defend them with some of the stats that they spew, even though stats could be misleading, bro.
Well, not only that, but I said exactly that to Reason, which was because he was like, "Well, what are you going to get out of all of this?" And I was like, "Oh, I just want to, follow the story, because at the end of the story, someone's going to be right about Tua, someone's going to be wrong about Tua." And I've already expressed, I believe that after this next contract he's going to get, I believe that'll be the last starting contract that he gets. I don't think Tua's going to last in the league. And
hold on,
I asked Reason, I said, what does Tua have to do for you to change your mind about Tua and say, yeah, he's not the guy? And basically, Reason said, there's nothing he can do. He said he would have to, dramatically fall off a cliff and just be terrible. And I tried to get him to elaborate on that, like how bad, and basically it just has to be super, 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 super bad. So Reasons is definitely one of the guys where if Tua ends up to be an average guy, he's still going to be like, oh, yeah, he's one of the better quarterbacks. He's never going to be realistic about what Tua is.
Real time.
He showed that on that.
I'm sorry. Real time. Tua was average last year. That's the point that I'm bringing up. 29 touchdowns and 20 turnovers is average. I'm sorry. It's average.
Yeah,
it's not high level.
Some people would, I hear what you're saying. Some people would look at the yards and then look at the touchdowns and compare it to everybody else. And because of that, they would make the argument of, well, if he's average, then what is this guy? Because this guy,
when they ask that in real time, when they ask that, when they bring out that point, ask them how many touchdown passes. Ask them how many passes that Jordan Love threw last year. Ask them how many how many touchdown passes Dak Prescott threw last year. Tell me who both had more touchdown passes than Tua, had less interceptions than Tua, had less turnovers than Tua, had fairly close to comparable yards. And every time they bring up, well, he led the league in passing yards last year. Burrow was out.
I mean, I'm not a big numbers guy, Mark. And that's, again, another thing that was proven that was so stupid because Reason tried to make it seem like I was saying this about Brady because of numbers. And before he even came on, I had been saying plenty of times I'm not a numbers guy. I'm not a big, this numbers means this number means this, because I believe that there's a lot of things that go into the numbers. There's a lot of reasons why the numbers come out the way they come out, whether it's game plan, whether it's matchups, whether it's injuries. There's a lot of reasons why numbers could get skewed. So I'm not a big numbers guy, but I'm more of I watch the tape and I see what a quarterback does. I watch the tape. I see what's on a quarterback's plate. I watch the tape and see what that quarterback is responsible for, and I see who does their job better, and I see who has more on the plate for their job. And so, you really don't got to preach to me when we're talking about
Tua's argument is very simple. It's the market is what the market is. My answer to that question is
Exactly.
the performance is what the performance is, and the outcome is what the outcome is. The outcome is you're 0-1 in your playoff history. You have a failure against winning teams. You have a failure in cold weather games. So the performance is what the performance is. The outcome is what the outcome is, which both of those override the market is what the market is.
No, I disagree with that because the outcome does not. The outcome when it comes to this contract, right? This is what I've been telling people. When it comes to this contract, which is a contract after the rookie contract, it's about what's possible. It's not about what you've been doing. So that whole outcome of like you haven't won a playoff game, that's more for that third contract. Once you get into that third contract like Dak, then those type of things come to play. Like, oh, you haven't done this, you haven't reached these levels yet. But as far as the second contract, all he has to do is look at the numbers. I'm number 1 in yards. I'm number 1 in this. I'm number 2 in this. I'm a top 5 player. Look at my stats. I'm a top 5 player, and this says that I could reach this level of play. So because of that, I believe he's going to get nothing less than top 5, if not top 3, if not set the market itself because of his numbers.
Real time, as a Bills fan, and we're getting close to where we have to go back and make an extension for Josh Allen because he's woefully underpaid on the contract that he signs because of the market, not because of outcome. Josh Allen comes to the table and says, well, I'm this and I'm that and I'm this and I'm that. My answer to Josh Allen is going to be, how many Super Bowls have we gotten to? How many AFC Championship games have we won?
But hold on real quick, Mark. I got your point, but let's say this. Josh Allen goes to the GM and says, look, Tua just got the market. So if Tua and you're going to pay Tua $50+ million because that's the market, guys like Josh Allen should be running to the GM. Hey, if Tua got 55, look at me compared to Tua's skill set. When does skill set matter?
Who's the other quarterback that'll be running to the GM right now? If the market is the market.
Let me tell you something. Most of they're begging for Tua to get paid because the moment he gets paid, that's going to address them to where their standard is. So all these Tuaneers sitting here saying, oh, they waited on these quarterbacks so Tua could get a market. No, it's actually the opposite. Because if Tua would have got the bag first and Tua would have got 55 before Lawrence's people would have said, look, Tua got 55. I'm not signing on the dot unless we start at 65. Josh Allen could easily go to his general manager and say, look, Tua just got 55. That means the market is at 65.
You know what's going to make all this moot? You know what's going to make all this discussion moot in the next 12 months? All quarterback contracts are going to be capped to a relationship of percentage of the cap. So at that point, it really doesn't matter. The market is what the market is. The market is what the allowable percentage of the cap to the quarterback position being. And that's the way it's going to be.
That's just the way I feel. If Tua gets a contract, and let me ask you two guys, I got 2 questions actually. But the first one is going to be, let me ask you guys a question because Real Talk Perez earlier when he was talking, he said a statement whereas the Tuaneers are going to be right and the Tua haters are going to be wrong at this point. Let me ask you, Real Talk and Mark, if Tua gets a contract today in 2 hours, right now, he signs the deal. You think that generates us from being wrong, the Tua haters? Shout out to Al the Sailor. You think that already stamps? Oh, you're wrong. The Tua haters were wrong because Tua got the deal.
The Tua haters were the ones that were right, and they're going to be right all the way along because Tua is not going to be a player that's going to lead you to any place. And I'm getting fairly close in my time with Buffalo to say that maybe Josh Allen isn't going to get Buffalo all the way there either. So what is he worth in the long term?
No. Let me tell you something, Mark. He's going to get there. I know he's going to get there.
He won't. He's not going to get there. He's a white Cam Newton. He's not going to do it.
No, he's not a white Cam Newton. He's a much more accurate passer, and he's a much better quarterback, and he has potentially better weapons than Cam Newton ever had. And Cam Newton was all about flash. Josh Allen's not all about flash. Josh Allen is about opening up children's hospitals and generating donations. He's a quality guy.
I mean, well, all right. Well, I like that. That sounds good. I mean, Cam did the same thing. Cam did giveaways and shit, stuff like that. But I just don't think. I just don't think
Cameron
Josh Allen
running
can get over
goofy
that hump.
hats makes two.
I don't think.
I kind of like that comparison, the white Josh Allen. I mean, the white Cam Newton. But didn't Cam Newton go to the Super Bowl his second year in the NFL?
Yeah, he went to the Super Bowl.
No,
He took a very average team to the Super Bowl.
Third or fourth year, yes.
It wasn't the second year, and it wasn't an average team. And it wasn't the second year, and it wasn't an average team. Cam Newton had a
great defensive team, but who are their starting wide receivers? Can you tell me who their starting wide receivers were?
Well, I mean, I'm a Bucs fan, so I can, but
Ted Ginn and Brenton Burton.
I mean, they had Ted Ginn and
they had Cotchery.
Jericho Cotchery, and they had Greg Olsen as tight end.
Greg Olsen as the tight end. Jonathan Stewart. They had the running back Jonathan Stewart.
But you take a good defense with a run game and you can go far. And now you add a quarterback that can also run and a quarterback that can play some quarterback. Not the greatest, but he can play some quarterback. And it's a hard team to beat. It's a hard team to beat.
I'll be honest with you. I think what we're waiting for in life is that we're waiting to see who's going to play chicken first. Is it going to be Jordan Love or is it going to be Tua?
Well, I don't think they're playing chicken.
And they offered Jordan Love $58 million a year average annual value. Now, Chris Grier is going to be looking at. He's going to be more fixed in his position of fifth-year option. We're not paying this.
Here's the tricky part about the whole Jordan Love and Tua situation. I get it; they came out in the same draft class, which is a good starting point to measure. But at the same time, Jordan Love and Tua, I believe, have the same exact agent. So by them having the same agent, almost goes into play where one can't get played. You get what I'm saying? Because if the general manager from the Packers is talking to the agent about Jordan Love's number, then Grier for the Dolphins is talking about Tua's number. That agent knows the numbers. He's going back and forth trying to get the most compared to both of those clients.
It's also where money's coming from on these contracts. Green Bay is a municipality-owned team. They are not a singular owner. So there's a difference between Green Bay paying Jordan Love out of what the shares are within the context of the municipal ownership versus money coming out of Steve Ross's pocket. So there is a huge difference in the way that money is going to be disseminated.
Right. And you don't hear the same type of chatter with Green Bay.
Hold on, because Mark be trying to sound super smart, but at the same time, I get what you said. They're the only NFL team that doesn't run it by an owner. But that has nothing to do with getting what you call it paid. Jordan Love, Mark, that has nothing to do with him getting structured under a certain salary cap number that all 32 NFL teams. That didn't stop the Packers from paying Brett Favre. That didn't stop the Packers from paying Aaron Rodgers.
It does in the amount of guaranteed money you have to put up. Because when you sign a contract, that contract's got two pieces to it. That contract has guaranteed money, and then it has incentives that are built in. So, like Trevor Lawrence, his guaranteed money is $142 million. His contract's $200 million, but he doesn't have to see that other $58 million. He doesn't. If he doesn't perform to Jacksonville's expectations, that $58 million is off the table. It's gone. So the issue about Tua is going to be about how many years are going to be guaranteed. Because if the Dolphins give him a deal, let's say a 5-year deal, but only 2 years are guaranteed, 3 years of that's funny money. It doesn't mean anything. I only look at a contract in relationship to guaranteed dollars because the rest of it's horseshit. It's like Tyreek Hill's contract in his last year. Is he ever going to see the money that's in the contract his last year?
You remember the Saints Taysom Hill contract, which was the biggest BS ever? That's
but it's funny money. And the only thing that's not funny money is what's guaranteed. And the guaranteed is all paid up front. And what I'm saying is that you need somebody with pockets, deep pockets, because they got to put up that money up front, or they have to put it into an equity account.
Escrow. It's called escrow.
Or an escrow. Yeah, it's called an escrow account. Yeah. So can Green Bay pay that? Absolutely. Because that's done out of a municipality. Does Steve Ross want to take that money out of his pocket and put it into an escrow account for Tua? And we have to take a look at history. We have case number one. We have a discrepancy at the draft as to which quarterback they want to take at 5. We have an issue of even after Tua has been brought on, they want to talk to Brady and do some illegal tampering. Then they want to go back and they want to get involved in the Deshaun Watson. These are both cases where they have Tua under contract. This is two cases where Steve Ross is saying, I want somebody else. I want to win. I don't think this guy can win. So the
I'm
way I
glad
see
you
it,
said that guy's name, Stephen Ross, because that's exactly who it is, the boss.
But didn't Ross want? I mean, but didn't Ross want to? Or didn't the black coach?
You know what Steve Ross wanted. Steve Ross wanted to sell merchandise. He wanted to sell tickets out. He had an Alabama fan base that was going to go absolutely crazy and overpay for tickets and buy a shit pot full of merchandise. And he could sell the marketing rights to the radio rights and everything to Brazil to take on more of his Hard Rock Stadium enterprises and do more things. Stephen Ross is done with Tua. And this is something that I don't know if Pete has said. I think you may have in the past. Stephen Ross is done with Tua. There is no more pile of cash coming out of having Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. He sold as many jerseys as he's going to sell for the most part. He sold as many broadcast rights as he's going to sell. He's made the improvements to
That's
Hard Rock
why,
Stadium that he's going to make.
Mark, that's why I still feel like Tua should be traded. Like, and I get a feeling that Tua will be traded. I don't know why.
And then who are you going to get back?
Like I said, I don't dispute. Yeah, I don't dispute that you're going to trade him. I just dispute where.
I'll say Denver. Bo Nix is
I don't say Denver.
That's not really a sure thing there.
It's not going to be
Neither
Denver.
is Tua.
It's not
Neither
Denver.
is Tua. That's the point. That's the point that every team is going to bring up. There is no team that you could trade Tua to that's going to necessarily be better than what they already have, except it's going to be more expensive. You trade him to Denver. Is he going to be better than Bo? Is he going to be better than Bo Nix? I can't guarantee you that.
LA. What about
Bo
LA?
Nix is like
what about the Raiders or Vegas? What about the Raiders?
I think Gardner Minshew is better.
Seattle.
Fine.
Seattle
Who would I rather
too,
have? Would I rather have Gardner Minshew at whatever I'm paying him, or would I rather have Tua at $24 million with a contract I have to fulfill next year?
Tua.
Okay, next team, please.
Tua.
No, because Gardner Minshew is actually going to perform better. He has historically performed better without the weapons. The key thing that people are forgetting over and over and over and over again is if you give said quarterback the same weapons, what is that said quarterback going to do with those weapons? Is he going to perform at a level above, at, or below where Tua is currently performing?
Gardner Minshew's not throwing for
Remember
46
I said I had
yards
two
and
questions for
29
you guys?
TDs. He's not
Okay,
going to do
Pete,
that.
what's your other question, everybody?
That was going to be the second question, actually, Mark. This is a dumb question because I kind of much know your answer, but I just want to know. Real talk and Mark. Remember, Mark, the Bills were on a 6-game losing streak last year or something. You guys felt it was like 6-6, I believe, right?
We were 6-6, and we were losing a couple games here and there and playing like shit.
Now, let's go to that point. Do you think Tua is capable of turning the Bills around and making a historical comeback to win the division like Josh Allen did? You think Tua is capable of doing that if the quarterbacks were swapped?
No, because Josh Allen wasn't responsible for that turnaround. Joe Brady and the modification of the offense was responsible for that turnaround to get away from the dependency on Stephon Diggs, to explore the running game with a good offensive line that you had that you weren't utilizing, to take Gabe Davis out of the game where he would catch 6 balls in one game and then be silent for a month, to get James Cook involved in the attack, to start throwing to Dalton Kincaid and Shakir, who caught 39 balls and 45 targets. Was it Josh Allen? Yeah, Josh Allen happens to be the quarterback. Josh Allen's not the sole cause of the turnaround. And that's why I keep saying this year, everybody's saying, well, they lost Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs wasn't there the last 7 games of the year anyway.
That's good. So you basically said no. Now the question I'm going to have is real talk. Real talk, Perez. Real talk, Perez, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Real talk. You think if it was a different scenario, instead of Baker Mayfield in the first year in Tampa, instead of it being Baker Mayfield, you think Tua in his first year in Tampa with a new coach, new coordinator, just like Baker had it, you think Tua wins the division in Tampa in the NFC South?
Yes. Because they both played their system and both did the exact same thing, which was key in on their number one guy and just go with the end.
Real talk. I'm going to tell you right now, you want to say yeah, and I get your point. I'll let you finish, but I'm going to say you're loud and wrong. And the reason why I'm going to say you're loud and wrong, because I saw Tampa games last year, and I like Baker Mayfield. And Baker Mayfield, he's a dirty player in a way where He breaks tackles. How many broken tackles did that guy scramble and throw on the run? How many times?
Doesn't matter.
Was that part of the playbook? Was that part of the system? Real talk. Him scrambling, fighting for his life.
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
Him doing
so all
that.
those plays. Okay,
Him
all
doing
those
that.
plays that. Okay, all those plays that Baker Mayfield did by jugging and breaking a tackle here and there and throwing on the run, all those completions, Tua gets sacked on. That's the definitive factor. That's the reason why.
No, it's
All
not.
those sacks Tua would have took, he would never have won the division, bro. He would have actually got an extra loss. One at least with all the sacks he would have took.
See, the reason why Baker needed to break those tackles was because he was missing players. Tua and Baker literally had the same season last year. They both keyed in on their number one guy, and their number one weapon was open most of the freaking time. That's why they just leaned on it. I watched both tapes. I watched Baker tape. I watched Tua tape. They both did the exact same thing. Different systems, different playbook, but they did the exact same thing. Not even really going into the plays, but just keying into their number one guy and hoping that he's open. And that's what they did. They would have did the exact same thing to each other. They played the game.
One other thing I want to pop in here with. Remember, Miami had a much better running game than Tampa Bay did. Miami had a much better running game.
What y'all won last year? 3 games? How many of the Panthers won out?
Yeah, they won 2 games last year, but the Panthers won 2 games last year, bro. Yeah.
Y'all won 2 games. You think Tua and Carolina, think that'll give you a better You would want Tua in Carolina?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So explain to me why. Over Bryce Young.
Yes.
I think Tua would have had a better year. I wouldn't take Tua over Bryce because I still don't think we've seen what Bryce can do.
Yeah, I think we've seen what Bryce can do. He's short. He doesn't weigh anything. He doesn't have that much of an NFL arm. We've seen what Bryce can do. Would Tua be better in Carolina? But he doesn't have the weapons. How would Tua do with Adam Thielen, and what did you have as your second wide receiver last year in Tampa or Carolina?
Tua, again, that first year, Tua would have did better than Bryce because I think right now Tua is a better quarterback than Bryce. Not saying much, but he is a better quarterback than Bryce. But I do think Dave Canelli is going to open up Bryce and make
you give Tua in this Miami team, Carolina's starting wide receivers in last year and running backs. Tell me what Tua's stats would be, assuming that he had Carolina's skill players. Tell me what Tua's stats would be.
Hey, I'll tell you something though.
No, it wouldn't have been good.
Adam Thielen would have had over 150 catches.
They wouldn't have been good.
1-yard passes all game.
Yeah, he's going to have 150 catches for 900 yards. Congratulations, 6 yards a catch. Wow.
Exactly, Mark.
Goody.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, but again, I just don't think. I think Dave Canellis is going to open up Bryce Young. I think we have Bryce Young.
We're
just
not talking about this year. We were talking about last year. I'm just saying, if you took Bryce Young, if you took Tua and you gave him Adam Thielen, and I don't know what your second wide receiver was last year because I didn't follow Carolina Panthers shit football.
I think they had like Jonathan Mingo and Terrence Marshall or whatever. DJ Chark, I can't remember either.
And you put those guys in Miami, and you give Tua the same other players, but you remove Hill, you remove Waddle, you remove Mostert, and you remove A-Chain, and you replace them with Carolina's players. Tua's throwing for about 3,200 yards. He's throwing about 17 touchdowns, about 21 interceptions. He's not running for dick because he's never run for anything. And the running game's going to go and crash, and you're going to average about 16 points a game, and you're going to go 5-12.
Yeah, I agree.
Facts, Mark. I agree with that.
But again,
hey, Mounty, I'm glad you made it, soldier. Let me ask you a question, Mounty. You there?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm here.
What's good, boss? Let me ask you a question, Mounty. Chilling, man. You saw the title. Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniel, and Christopher Grier. Do you think our team is prepared for life without Tua if Tua decides to hold in like Emmitt Smith for the first couple games, like demanding the bag? Like, if he really is demanding the bag, he would hold in and force the Dolphins to play the other players. You think we're prepared?
Yes. And
Oh,
I say,
really? Oh, really? You hear that, Mark? Tell me why. Tell me why, Mountie.
and I say this, and people can have their own opinions, and I respect their opinions. Just last night, I rewatched. I watched the Buffalo game, the playoff game that we played against Buffalo 2 years ago, and Skylar Thompson was playing football.
Oof.
Now, actually, I watched a couple games. Now, Skylar Thompson is to me, I think he's a better quarterback because why? If you look at him and you look at the all 22, he actually is reading the field. Where Tua is just trying to manipulate defenders to try to throw the ball through holes. Okay, that's all he's doing. And if you look at the
And you be
game,
hearing these two and ears. What? So, I'm sorry, Mountie, you're gonna have the floor, but you remember hearing these two and ears? Look at Skylar Thompson patting the ball, and like kind of like pump faking. What does that show to you, Mountie, when he was gonna make a throw and he decided to hold it and make a different throw?
well, because the guy's not open. Well, either the guy's not open, the guy's not open, or he's not comfortable with the coverage or something. He's not comfortable making that throw because look, he did a lot of 2 years ago. He was doing a lot of patting the ball in the Jets game. But if you look at the all 22, there weren't very many places to place the ball. He did.
Exactly.
It's not what he did. It's what he didn't do. He didn't put us in harm's way by throwing a pick. It's nothing there. They were trying to bait him to making bad throws, and that's exactly what Buffalo does. They bait you. They try to bait you into making a bad throw. They were trying to play on his inexperience. That's it. Because look at Tua,
100%.
Week 18 against Buffalo, 175 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, and we had 3 takeaways. That's all
100%.
Tua does is try to manipulate defenders. You got to watch the all 22. Tua, his head is going back and forth like a pinball machine.
So can I elaborate on this because I don't think you guys are wrong, right? I've tried to explain it like this, right? When people are like, well, Tua does this and Tua does that. I look at it like this, right? When let's just say I'm learning my timetables, right? And my mother tells me, hey, when you do times 10, just add a 0. That's a little trick you can do. Just add a 0 when you're timing 10. When you're timing times 9 times anything from 1 to 10, all you have to do is put your fingers up and go 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. You put that finger down and you got your number. There's a lot of little tricks when it comes to timetables, right? So when it comes to those tricks, I can do those real easy and I can do them real fast. Now, student letter B, his mom is teaching him how to write it down on a piece of paper. Do this, do that. It's a little bit longer. You might get some numbers wrong, but guess what? When it goes to times table of 3-digit numbers, he's going to be able to do that when the time comes. Me, I'm screwed. I might be faster and I might be able to get the correct answer every time with these little tricks. But when it comes to harder numbers or even 3-digit numbers, I don't know how to do that, period. So that's how I look at it when it's with Tua. I think Tua has these tricks that you mix that in with Mike McDaniel's play calling or play design, and you mix that in with Tyreek. It looks really good. You're gonna get the numbers and everything. It's gonna work for a lot of time. But when you go against these real good defenses or a playoff team that's gonna make you have to do triple number timetables, he has a problem. He doesn't, triple timetables is reading more than two reads or 2 progressions. You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna have a problem with that. Now,
real time. Remember what I was saying before.
That's what I was getting at with Mountie. That's what I was telling Mountie. Every time the 2 and ears made fun of Skylar because he was patting the ball, in reality, it's exactly what Mountie said. He read the coverage, meaning he reads the defense, and he was going elsewhere with the ball. Second progression. As a rookie, real talk,
I get it. So when you guys say that, it sounds good. But I think when people like me say that you're not ready for Tua, is yes, you might have a guy that's doing it the right way, like Skylar, but that's going to be a lot of ups and downs. There's going to be a lot of wrong answers. There's going to be a lot of blows needed there. You're going to have to go through a lot of stuff. So if
let me ask you guys a question.
That's why I asked that question to Mark earlier, real talk. I literally asked Mark, and he couldn't find a team that was with the same situation the Dolphins are in. You know what I just thought about? We're probably the only team prepared like this where this could be causing a stallment into his contract. Mike
Okay,
White,
let
second
me.
year
Pete, I want to
progression
ask
in
you
the
a question.
offense.
It's not
Let
gonna
me
Skylar
let me
affect
land
Thompson,
Tua's
here.
third year
contract.
I want to
progression in
know.
the
I want to know a
offense.
couple pieces of information that I can't get to. First of all, go look at. Can we look up Skylar's Wonderlic score, please? Because to me, and the math reference was really, really good. I think that guys that are particularly smart have the ability to not only. It's not just reading defense; it's being able to analyze openings. It's sort of a Wayne Gretzky hockey kind of thing. He would know,
Who?
or a great chess player. He would know what's going to be open before it would be open. And I wonder the difference between is Skylar holding onto the ball, patting the ball, because he is actually reading the defense and trying to make analytical decisions, or is he just scared and inexperienced? So I want to look up his
Mark,
Wonderlic score.
Mark, you can look it all up. That's fine. But understand when you're looking it up, have this in your head, bro. When we played you guys on that road playoff game, that was Skylar Thompson's third career start.
Right.
Third. The Jets were the second career start. His first versus Minnesota, he didn't get to finish that game. The guy had over 150 passing yards in the first quarter, it seemed like.
Yeah, it looked good. I'm just saying
And
that
it could still take you
Skylar
2
may very
years.
well be more mentally prepared than Tua. And maybe with experience, and this is where I was getting back to my point before, that why didn't he get the experience last year when he had the opportunity? You had multiple opportunities up until you got into the meat of your schedule. You know, he should have played
You know
the
what?
entire second half
Me
against Denver.
personally, just really quickly, I think McDaniel and I think it's more Greer. I think first of all, for Skyler to come in and supplant Tua, that would be a travesty. A seventh round draft pick to unseat your fifth round draft pick,
Uh,
your number 5 draft pick. Because I'm gonna
uh,
tell you something. It's 3 things that
it's
Skyler
Heath
does better
Schuler,
than
Gus
Tua.
Farad all over again. It's
It
literally what
doesn't
it
it
Exactly.
is.
doesn't hurt Mountie. Mountie, the only reason I disagree real quick with you is because it doesn't affect Greer because Greer actually drafted him. Regardless if it was in the 7th round, it helps Greer. It'll save Greer's career if Skylar Thompson actually does beat him out. Let's say this training camp and everything is falling for Skylar and he starts because now not only do you have a better quarterback, but he's also cheaper. We can literally make
I'm telling you
I
something.
really
If
wish
you trade Tua for a
Tua would
fourth
hold
round
out.
draft choice in 2026,
I do
and
wish he holds
you
in too.
anoint your 7th round draft choice as your starting quarterback, they're going to run him out of town on a rail.
Yeah,
I would
I
really
think
like to
that's
see
the problem.
Skylar
Is he's just
Thompson.
assuming he knows already, and
That's who I
that's not
want so
I,
realistic.
bad to play, bro.
I would really like to see Skylar Thompson with first team reps,
I'm
training camp. I would really
But
like that. I really
but
would
And
like
that
why do
goes
you
to
think it
back
just
to
hasn't
the
been done yet?
question. That goes back to the question of what Pete's asking everybody, which is, are we prepared with life without Tua? Even if you think Skyler is the guy, he still might need 2 or 3 years to develop to become that guy. So for those 2 or 3 years,
Did
no,
Jordan
you're
Love
not
did
prepared for
Jordan
it. You're
Love
not prepared
hold
for
on,
him.
did Jordan Love not just come in his first year starting and win?
Yes. How many years
Hey,
is he behind?
the way I look at it,
Yeah,
bring
but
in Tannehill
The
and then
man
have
has been in the
Skyler
system for 3
and have
years.
Exactly.
Skyler behind Tannehill.
your problem is you're running the shelf life on Tyreek
Lance, don't
Hill.
play with me with that, bro. Come on,
You're running
seriously? If
the shelf
Tannehill
life
comes in
out of
here,
Tyreek
he's
Hill,
the
and
backup quarterback.
you're taking years out of his
Not
career
against Tua.
in Miami. If I guarantee you, if they trade Tua, if
Against
Miami
Skyler.
trades Tua and they get like a
Miami's not trading.
2025 or 2025 4th round pick, which is about what his value is based on his whole contract situation, how much do you want to bet the next person on the line saying, I want to get my ass out of effing Miami is going to be Tyreek Hill? Because he is not going to sit here and ring up stats for a Hall of Fame career under Skylar Thompson. It is not happening.
Mark, listen to me when I'm telling you. Tyreek Hill is going to sign a deal this week or possibly next week sometime in these upcoming weeks before training camp. He's going to sign a new
I think they're
contract
going to wait.
in the next 2 weeks. I wouldn't be shocked if it happens right now while I'm on live. It just comes out right now. Breaking news.
I would be
Well,
shocked
if
because
Tyreek
Tyreek's going to
gets
ask
it,
the question.
if Tyreek gets it, Tua's not getting the bag. He'd be lucky to
I
hit
know.
40.
I'm
That's what
glad
I'm
you
saying.
said that, Lance,
I
because
think
that's what I
I
feel
think
like
the
is going to
situation with
happen.
Tyreek has got to be resolved before they do anything with Tyreek. I think this whole
Mark,
situation with Tua, they've got to come out and say, look, here's the deal. You're going to get the fifth-year option. We are not going to give you the bag. We will be prepared to give you the bag if you give us a great year. You haven't given us a great year yet. You've given us the best you've given us 17 games and a marginally above average quarterback with no playoff wins and no
no.
division title.
Bro, Tua just finished screaming at Chris Grier saying the market is the market, right? How is Grier going to sit back and just accept that like that, Mark? So how is he going to find out? Grier's
I'm
going to
thinking
play
that might have hurt
hardball.
Tua. I think that might have hurt
That's
Tua.
how you know the
Grier is being
relationship is
stupid
broken.
by playing hardball. Grier needs to come
No,
out
he's
and
not.
say
No, you're
bluntly,
mad. No. Go ahead, Mark.
no,
Tell
you
me
got
why.
to you got to make your point right now, and you got to make it clear.
He made it
You have
clear.
to make
You
this
don't think
point
Chris Grier
you
made
have to
it
make this
clear,
point
Mark?
incredibly clear.
Wow. Mark, Chris
No,
Grier came
because it
out,
doesn't
said,
because there is no clarity to the rest of your roster.
Mark,
The clarity
this
has
is
to
as
come
clear.
from the front office and saying, this is what we are going to do at our quarterback situation for 2024. We have offered our starting quarterback to take and move on the fifth-year option. If he chooses to
First of all,
take it,
Mark, that's
fine.
dumb. Mark, that's dumb. You don't play
Why?
poker, and because you have two aces, you show everybody your hand.
No,
You
I
don't
think
do
it's
that.
exactly what you have to do.
No, you don't. You have to do exactly what Chris Grier does because, like I said, if you pay attention, the main important information you need to have under this conversation is Tua saying the market is the market. That makes Grier and McDaniel look at Tua like, hold on. And our system is our system. And Tyreek is Tyreek. Without our system and without Tyreek, you don't have a freaking market, Tua. So you know what? You want to play hardball? Fine.
Prove it.
Play on the fifth. Sit in, like Pete is hoping you do, because when you hit free agency, that's when we're going to find out your true value. Like you said, Mark, no team is going to trade for him. Okay, fine. I agree with that. Nobody's going to trade for a Tua for $23 million for 1 year. I kind of agree with that unless you're getting a 7th rounder or a 6th rounder. But if he hits the open market, free agency, the Dolphins let him walk. Aren't we going to find out what his true value is in a bidding war, Mark?
What bidding war?
No, you can
That's
say
what I'm
what bidding
saying.
war.
There is no bidding war. There is no
So if you
value
say
with this
what
guy.
bidding war, okay, so if you say what bidding war, you're basically saying Teddy Bridgewater type contract, or Mike White type contract, right? 2 year,
What I'm
$10
saying is
million.
there is no fiscal value here. There is no trade value here. If they'd have traded him in his third
Forget
year, or
trade
before his
value.
third year,
We're past
then he
that.
has
We're
value.
talking about finding the market for Tua. If he wants to find his market, which the market is the market, the only way we will find out what his market is worth if you
We
allow
know
him to
what
hit
the
free
market
agency
is.
and go into a bidding war.
It is not
You don't
the
like
market.
you don't like the word
Hold on,
bidding
Pete.
war because it sounds like multiple and all
Pete.
teams are gonna fight for him. But that's just the reality. If no team fights for him,
Pete.
no team is giving him a contract. You tell him, hey Tua, you're more than welcome
The
to come back
mistake,
for a year for $5 million.
the mistake that
How about
Dolphin
that?
fans are making, is when he says the market is the market. He's not saying the market of Tua is the market. That's not what he's saying. He is saying the market for a franchise quarterback is the market. So in other words, if you want to pay for your franchise quarterback that you drafted, that is the cost, and that is the truth. Whether you want to believe it or not, that is the truth. That is what the market is.
That
We
is
know
not.
what the market is.
Well, what is the market for a top 5 draft pick that had a top 10 defense, number 1 rushing touchdown in rushing, and had a top 5 rushing offense that failed to
None of
produce
that
in a
goes.
playoff game?
None of that matters. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is what Tua did.
So you say none of that. So you're
No,
saying
in the contract
you're coming to
negotiation, none
me.
of that matters.
Hold on. So this is what you're saying. You're coming up to me. I'm Chris Grier. You're Tua, and you're showing me all the stats. Look, I passed for 4,900 yards. I threw for 30 touchdowns. That's what you want to show me, right? And you're telling me that that's what franchise material is worth. That's the market. That's what you're showing me. What you did, right?
Stop
So
radio and stuff playing.
what I'm showing you is what I put around you. Look what I did
It
with
don't
Tyreek
matter.
Hill.
It doesn't
Yes, it
matter.
does. Look
No,
what
it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Bro, I gave you a run game genius, and he
I don't
produced
care.
a running game for you. You know how many
Pete,
quarterbacks they say didn't win
Pete,
games because they didn't have a running game? So you
Pete,
saying you don't care doesn't really mean much.
no,
Because it
it does
matters in
because
the
it does.
NFL, bro.
No, and this is the price for a starting quarterback. Period. This is not the price for a starting quarterback with a number 32 ranked defense or a number first ranked offense or none of that matters. This is the price
Yes,
for
it
a
does.
starting franchise
Yes, it
quarterback.
does
That's it.
matter.
No, it
It
doesn't.
matters, bro. Yes, it does.
So why? Okay, so why is everybody else getting paid?
Name everybody else.
Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence, about to be Jordan Love.
Okay, about to be Jordan Love. One
Yep.
of the worst defenses in the NFL. He carried that
What
team.
does it?
That's the
What
difference.
does it matter?
It matters because if you're looking to set the market, you got to be one of those guys. You got to be a game changer.
And his numbers show that he's one of those guys. I don't care why you think he has the numbers.
And I think what, bro, they just came
Who
out
has
with
the
stat,
numbers?
like in 2000,
Tua.
in 2010.
Tua don't have no numbers.
Why do you think
Bro,
Phillip
he's
Rivers
number one in most
None that
categories.
matters. None that really matters.
It don't
How are you
matter.
going to say none of that matters?
Hey, because I'm gonna tell you why.
It's literally his job.
Listen, did Phillip Rivers get another big contract after leading the Chargers in 2010 and having the number one rated offense? They had the number one rated defense in the NFL and the offense the same year. Did they pay him after that, bro?
What contract
Because
was
he
it?
didn't even make it to the damn playoffs.
What
He had
contract
the
are you
number
talking
one
about?
offense and the number one defense. Phillip
What
Rivers,
contract was it?
his contract was his third contract. His second contract was ending around like 2010 or something in that
Okay,
nature.
so
And he was
again,
gonna
you're
need to
talking
get
about the
extended.
third
And he
contract, and
turned
I've already
it doesn't
explained it.
matter. It doesn't matter.
The
Stats
the
matter,
only
right? He
stats
had
or
the
ratings
number
that
one
matter
offense.
is the end of the year when it matters.
He had the number one
And Tua,
offense rating
and Tua
and the
falls
number one
short,
defense that
way
year.
short at the end of the year.
Guys, when you are talking about a contract, that second year contract, you are going off of production. What is my guy producing for you? I don't care if you have the number one offensive line. If my running back is running for a lot of yards, that is all that matters. It don't matter if you have the best Hall of Fame number one O-line in all of football. It don't matter. That doesn't go against the running back. The running back and his agent says, this is how many yards I was running. This is how much production I gave you. You have to pay me off of the production I gave you. It doesn't matter how they got the production. It don't matter if every time you handed the ball off that everybody was fooled and went to the right and you went to the left. None of that matters. What matters is the production you put on the field. The stats. That's all that matters when it comes to contract talk. And when you look at that, Tua's like, I'm number one here, I'm number one here, I'm number two here, I'm number three here. Boom. I am a top three quarterback. Pay me. Reset the market. That's all that matters. It's that simple.
Okay. And no, it's not. No, it's not, because you fail to realize what I've been telling you the whole time.
If that's the case, we're screwed.
And I'm General Manager Greer. I tell
Because
you,
we're never
if
gonna get to the Super Bowl with Tua. Never.
I mean,
no. Because I could argue those stats. Hey, as much as you
You
want to give
can.
individual stats, here's team stats.
We put just
had a
about
top five
everything
rusher.
around Tua, and he's failed.
Exactly. That's where I'm trying to get to. Shout out to Justin S. This is the
So
first time I see his name.
the
I'm gonna
Tua
give
can't.
him the floor real quick. Hey, hold on, real talk. Let me see who this Justin guy is real quick. Justin, you can have the floor. Tell me who you are, what you want to talk about real quick. First time here.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to the whole Tua contract, if I'm Grier, I'm letting him play the 5th-year option out, and here's why. Out of 4 seasons in Miami, Tua's been healthy for 1 of those seasons. Out of 3 seasons in Alabama, Tua's been healthy for 1 of those seasons. What makes everybody
But
think that he's not going to get hurt next year?
Real Talk Perez thinks that the organization can't come back at Tua like that. Well, you only been healthy 1 year.
I didn't know if you want to bring the health card.
Right.
And if you take Tyreek away, Tua would not have anything.
If you want to play the health card, all you can do is say, okay, throw in some stipulations or throw in some wordplay that'll protect you a little bit. That's all you can do. But the number is still going to be the number. It's going to be the market. The market is the market.
No,
you can word it a certain way. You can protect yourself a little bit more. If you have the whole, your injury, you're not always on the field. Yeah, protect yourself a little bit more. Maybe even slightly bring the numbers to something else. But the market is the market, bro. They have the numbers. There's nothing you can do.
The problem is,
do we get our money back if he gets hurt or fucks up at the end of the year like he always does?
From what I've been hearing, it's the money part is good. The disagreement is between the guaranteed money. So what Tua wants is more years guaranteed, and what the Dolphins want is more like a Trevor Lawrence, where it's only 3 years guaranteed.
But they can't do that. They passed that part of doing that. They should have did that. That's why I said they should have did that contract that they want. They should have did that 2 years ago after Tua had the first good year. That's when they should have asked for that Trevor Lawrence contract. That's when his agent would have allowed that kind of contract. But because they waited for the last year of Tua, the agent's going to be like, no, I'm going to get the most I can get for my client, and we're going to get as many years as we can possibly deserve to get. Period. I'm not going to give you a break. You waited till the last year of my client's year of playing in the contract? No, we're not doing that. That's why Trevor Lawrence was able to give that contract to the Jaguars, because he wasn't even up for a contract yet. But they showed grace by giving him a contract earlier, so his agent gave them grace by putting in some shit that lets them get out earlier.
No,
that's how that works.
Yeah, but that makes sense. But here's the problem: the Dolphins could have signed Tua last year, but Tua didn't want a deal. He wanted to make what Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert were getting, and you can't justify that coming off of the concussions. So that Tua didn't want the deal.
Exactly.
Or choking at the end of the year.
That's the only disagreement I'm having with you, Justin, right now. We could not have signed Tua. What NFL team would have signed a player that was mumming concussion retirement?
I'm not saying that
you couldn't have.
You're right, if that's what you decided to. But if you would have did that, you would be in a way better situation right now. I mean, because instead of playing on his last year, he would be playing on the last year of that contract. They would have to prove it. So you would be on the either give him the rest of the contract deal, or you know what, let him go this year. But you didn't want to do that, or Tua didn't want to do that. So again, I'm not saying that, oh, you should have because every smart guy would have did that. No, but now you're in the situation that you're in. It would have been smart back then. Now, back then, you're like, why would you give him a contract? He gets hurt. Well, guess what? The next year, he had a good year. He didn't get hurt, and now you're in the situation you're in now.
Okay, and like I said, if I'm the Dolphins, I would play the 5th-year option out. Let's see if you get hurt, because, history says that you would get hurt. If you don't get hurt, do what Baltimore did. Put the transition tag on him. Say, hey, Tua, go out there and find your deal. We'll match it if we want. If you don't get the deal you want, come on back. If Lamar Jackson, who is way better than Tua, couldn't get the deal that he wanted, I don't think Tua gets it either.
Well,
it shouldn't be that easy for Tua, right, Justin?
What's that?
If Lamar Jackson had a hard time getting a deal done by his team,
a 2-time
would
MVP,
it be easy for Tua? Yeah.
You can do that. All that is fine and dandy.
That's how you know.
That's saying you can't do it.
The team is the laughing stock right now. Like we can't be serious with this community out here, loud and proud on their platforms, begging for Tua to get paid. Like, that sounds ridiculous. Like, Justin, I love your take, bro. I'm glad you came up here. I don't know who you are, but that was such a great take. It put me at ease. Play Tua on the 5th. and he has no leash. If he starts off rocky, we're done with you. Bench him, Mike White and Skyler. If he's blowing it out the water, we don't have to go ahead and sit here and cave early on because we know Tua at some point is going to slip and fall and break late in the season. So,
But if you do that and Tua plays good, you pretty much lost Tua. Because
No,
he's
not
going to
necessarily.
outprice
You
it.
got the transition tag.
No. You pretty much lost Tua. You pretty much either lost Tua or you pretty much lost your team. Because you can force him to play for you.
Team.
Yeah, because you can force him to play for you, but he can only have to play for a couple of games, and then he can just say, "Oh, I'm hurt," and then not play, and there goes your season. You can't trap the player.
But no, if he does that, then that hurts his market.
It doesn't. Fans keep saying that, but all the agent has to do is tell the other team, "Yeah, he didn't. He faked it." Like that's all it does. The team did him dirty. They didn't want to pay him. They wanted to keep franchise tagging him or whatever. He faked his injury, and the other team's like,
but he doesn't have anything to show for it.
That's the thing.
He already has the years.
What has he shown? What has he shown? That he can get hurt?
Hold on.
That he can't win at the end of the year?
Hold on.
No.
Is Tua better than Lamar Jackson?
Hell no.
No.
Okay.
No, that's not even a question.
There was nobody was up in arms last year. Hold on. Nobody was up in arms when Lamar Jackson had to play on his 5th year. So let's not, everybody's making this all big out of deal. Everybody said Baltimore was a genius for what they did, but when Miami tries to do it, they're dumb.
No, because there's a difference. I'll tell you the difference. The difference is Lamar didn't have an agent. If Lamar had an agent, I guarantee you Baltimore would have paid for doing what they did. I guarantee you. But because Lamar cut out the middleman, and the middleman is a white man, and when the white man is the middleman and you cut him out, the rest of the system is going to be like, nope, you're not going to get away with that. And they screwed Lamar. No one was going to touch Lamar because that would have helped Lamar's case, and that would have helped a lot of other players to cut out the middleman if they have the advantage to do so. But if he would have had an agent, I guarantee you they would have made Baltimore pay for it, or he would have never even been at Baltimore anymore.
Okay, well then, what do you think about you tagging?
Then he might have been coming to Miami.
He might have been going to Miami. He would have did what Watson did. He would have did what Watson did and went to the highest bidder, and he would have had bidders because he had an agent.
Okay, all right. Well, let's go. Okay, so let's go with Tua. As far as if he does play on the 5th year and does well, you can always tag and trade him. There will be if teams believe in him, there will be a market. If Cleveland gives up as much as what they did for Deshaun Watson with all the cases because they believe he's a game changer, you can bring in a haul for Tua. If you don't, then that tells you what other teams believe.
Well, if Geno
other teams could also be waiting for him to hit the market.
With the way he regressed out of the Jets and the other teams, I mean, the players will get deals. Would it be like? Let me explain something to you, real talk. I get it when you say the market is the market, but the problem is you have to answer this question because that's why this argument is happening. Do you believe Tua is worth that argument that you're saying? Because that's why we're arguing. When you sit here and you're saying this, I'm taking it as you believe Tua is worth that market based on the statistics he's put in. So you believe
I was
that,
just
right?
going to say something like that.
No, I do not believe that Tua is worth that market.
Exactly.
That doesn't change.
He's not worth that market.
Pete, because I don't believe he's a good quarterback. But Pete, that doesn't change the fact of where he's at.
Only affects those good quarterbacks. So the market. That's never going to go away. You're correct.
Pete, the market affects
quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence's of the world.
Pete, the market affects anybody that believes he's a good quarterback, that want him as a franchise quarterback. And that's the whole thing. I don't believe he's a good quarterback, but you can't sit here and lie and say that you don't remember a stupid team in the NFL reaching for something that nobody else was reaching for. So I would be ignorant to believe that there's no way that some team out there would be like, you know what, we'll take a chance on him. Or some head coach would be like, I know what to do with him. Like, I don't think there is, but I could definitely be wrong. Now, the market is the market if you believe that he is the guy. If you believe, and when I say he is the guy, I don't mean he's a top 5 quarterback. You don't have to believe he's a top 5 quarterback to believe he's the guy. All you have to believe is he is a quarterback good enough to take your team to the Super Bowl. That's all you have to believe.
Maybe Nick Saban can start an NFL team and then he can go there.
I mean, I don't know. But there's plenty of coaches out there that believe that they could fix somebody or believe that he's one thing away from being better, that they can fix him. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's plenty of coaches like that.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
What we are seeing with Tua right now is this is his ceiling. He's not going to go anywhere else. So. This system is set perfectly for him. Between the receivers with the receivers and the running backs with all the speed, the quick release, the way McDaniel does the motion offense.
Yes.
This is set up for him to succeed.
I agree.
I know everybody tries to say, oh, you can't just put any quarterback in Miami's system. Well, the same thing can be said about Tua. You can't just put Tua in a Brian Flores offense.
I agree. And like I said, everybody.
I mean, personally, I think Tua would be better if they showed him how to do pro style.
All that Tua and his agent are going to do when Grier and them and Ross say that is, okay, prove it. That's all. That's all it comes down to it. Either you're going to call my bluff and you're going to prove it on the field and do it without me, or pay me so I can do it for you. One of the two. That's where it comes down to. That's it. Whatever you believe. If you believe you can do it without me, if you don't believe you can't do it without me, this is the number. If you don't want to pay that number, then do it without me. That's it. That's what it's coming down to. That's it.
Hey, Justin,
and on the coach, if someone was saying they should. Chris Grier needs to show his stance already. I agree with that, because if Chris Grier says, okay, offers off the table, no more negotiation, bring in another quarterback. Hurry up and do that now, so your bluffing could be even more real. If you actually go through with it, you have a competent quarterback instead of going into the season.
Well, hold on, because I think
that's what you kind of fail to realize, that us having Skylar Thompson, third year in the system, Mike White, his second year in this same system, that doesn't help out Tua, because there's belief that these guys can get better in the same system.
Here's the thing. Tua's not sitting out. Like here's what I mean by the Dolphins have all the leverage, okay? You go to Tua, you say, okay, we'll make you play the 5th year option out.
Okay.
If you show that you are a franchise quarterback, you win a playoff game, you win cold games down the stretch, because the Dolphins have a lot of them this year in Green Bay, in Cleveland, in New York. Okay, then we'll give you whatever you want. But if you want to leave or you don't want to take a deal, I would rather have Dak. Dak will be a free agent next year.
Let me ask you this.
100%.
What if he plays in his
in making a decision as a general manager? Those options. That's a leverage play right there, Justin.
Let me ask this guy a question.
Yeah.
Let's say you make him play on his 5th year, right?
Yep.
Hold on, Pete. You make him play on his 5th year, right?
Yep.
And then he plays the 5 games or the 8 games, whatever the amount is to get the guarantee. I think it's like 8 games or something like that. He plays the 8 game, and on that 9th game, he's like, you know what? My shoulder is just killing me. I don't know what it is, but I don't think I can throw the ball. And all of a sudden, he's out for the rest of the year. And now you had a good record, but now the record went down because now you're going into the hard games and Skyler's looking terrible. Now who has leverage?
I would still go with the Dolphins, because Tua, yes, okay, he can sit out, right? His arm hurts, right? A quarterback who has questionable arm strength now has a hurt shoulder. Good luck getting a franchise setting deal in free agency.
Again, all the agents have to do.
Wow.
So you're telling me if a coach goes to his agent and says, hey, was he really hurt? And the agent says, no, you know how the game goes. Of course he wasn't hurt. He was fine. He just didn't want to play. You don't think that coach is going to go, cool, he's good to go. I got my quarterback.
Whoa.
That's
you lose a first-round draft pick that comes out that way.
I mean, but here's my thing, right? If Tua does that, that says a lot about his character, and I wouldn't want him on the team anyways at that point. Like I said, I'll go after Dak.
if Tua did that, none of his players would have a problem. None of his teammates would have a problem with it. You know why? Because Chris Grier has been playing with all of these players' money. Christian Wilkins, Holland, all these different players. He's played with their money. He's made them bet on themselves and then didn't pay them. And now they're playing with Tua, the quarterback of the team. None of the teammates are going to be mad at what Tua was doing. They're going to be like, get your money. Do what you have to do. Because they try to say they have the power, and anything Tua does to show that the players have the power, every player is going to be on board with it.
I'm not saying that the players wouldn't be on board. I'm just saying that
this is injury.
I mean, and you also got to look at Chris Grier. Chris Grier values certain positions over others. A defensive, and trust me, I wanted him to re-sign Wilkins, but the DT position, Grier doesn't value that the same as he does the pass rushers, the corners, the tackles, the receivers. He's shown it time and time again. He let Godchow go. Now Christian Williams left. He would have let Zach Sealer go, but Zach Sealer took a lesser deal. So I mean, he's
Zach
got.
Ziller, but wait, can I say, Justin? Zach Sealer though, he's a player's player. Like, I like him because he's more respectful. Like, he's not a guy that wants. He's not like, oh, it's all about me, me, me. He's a guy that says, you know what, I'll sacrifice some of my money so you can use that to the advantage to someone else, like a Jordan Poyer, to help us win. So I like him in that aspect, but I hear you though.
Yeah, because you guys got to realize that Grier has to be thinking beyond this season. Okay, so if you give Tua a deal, you can say bye to Tyreek after this year. So is it Tua back? Remember the days of Tua and just Jalen Waddle and nobody else? I think Devontae Parker and Mike Gesicki, how that looked. So, like, is he really going to, like, this is, and that's why I said make him play the 5th year out. Because if you can't, this is as good as the team is going to get. And if you can't do it with this, you're going to have to retool the roster anyways.
I mean,
let me ask you a question, Justin. And I'm gonna ask the same question.
You might need to build you up.
Hold on, real talk. Justin, you're a Dolphin fan?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me ask you one simple question. You think, let's say hypothetically speaking, Tua holds in, and what I mean by holds in is he does what Emmitt Smith did to the Cowboys in like 92 or 93. He takes a stand for a demand for the bag, meaning he's in season, he will here and not play, but still participate in practice so he can still get paid.
So he doesn't get fined.
This is the first. Yeah, exactly. So you think there's a possibility Tua can hold in like Emmitt Smith for demanding the bag, that part. And then also, do you think Mike McDaniel and Chris Grier are prepared for that situation?
I don't know if they would be prepared for that, but it'd be a hard line stance because again, it comes down to the guarantees. Like that's from what I've been hearing, it's about how many more years are guaranteed. Dolphins, say they only want to do 2 or 3 years guaranteed. Tua wants 4, which is what Burrow and Herbert, I think they got their guaranteed at 4. Trevor Lawrence's deal is only guaranteed at 3. So he could, in theory, hold in, but again, teams already have questions about you, right? So it's your job to go out there and prove everything wrong about the narratives about you. And you can hold in, and that's fine, but that's just going to delay your progress once the season starts. Everybody remembers Christian Wilkins held in, and did he not get off to a slow start to start the season?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so do you think Tua can afford a slow start?
Nope.
And Christian Wilkins wasn't even a quarterback, so it was less noticeable.
I'm just saying the Dolphins have options. I wouldn't, just cave to the demands. I mean, we don't know the exact what they're off on as far as is it total numbers, is it guarantees. We're not in that office, but I would just play it out. You have options. For one, like I said, he's had 2 healthy seasons out of 7. So what makes you think he's going to stay healthy now?
That's it right there.
That's the main thing. And again, If he sits out at the end of the year, fine. I'll tag and trade him. Even if I only get a 3rd-round pick, that's fine. I would rather give the max money to Dak than I would Tua.
See, the part that I don't think Dolphin fans don't want to admit or listen to is the part that I try to explain to Buck fans, right? Because I'm not a believer in Baker as well. I know what Baker is for us. I know Baker can win us the division. I know that Baker can win us a playoff game. I know he can do that. I know he can do it this year. But I don't believe we can win a Super Bowl with Baker. I just don't believe it. We would actually have to have a really good run game to go along with a really good defense for Baker to win. And I don't believe, we've been trying to have a run game for years. So the chances of us having a run game is slim, even though I kind of think we might maybe this year have a chance to have a run game. But they always say, like you guys say, well, who are you going to get? Who are you going to get? I don't know. I have someone like a Skylar Thompson and Kyle Trask, who I believe in. I don't know if he's going to be good or not, but I would love to find out. My thing is this. I understand that if Baker is not under center, and we do try with Kyle Trask, who is our Skylar Thompson, there is a good chance that we will be trash again if it doesn't work out. And if we don't keep Baker, we can maybe get somebody else, but that quarterback carousel is now in rotation, and I am not blinded to the fact that if we don't keep a sure thing in Baker, because Baker is a sure thing, I just don't believe that sure thing is good enough to get to the Super Bowl, but he is a sure thing to get us to a playoff here and there. If we don't keep Baker, we could be in the dust again. And I think the mistake you guys keep making is like, oh, if it's not Tua, we can get anybody. It's not that easy, and you guys forget you've been searching for quarterbacks for years and years and years, and now all of a sudden it's like people are acting like we can just get another quarterback if Tua doesn't work out or this and that. So that's the leverage that Tua has, is you keep acting like it's easy to get a quarterback. Prove it. I dare you.
No.
Try and replace me.
No, you're right. It's not easy, but here's the thing. If I know I'm not winning the Super Bowl, everybody's going to eventually get fired anyways. Keep shooting your shot.
I hear you.
Did Kansas City not draft Mahomes even though Alex Smith was the #1 rated quarterback that year?
Yes, I agree. I agree with you, which is why I'm like, I rather be dirt and be bad with Kyle Trask and find out that Kyle Trask is not the guy than continue with Baker, because I know that Baker can't get me to the Super Bowl, so why further myself with this guy? I get it. I understand. I get what you're saying. I'm just telling you, as far as the leverage of, Miami has leverage. No, they have options, but Tua is saying, I dare you. Try those other options. I dare you. See what happens. And when you think of it as not a fan, but as a GM, or even as an owner, right? Oh, that's fine. Skylar Thompson is playing a couple of games, and then they lose. How do you think that Miami people? They already bought the tickets. No, there's a lot of tickets that still get sold. You still have primetime games where you're not even in this primetime game no more because Tua's holding out. We know Tua's not going to play, so we're going to switch your primetime game out, and we're going to put another team in there for that primetime game. Like, there's a lot of money that could be lost if Tua's not in there and Miami Dolphins are not winning. It's not just as simple as starting quarterback.
Their roster, even with Skylar Thompson, Mike White, their roster is good enough to finish 500. They almost beat the Bills when Tua wasn't even playing.
And that's where I disagree.
Look in the chat. One of my haters. I haven't seen him for a minute. He in the chat. Hey, come on up. I know you in the chat.
I'm just saying, like, I get it that he can have the leverage. I'm just saying it would be, because if you give him a deal and he gets hurt this year? Because again, 2 healthy seasons out of 7. If I'm Ross, now you're all fired. If you give him a deal and he gets hurt this year, you're all gone.
Yep, I agree. Again, it's not an easy choice. I'm not. If you think that's what I'm saying, I'm definitely not. It's not an easy choice. You guys are in a tough spot. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And I get it, that the whole, the market is the market. But unfortunately for teams like the Chargers and the Jags, if they're taking gambles. You know what I mean? Like their quarterbacks aren't proven, and we did it here in Miami with Tannehill.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm willing to let Tua play on the 5th-year option too. I'm with all that. Like letting him play on the 5th-year option, I ain't got no problem. Where Dolphin fans, where I get confused at when I listen to people, right? Let's play this scenario out. Tua's on the 5th-year option. The Dolphins go ahead and win the Super Bowl, or hell, don't even have to win it. Let's say they get to it, right?
Okay.
I've heard people say at that point, give Tua what he's asking for. He went to the Super Bowl, or he took the team there, right? Whether we win it or lose it.
Mm-hmm.
Give him what he wants. Now, a lot of the people that tell me they don't want to give Tua the bag right now is because they feel that he's a product of his environment, right? He's a product of all the talent he has around him.
I believe
it's.
Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm asking is everybody would be okay with a Super Bowl appearance, then Tua gets the bag? That means Tyreek Hill goes bye-bye.
Sure.
All these other so again, are we just satisfied for one trip to the Super Bowl? Is that what we're doing here? Is it? Are we just trying to have this team for success for 1 year, or are we trying to do this long term? Because you can't have it both ways. You can't tell me Tua is limited. He's a product of all this, and then he goes to the Super Bowl. We sign him now to a massive deal, and now all those players go bye-bye. What's the difference? Like, that's where I get confused.
Well, regardless, if he signs right now, Tyreek's going bye-bye.
Hold on. Yeah, I don't care about Tyreek, to be real with you. The matter is, that's the problem with the Twitter and all that. Everyone keeps saying that, oh, it's Tyreek this. He's the reason why Tua's this. Well, to be real, if we do win the Super Bowl or lose and he takes us there, and what happens if we don't make it in the future? I get that. They're going to point the finger to Tyreek.
Iceman. But the thing is, right? And Justin just said it. If Tua gets the bag, Tyreek is gone.
Right.
Whether he gets it now or at the end of the year.
Okay, cool. Whether Tua gets the contract now at the end of the year or he don't get a contract, Tyreek is gone anyway.
Yes.
So again, you cannot just come out here and say, well, if Tua gets the bag, Tyreek's gone. He's gone anyway.
Yeah,
we making it seem like Tyreek is a 24, 25-year-old player that's going to be in the future plans of Miami. He is not.
Well, there is an option, and I kind of wish the Dolphins, but they didn't really have a chance because so many quarterbacks were taken in the top, first round. There is an option to where if you let Tua go, you drafted a quarterback on a rookie deal, you could, in theory, keep Tyreek. Now, the chances of you succeeding under that, slim to none. But there is that option. My thing is just with Tua, he's a good quarterback, okay? It ain't just when everybody says, oh, Tyreek and Waddle make Tua. No, there is some skill there. You can't – everybody says sign Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill would be horrible in this offense because Tannehill does not have the accuracy that is needed for these receivers.
Well, Color was up here a couple
hold on.
He mentioned that he can help us in some ways, but okay.
Like,
Louis, I want to say this. Hold on. Louis, that is the number one reason why you should never use the whole he doesn't have any weapons argument, period. Because if you don't know what your quarterback is because he doesn't have any weapons, you don't have a quarterback. Because when you do give him weapons and he turns out to be something, now you're asking yourself these questions when it's time to pay your quarterback. And like you just said, you're screwed either way. Because you either don't pay your quarterback and lose your quarterback, or you pay your quarterback and you lose your weapons. Now you're back to square one. This is why if you have a quarterback and he's not showing you nothing, don't use he don't have any weapons. I don't care if he don't have weapons. He needs to show me something. And if he doesn't, he's not worth just sitting there and waiting for him to develop when he does get a weapon. Because then when he does get that weapon, now you're stuck with that weapon. You have that weapon as a crutch. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Just don't do it.
I just don't want to pay Tyreek all that money. Like Lewis said, what happens if he dips after he's 31 years old and Tua makes like the products of the wide receivers, like a shitty wide receiver, turns him into a good wide receiver? That's what I want to see from Tua. Can you take a guy
Exactly.
unknown and make him great? Because I don't look, bro. I feel some type of way with Tyreek. I have to like make content to talk about and pump up the Dolphins and shit. But to be honest with you, like you want my honest opinion, I really don't like Tyreek as a person because outside of football, he does all this distraction shit and says, "Oh, it's all about me, 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 me." I'm like, bro, we have a whole fucking team that we need to take care of and spread the money. And you sitting here saying, "I want another bag because Tua wants another bag and Water got another bag and Justin Jefferson." I'm like, bro, stop it. Play this freaking year and retire. If you want another bag, we'll come to you next year. That's what I'm pissed about with him. It seems like every single offseason, Tyreek is all about himself, and that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
Like,
but Iceman, you can't feel that way, bro. You actually got to feel blessed that we have the cheetah on our team. And I'm glad to be back. Shout out to Lewis for coming up. Shout out to G, and I appreciate you guys. But Iceman, I got to be honest with you.
Talk to me.
You have to look at into his effect. I told you guys about a month ago. There's only after Jalen Waddle got signed, there's only one big, huge bag left to give for this year. And the position that Tyreek Hill is in is exactly what Justin and everybody said. If Tyreek Hill plays out this year, you know, there's a possibility he's not on the team next year because he has no guarantee left, right? Tua, he hits the open market. So we have to make a smart decision here. And Tyreek Hill is looking like the smarter, team-friendlier player because he's saying he doesn't want the biggest bag. He's saying that he wants to do it for the team. He said the biggest words that Stephen Ross probably heard, and it hasn't left his brain since he said it. He said he wants Miami to win a Super Bowl with him.
But he's been saying that for the past 2 years.
I don't hear Tua saying the market is the market for me to win a Super Bowl.
Well, Cap for Life always watches him on Fortnite, and I'm there too. And he says last year we were going to win the Super Bowl, and he gets his 2K. I mean, that was Cap right there. So I mean, I'm not falling for his tricks, man. I mean,
okay.
I like
so
it.
you don't think if he would have got to 2,000 receiving yards, we would have possibly beat Buffalo?
To be real, those 2K yards to beat Buffalo in the regular season or the playoff? I mean,
the final one. Let's say the final game, Tyreek Hill went wild. He would have put up 250 receiving yards, scored 2 touchdowns, and he would have went wild.
Yeah, but he wasn't. For one, he was hurt, and the Bills' game plan. See, everybody, Baltimore, they all showed you how to shut down Miami's offense. All you do is you continue to drop the linebackers deeper and deeper into the middle of the field to take that away, and that's how you beat Miami. Tua's going to force.
You bracket the 2 outside receivers.
What's that?
Yeah,
you drop and you bracket the receivers.
Yes,
and absolutely. And when teams do that, then you eat them alive with Devon Achane and Mostert until they bring those linebackers up. And that's where we don't. And that's where that goes on to coaching. But no one wants to say that because it's just a Tua problem.
But Lewis,
hold on. Say that again. But why is that a coaching problem?
That we had
when they stack the box and you have to throw it.
No, he abandons the run a lot, like last year.
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely.
No, but make that make sense
the
to
run.
me. Make that make sense to me. I didn't say we abandoned the run. I'm just saying in those games, right, that they're saying you drop the linebackers. How in the fuck are the linebackers dropping and you're blanketing the 2 outside guys? Because that's what I heard. How are you stacking the box at that point?
You stack the box pre-snap to make Tua think that you that way he's going to throw it, and then you drop as soon as the ball snaps.
Right. Okay, so Tua has to do a better job of pre-snap. I would agree with you. But,
well, no, I would say post-snap. Post-snap.
Well, no. If they're showing that pre-snap, though, you got to kind of recognize if they're going to fall back or not. A lot of times under the Brian Flores regime, when I would watch the tape and we would show the zero blitz, I could tell when that blitz was really coming or when they were going to drop back. And if I'm a nobody sitting on my couch watching film and I can pretty much know when that zero blitz was coming or not, I'm pretty sure a guy as limited as 201 is, or y'all want to believe, I'm pretty sure they can figure that out as well.
I would say that Tua is not necessarily limited. The only part of his game that's limited is that he can't throw outside the hash numbers. That's it. Well,
No, I disagree with that.
I don't believe he can't throw outside the hash. I believe that's a narrative that's been created, and that's fine. That's where me and you differ. But
yeah,
no.
Well, he can throw. He's got the arm to get it there. The problem is he doesn't have the velocity, and that's why when you see him throw outside the hash, that's why the DBs jump the route and pick it off all the time because it doesn't have enough oomph to get there to beat the DB.
I feel like
and that is an absolute fact. But I've seen quarterbacks with cannon for arms throw out routes that go the other way as well, pick six. And you know why that is?
Absolutely.
And you know why that is because the anticipation is off on throws like that. You got your timing and your rhythm have to be on point because we all know if you're a second late or if the ball is misplaced and it's thrown more to the inside than it is the outside, that ball's going the other way. But we just want to create a narrative that says Tua's arm velocity. It has nothing to do with the velocity. So again, it's cute. It's a cute story to say, but it's false. It's lies.
But but we have the statistics to back it.
Nah, but we have film though, Justin. The film don't lie.
Well, we also have the statistics to show that
Tua's arm velocity is a huge problem.
Well, here's the thing: you can
getting the ball in tight coverage down the field on a rope. Tua's not doing that. Tua's not throwing darts on the rope.
Let me be the next quarterback.
You don't have to throw darts. The simple fact is you don't have to throw fucking darts.
Oh, no, you don't? In the red zone.
Regardless of the fact, Joe Montana in this same West Coast scheme didn't have a cannon for an arm. He was 4 for 4 in
but
Super
Joe
Bowl.
Montana was also
I don't
facing
give a fuck about none of that.
Joe Montana was facing linebackers that ran a 5.5, ran a 6 flat. The NFL was different back then. This is a new NFL era. Put Joe Montana into the
you're absolutely right.
He's ran out of this league.
Hey, Pete, and you're absolutely right. It's a new goddamn era. Brock Purdy is lighting this league on goddamn fire. He don't have a cannon for an arm.
But he don't have a Super Bowl.
But he has a
Brock
stronger
Purdy works well under pressure.
The man has an NFC Championship appearance and a Super Bowl appearance in 2 years.
Let me be the Dolphin quarterback.
Hey Lou, the difference
so what
is
are we talking about?
Brock Purdy worked well under pressure, man. You ain't got to.
No, the problem is do y'all get mad because I'm kicking y'all's fucking ass with these narratives?
No, well, hold on a minute, because when it comes to velocity, okay, in the NFC, you don't play cold weather games other than Green Bay, Chicago. But let's be honest, when was the last time an NFC Championship game was played there? But in the AFC, you do got to go to Kansas City. You do got to go to Buffalo. You do got to go to Cincinnati. Those are cold weather games where if you don't have the greatest arm strength, it's going to hinder you even more. Look at the playoff game Miami played against Kansas City.
Last time I checked, is New York a cold weather city? Last time I checked, I'm asking for a friend. I'm just asking for a friend.
And if you get,
but look, here's the fact of the matter is, okay, we can talk about limitations. We can talk about the whole. These are the facts, all right. Tua's been healthy 2 out of 7 years. That's a fact. Nobody can dispute that. The late season collapses for the last 2 years. There's no disputing that. So it's it is what it is. I would play the 5th year out and then go from there.
No, the fact is that there's levels to it, right? Just because Joe Montana didn't have a cannon doesn't mean he had a weak arm. He just probably had a regular arm, right? There's levels to it. You can have a Brock Purdy low, you don't have a great arm.
And just like Tua doesn't have, and just like Tua don't have a rocket arm, he has an arm that can get the job done in the NFL. So
you are right. He does have. Hold on. He does have an arm. He does have an arm.
Plenty arm. Plenty arm.
But let me ask you this: did Joe Montana? Hold on. Did Joe Montana only play 2 healthy years out of 7?
See now, I see again. Now you're moving the goalposts, right? I thought the criticism. I thought the critique was about his arm strength.
No. When
now
I
your narrative has
was
gotten
always about
obliterated.
health.
Now you're moving to something else.
Justin, and when you hit these home runs on them, they're always gonna say ball.
Hold on,
They're gonna say
because I don't know.
ball.
I don't know how long you've been in the space, but when I came on here, it was about health. You guys moved it to skill set. I came in here talking about health. 2 out of 7 seasons. 2. 1 healthy season at Alabama.
That is fine. That is fair. That is accurate. That is accurate. But when you come up here with dumbass takes like, oh, he can't play in cold weather and he don't have enough. That's fucking ridiculous, bro. Absolutely. He can't throw outside the numbers. Stop it.
He struggles under pressure. If there's any type of
every fucking quarterback struggles under pressure.
Yeah,
every fucking quarterback struggles under pressure.
That's the thing about being a professional. You have to do your job.
Did you see Lamar? Did you see Lamar when they turned that heat up on his ass and when they played him in the AFC Championship game? Yo, boy, Lamar,
in the AFC
yo,
Championship
nigga.
game.
Did you see that?
Championship game.
How many
Did you see that?
How many MVPs and playoff wins does Lamar have?
That he hadn't thrown for 4,000 yards either. Yeah, he got 2.
You talk about geometry, and this boy get caught up in pre-algebra. It's about pressure, man. You apply pressure. You put that man in a third down situation. You put him in a situation where people are depending on him, and he gonna fold.
Ain't that been the case with your boy? Has that not been the case with Lamar Jackson?
Arm strength. He was further along the path.
Has that not been the case with Lamar Jackson? I'm just asking a question.
He was close to the grandma house than he was close to the grandma house than Tua ever than got.
Man,
the tape does show that the game plan has been let him throw it on the outside. Now there could be a lot of different reasons why, but that's what the tape shows.
Listen, don't worry about none of this. Don't worry about none of this, fellas. According to Mountie, I heard Mountie earlier. He said Skylar Thompson is on the way. Mountie said Skylar Thompson is going to solve all our damn problems.
I'm still waiting on that. I'm still waiting on that. Like I heard, I think it was Mountie. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Mountie say he was he's the best quarterback on the roster? Didn't Mountie say that?
And then I'll follow it up with EM.
Mountie said it today that Skylar Thompson, he was watching the Bills playoff game, and that Skylar Thompson was patting the ball and stuff because he either didn't have no one open or he didn't see anything that he liked with the defense. And he put us in a good position because he wasn't throwing interceptions. But he had 2 interceptions.
Versus the Jets. Mountie said that versus the Jets. Mountie said that versus the Jets.
Playoff game? I could have swore he said that about
No, he was saying that he said that about the Jets. Mountie said that about the Jets.
That's cap.
But let me ask you guys a question. I already asked everybody up here the question. You guys saw the title, right? Let me ask you guys a question. Lewis, Crypto, EM, Iceman, I think I already asked him. G, I want your answer too. Do y'all think Mike McDaniel and Chris Grier are prepared for a Tua hold-in? Like a Emmitt Smith type way?
What you mean? Are they prepared for it? What do you mean? Like,
are they prepared for
what's
Tua
the
to sit
alternative?
here on the week
What's the
of the
alternative?
game? I'm just saying. Do you think they're prepared? Because
don't they have 2 other quarterbacks on the roster?
The way I'm looking at it,
last time I checked, isn't there 3 quarterbacks on the depth chart? Last time I checked.
Okay, so are we prepared to win?
Well, yeah, that's a dumbass question, Pete. They got 2 other guys on the roster. So yeah, they are. So to answer your question, yes, they are prepared for it. In the event there is a hold in.
They're fully prepared.
Bro.
There's no excuses, right?
Okay, so then let me ask everybody this. If Tua was to hold in or not play, who would you guys rather have with this roster, Tua or Dak?
Oh, Dak, 1,000%.
Okay,
but in reality, I'd rather have Skyler.
I don't think that's the answer. I mean, come on, the guy's the 7th round pick. I mean, what he's shown
you remember like a year or 2 ago when I told you who I compare Skylar Thompson to? What quarterback was that?
I hope it wasn't Brady.
Refresh my memory. I forget, bro.
You said that's a beautiful comparison. And it actually was Dak Prescott. I told you what I see in Skylar Thompson is a younger, flashier, more stronger arm.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Dak Prescott.
Yeah, but you got to show it, and we haven't. I mean, in the sample size, I give him a pass his rookie year. You're talking about a rookie 7th round pick, but last year, man, he did not look. He regressed in preseason.
What?
He did. Mike White beat him out for the 2nd spot, not by much, but he looked way better.
No, no. Skylar Thompson did way better in preseason. He threw 2 interceptions against the Jags that weren't really his fault. But at the same time, it was just because we weren't going to get rid of Mike White, and the situation was going to be Mike White 2 and 3 emergency quarterback Skylar. You know how bad
don't nobody care about Mike White and Skylar fucking Thompson. Are we trying to sit here?
No.
Are we really trying to sit here and fucking say? Man, fuck out of here, Pete. Don't nobody care about Mike White and Skylar Thompson.
Well, the question is, okay, but answer the question though, Louis.
No. I want to answer.
By saying that, then I know your answer.
I want to answer. Are we trying to sit here and make it seem like Dak Prescott is better than Tua Tagovailoa? Is that what we're trying to do?
No. I'm just trying to get an answer, but by the way you sound.
Yes, Dak's resume is more
according to the numbers.
In what scenario, in what state of mind is Dak Prescott? Because again,
put them stats up.
Hey, listen, they're comparable players now, Lou. Come on now. Let's put a little more respect on Dak's name. Dak is a high-level quarterback, bro.
They're the same right now.
I am not saying they're not comparable pairs. What I'm saying is for people to come out and say that Dak is better than Tua, I will just ask the people that believe that. Now, Dak Prescott, we all know on this panel, we're all smart enough. We're football guys, right? Now, Dak Prescott has had a top 10 offensive line in front of him, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tua has never had one of those. Tua has never had a top 10 offensive line. Now, we talk about Tua's weapons all the time. You want to go down the list of weapons Dak Prescott's had at his disposal? Because he's had Dez Bryant. He's had Amari Cooper. He has CeeDee Lamb now, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah, good player, but he ain't never had Cheetah, though. You know what I'm saying?
He hasn't, okay.
Come on now. He ain't never had Cheetah and a Waddle at the same time. Let's be fair now.
And that is fine. What I'm saying is they are comparable. But are you, out of your expertise, EM, I'll say that, right? Are you saying that head and shoulders Dak Prescott is better than Tua Tagovailoa?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, okay. All right.
No.
Hey, Lewis, all you gotta do is hit Google.
You can't. And if you're on the side of the fence that you think Tua is better, Tua is not head and shoulders above better than Dak, bro.
Wait, we talking about
what Google say? What them stats say? What
the
tail of the tape
y'all
say?
have a good one. I got to bounce.
What the tail of the tape
I
say?
appreciate you, Justin, man. Come through.
No problem.
Whenever you like.
Wait, Head and Shoulders is the shampoo.
Next time, come with some better takes, goddammit.
Hey, Ian, what's going on, man? What's happening?
Crypto, turn up, goddammit. Turn up,
listen,
Crypto.
I'm on vacation in Chicago right now. Listen, I can't pull up on nobody because I'm in Chicago. Listen, hey, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the situation with the Dolphins, man.
Hey, you better not pull up. You better not be trying to pull up on nobody in Chicago, goddammit. It's a war zone up there.
I know, man. I gotta lay low, man. I can't do it in this city, man. I can't do it, man.
Man, I don't know what's in the water up there, goddammit, but damn.
All I know, Louis, you got Cash App, right? Get ready to send that Cash App this way, Louis. That's all I'm telling you. Get ready to send that Cash App this way.
Well, the bet is if Tua plays week 1 as the starting quarterback, you give me $200. What are you talking about?
Exactly. If he holds in,
what's going on with week 1?
And Skylar or Mike White is the under center week 1, pay up, buddy.
Hey, look, what's going on in week 1?
All right, I got you, Pete. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Hey, Lewis, what's going on in week 1, Lewis?
Hey, Crypto, you're on vacation, right? You're in Chicago, Crypto?
Yeah, I'm in Chi-Town, man.
Hey, Crypto, do me a favor, Crypto, when you're in the streets, Crypto, go find me a nigga out in Chicago, Crypto, that's gonna leave $24 million on the table. Go see if one of them niggas exists, Crypto, in Chicago, and get back to me.
What
That's
the word is? They trying to say Tua gonna hold out, Lou. Is that what they're saying? Is that the narrative?
I don't know why y'all saying hold out.
Yeah, he's
Hold
gonna hold
in.
it out. He ain't playing. He's $24 million on the table again.
He's gonna hold
Can
in.
I get $2 million? I want $2 million of that. Damn.
That's why y'all could keep saying hold out.
No,
but y'all know what.
That ain't
And
happening,
I know
Ice
you
Man.
watched the EM. And I know you watched the same day I went live, right? With the live stream that I was saying Tua had all the leverage. That same day, Reason went live in the evening with Omar Kelly. And what did Omar Kelly say? Literally in the opening of the video with 2 minutes in, what was Omar Kelly saying?
What did he say?
What did he say?
He was pretty much saying that Tua has 3 deadlines. This is his opinion. He has the training camp or 2 deadlines and the season opener for a deal. If he doesn't have a deal by training camp and the season opener, he doesn't know if Tua's gonna hold in. We don't know that yet.
Tua ain't holding in, bro.
Why? Because EM said so?
No. Can I finish, Pete? Can I please finish? Can I finish my point? Can I?
200, Lou. Yeah, go ahead. EM.
Do I have your permission, Pete? Can I finish my point?
Run it.
Okay, so Tua, his primary motivation right now is to get the bag. The only way he gets the bag, unless he plays 17 games, he's healthy, and he plays at an extremely high level. How the fuck can he do that if he holds out?
Holds in.
Wait, what
I'm just asking for a friend, bro. I'm just asking for a friend. So Tua has no leverage. The Dolphins have him technically. They could lock him up for the next 3 years from a contractual standpoint, right? And on top of that, like I just highlighted, Tua has to be on the field. Tua has to play at a high level. Tua has to be healthy in order to get compensated the way that he is trying to get. So hold in, hold out. What it benefits Tua in no way, shape, or form to strategize in that way to try to force the Dolphins to cave into his demands, bro. No, to debunk that narrative, your narrative, Omar Kelly's narrative, I don't give a fuck whose narrative. No, Tua has absolutely no fucking leverage in this situation right now.
That's a lie.
Hey, Pete.
Because if that guy goes the Emmitt Smith route and we open up the season 0-2, I'm telling you, you will be able to see Chris Grier's toes sweat. His toes will be sweating.
Hey, Pete. This conversation is boring, Pete. Real quick, can I pose a question? And I want to start with you, Pete. Right? Yesterday, you said you watched an episode on the Finns tailgate, right? You say you just seen it yesterday, and you said you were highly impressed with Real Talk Perez on how he called out Reason and he handled. Yeah, no, I know it's hard.
That was Cole Lewis. That's the one.
But Pete, you said you were really impressed on how he called them out, and then to use your words, how he put them in a body bag and what. Can you expand on that, Pete? What did you think what Real Talk did with Reason on that show, Pete?
I think he just threw him in the infirmary, however you say that word, and he cremated him instantly. I mean, good stuff.
Really?
Yeah, Real Talk was. Yeah, Real Talk was. And EM was getting it too.
That is real funny.
Hey, Real Talk, weren't you giving it to EM too?
No, he wasn't giving me shit. I destroyed him.
Yeah, Reason was up. I mean,
no, he wasn't giving me shit,
EM
bro.
was up there defending Reason. And Real Talk.
No. Stop it, Pete. Stop. Don't do that, Pete. Don't do that. You know how the internet. You know how the internet is.
Everybody knows that I was killing Reason because he needed his cheerleader to keep stopping me from killing them. That's how you know.
Bro,
That's how you know I was killing him.
First and foremost,
it's easy.
First and foremost, don't do that. Like, let's not do that. Y'all know how the internet is. I was clear. I was crystal clear on my.
You could not shut your mouth.
Who the fuck is him? I don't know who that is.
Well, when you learn some knowledge, I'll call you EM. Or when you put a period between the two letters,
why I was up on that panel. I was very clear why I was up on that panel, right?
You were supposed to
It
bring
had
him in
absolutely
and leave.
nothing to do with reason. Nothing. It was
You
all
were
because
supposed
your
to bring him
dumbass
in
and
and
Cat
leave.
for Life's
And you
dumbass was
couldn't
up
do
there
that.
being fucking
Couldn't do
fanboys.
that.
What y'all were whining about that man blocking y'all off his platform.
It's simple. No one was whining about nothing, but it's very
Bro, you
simple.
was whining. That's the only reason why you was fucking up there, bro. Stop
No,
it.
I wasn't. No, that's a lie. Anybody
Bro,
who
you was
watched
on that
knows.
goddamn clout chase, nigga. You know goddamn well you
Man,
was, right?
stop with
Only
the
because,
lies, bro.
again,
Stop
only
with the
because
lies.
nobody knows
Don't you
who
know
you
that
are.
hurts how you
You
look
try,
as a man, bro? Stop
you've
your
been on
lies.
it. You've been on the internet for 30 years, motherfucker, and you got 200 subscribers, if that max, right? So you were looking at a way to try to juice your goddamn numbers. Oh, let me figure out what's the best way to juice my numbers. Oh, go at one of the top guys. Go at one of the top platforms in the community, bro. You ain't fooling nobody.
Another way you know
You
that I was
ain't fooling
killing
nobody.
reason.
You're
This is
trash.
another reason
Your product
you know I
is
was killing
trash.
reason.
Your platform is garbage. Nobody knows who
can't
you
say
are.
nothing else.
Nobody
This is
gives a
what he's
fuck
talking
who you
about.
are, bro.
Wait, question.
Okay,
You ain't
Em.
fooling nobody.
Wait,
Okay.
Question. Wait, you have a show? Real Talk or something?
I have a podcast that I do for the Bucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know
But
these
this
gentlemen
is- but
here
this
longer, so honestly, bro, like,
No, this is
just kind of keep it. Try to keep it.
Why ain't you doing
this
that
is the
Bucks
reason
show
why
now?
you know. This is how you know that I was killing reason because they had to go to that. They had to go. They couldn't be a man and just talk.
Bro,
they
you
have to
could
go
be,
to.
bro.
Let's
First off,
let's let him explain himself and let's clown him. He has 200 subscribers or whatever the number is.
First
Like,
off,
let's
you
do
started
that. That's how you
trolling.
know I was killing them.
First off, you started the trolling. Don't do that. You started
didn't
that. You
start
brought
no
all that on your
trolling.
ass. You brought all that
I didn't
to your
start
doorstep.
no trolling.
Yeah, you did. You said
There
first
was
off you was
no
insulting that
trolling.
man, talking about he don't know football. His platform is garbage. You
Speaking
said all that
facts,
before anybody said
I
anything
didn't
to
say
you.
his platform
You
was
said that.
garbage. I said
You
he
said
doesn't
that, bro.
understand football. And
Hey,
speaking
and then
facts
B on
is
top of
not
that,
trolling.
bro,
Speaking
you
facts
started
is
all
not
of that.
trolling.
You brought all of that
Stop
to your
it.
doorstep. So don't go be crying now, bro.
I'm not. Who's quiet? Just because you're trying to talk over me doesn't mean I'm quiet. You're just trying to talk over
See, they
me.
had to resort to that. No, bro, you started that. You invited all of that.
Whatever came didn't matter. I still killed them. Doesn't matter.
Bro, you could
You
even,
proved
bro.
it yourself.
You could. You sat up there.
In fact,
You sat
I
up there
killed
for
him
4 hours,
and I
bro.
ran you over. I
You
killed
said-
him and ran you over.
You
I was
you
yelling
stood
at
up there
two
for
people
4
at the
hours,
same
bro. You
time.
could make
Come
one
on,
fucking
man.
point.
Real talk, you said you ran EM over. Did
Bro, you didn't run
Yeah.
shit.
If you're gonna cheerlead, on the field, you're gonna get ran over too. You know what I'm saying?
You sat up there for 4 hours and couldn't make one fucking
It is
point,
what
bro.
it is.
Not one.
Just because I don't want to overtalk somebody doesn't mean I can't make a
No,
point.
you
When
can
I'm
make a
trying to
point.
talk,
You were all
do you
over the
see how
fucking
you
place,
keep
bro.
overtalking people? Do you see that?
I'm glad y'all, and I'm glad Lou brought you. I'm glad Lou baited you into this, right? Now, if you go back, hang on. No, I'm not gonna troll you. I'm not gonna troll you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you with this fact
You
right
notice
now.
how he says, hold on, and I let him talk, but he never lets me talk, right?
Hey, I'm about to put two in the back of your head with this fat gun right now, right? So earlier, right? If you go back to the show, right, and we pressed you multiple times on this, and you gave us, we pressed you 4 times, you gave us 5 different answers, right? So when you sat up here, when your dumb ass is up here trying to quote unquote educate people on the spot throwing narrative, okay, first off, you said it was two different forms of spot throwing. I mean, that's news to me, goddammit. I mean, 2 different forms of spot throwing. Go pull that fifth. Go, you say you got access to all 22. Go pull that goddamn all 22 up, goddammit, and show me the 2 different forms of spot throwing. A, and then B, on top of that, this is what you said. So, well, we pressed you. We stopped. We didn't yell. We asked you multiple times. So what you're saying is that Tua just throws the ball basically blindfolded no matter what, whether the receiver is going to go there, whether the receiver's there or not. He just throws to a spot. You said no. You said no. That's not what I'm saying. I said, well, okay, can you clarify? You can elaborate on that.
There you go.
You said no. So now, fast forward, if you back Pete's program up just about 30 minutes ago, I sat there and listened to you, right? Mm-hmm. You sat here and brought up fucking Trent Sherfield's, right? Mm-hmm. When they interviewed him, you just sat your behind up here and just said, oh, all I was saying is again, no matter what, Tua's going to throw the fucking football to a spot, no matter whether the receiver's going to be there or not. Go pull the video up with Trent Sherfield. But that's the same narrative you just denied when we asked your dumb ass when we was up on the TFTG. Asked you 4 different times, and you said no. Well, we said, okay, well, then if it's not that, then explain the 2 different spot throwing narratives, and you couldn't do that. You sat your dumb ass up there for 4 hours and couldn't make one fucking point. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, so you're done now, right? All right, now let's see if you let me talk.
Up.
I said the whole time I explained both sides of spot throwing.
No, you did not. You did not.
You know what I'm saying? So how can you listen if you're just talking? You just don't listen. That's your problem. That's why you stay stupid. Because you don't fucking listen. Just listen. Just listen, bro.
Just smoke a blunt. Everyone smoke a
blunt. What do you mean? How do I talk to a child? Like, how do I talk to a child if he don't let me talk, bro? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Don't disrespect.
I'm not gonna yell over it.
Keep it G, man. Keep it gentleman. Keep it gentleman.
I'm keeping it gentleman. I'm not calling him out of his name. I'm saying what he's doing. Like, just let a man talk, bro. That's what he's doing.
No. The reason why I am approaching you, right, the way that I am, again, you sit up here lying, talking about you bodied me, you ran me over, and all this dumbass shit. Bro, stop it.
Okay,
you on the clout chase, nigga. You are on the clout chase, right? You've been on it. You've got 200 subscribers and been on YouTube for 50 fucking years. Stop it, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Do you see why I have to say what I say? Because they just don't listen, bro. You don't listen. So again, when you have several people saying the same thing, the difference between spot throwing, you see where someone is going and you throw it to the spot you think he's going to end up. What Tua is doing is he's throwing to a spot no matter what. That's where the end of the play is going to be. That's where he's throwing the ball. It is not that hard, M. It's not that hard.
So when we asked you, I know I asked you at least 3 times, right? I asked you at least 3, right?
Go watch it.
Okay, so what you're saying is no matter what the coverage is, no matter what, no matter how the play unfolds, Tua pre-snap is already predetermined. He's throwing a specific spot, no matter what. You said no. I said, well, okay. Well, what are you saying then? Explain to me.
I did not say no. You're lying.
Do you not recall that, Lou? You recall that, right?
Of course. Yeah. All you gotta do is play the tape. All you gotta do is play the podcast. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. It's play the podcast. It's not that hard, bro. Damn.
Bro, you were caught in like several lies up there the other day.
I wasn't. They kept switching shit up and trying to catch me in a lie that they couldn't. They kept switching up what they were trying to ask me. And every time they switched it up, I explained it again.
Why are you the only motherfucker that feels that way, bro?
Hey, real talk. Let me ask
because you guys want me to be wrong so bad.
Hey, well, hold on, real talk, real quick. EM, hold on, real quick. Real talk, on that episode, did you say, you brought up the Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison thing, and you were like, well, Peyton Manning, 3 games out of 17, he probably used Marvin Harrison, but that was it. And Tua uses Tyreek 10 out of 17 or whatever. And
wrong again.
Which
that is what
the number 2 dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Next to
the 2 different forms of spot throwing.
Hold on, real talk. And then Reason brought up, and he was like, Marvin Harrison led the Colts in 11 games receiving or something like that. That was a lie that you said right there. Like,
it wasn't a lie. Louis, that is the point. That wasn't a lie. We were talking about something else. I forgot why that conversation was brought up. But I was giving
about Tua's production, and it was people were making it seem like it's Tyreek.
Right. And I brought up
the argument that Peyton Manning made his receivers, that his receivers didn't make him.
No.
And you brought up Marvin Harrison.
No. I was giving, Louis, listen, I was giving an example. I wasn't saying that's what Peyton Manning.
In your example.
No. Louis,
you said 3 times.
There ain't no way to spin that, bro. Take the fucking L. You don't know what you're talking about, and keep it pushing. So you need to close your mouth and learn, motherfucker, because you don't know a goddamn. Every time you open your fucking mouth, bro, it's a contradiction. Every fucking time.
Yo.
Like I said, you was up there for 4.5 hours fucking fanboying on another grown fucking man about his platform and didn't make one goddamn motherfucking point. You should be ashamed of your goddamn self.
Now, thank you for whatever you just said. What I was saying, Louis, is I was giving an example. I wasn't giving an example of what Peyton did. I was giving an example of what I was trying to talk about. Does that make sense? I wasn't saying Peyton did that. I was saying, okay, well, there's a difference in what we're saying. And like an example, if Peyton did this, that's what I was doing. I wasn't saying, oh, there's a difference because Peyton does this. That's not what I was saying.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what Lewis is saying. No, what you exactly said was Tua leans on Tyreek Hill 10 times out of the 17 games, and look at Peyton Manning. He only leaned on Marvin Harrison 3 times. That's what you fucking said, bro.
Do you see how I just said something completely different than what he just said?
Lewis, am I wrong? Did he not say that? Is that not what came out of his mouth?
No, that's not what came out of my mouth. Again, I was giving an example of what I was talking about. I wasn't saying that Peyton was doing that.
Well, like you just said, your example was, bro, that was the dumbest fucking example you could possibly even dream of, bro.
No, because you understood. You understood the example I was talking about. You just thought I meant that Peyton was doing that. So you understood exactly what I was talking about. You just thought I said Peyton does that.
So what are all the people that are listening to you that were in the chat that the night that we had that panel, right? And they're sitting there listening to you attempt to debate because you didn't successfully debate anything, right? They're listening to you to try to rebut what I was saying, and your response out of your mouth was, oh, Tua is too dependent on fucking Tyreek Hill. He depends on Tyreek Hill 10 to 11 times in a season. But Peyton Manning didn't have to lean on Marvin Harrison. He may have lean on him 3 times out of a season.
I never said that. I never said that.
Did he not say that?
No, not the way that you're saying it. No, that's not what came out of my mouth.
That is exactly what you said.
Bro, you're trash.
Because I said there's a difference because you said every quarterback leans on the number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah.
Look at Mr. Polk. Now, hey, real quick. Now, Mr. Polk has no horse in this race right now. He's in the chat. I would like for Mr. Polk to come up on this goddamn panel right now and tell me, and please tell me that I'm crazy. I'm crazy for what I thought I heard come out of your goddamn mouth.
No, you're definitely not crazy. Hold on, real talk. You're definitely not crazy, Ian, because as soon as he said the 3 games, right, with Peyton Manning, Reason had them numbers clicked up, and it was 11 games.
110%.
What 3 games? What are you talking about?
You said Peyton Manning would only rely on Marvin Harrison for like 3 games and 2.
Louis, you are not understanding what I am saying.
No,
you are taking it.
What the fuck you were
well, then fucking listen. Then listen. Instead of talking back, just listen. Just listen. That's it. No.
Nobody's going to listen to you when not bringing value, bro. Nobody's going to listen to you when you're not offering anything of value.
Just listen.
Nobody's going to listen to you.
Wait, you're not learning. Just listen. I wasn't saying that Peyton Manning only counted on 3 games. That's not what I was saying. I was giving an example. And I used Peyton Manning.
Says me and EM are 100% correct. That's what Mr. Polk said.
You got it, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, and he don't have no horse in this race. Mr. Polk don't bother a soul. Right?
You got it, bro.
So if there's ever a neutral participant in this conversation, it would be him. It would be him.
You let me know when you're ready to listen.
I'm trying to understand, but I gotta be honest with you, real talk.
Let you know when I'm ready for what.
Manning and Tua. Like, I'm trying to see where you're going to get to with that Peyton Manning and Tua comparison, because it's crazy to me.
Let you know when I'm ready for what.
I wasn't comparing Tua and Peyton Manning. That is the whole point. I wasn't comparing 2 quarterbacks. I was trying to explain to them what I mean of the difference of leaning on your number 1 wide receiver like a regular quarterback would.
Lou, you ain't even listen to it, dumbass. Listen to it. Listen to it.
What is this man talking about?
Bro, he is Bro, I told you, dog. Again, listen, man. I don't knock another grown. I don't know. I would never knock a grown man's hustle. Get your paper. Get your paper up, bro. Do your thing. But goddamn it, your shit is trash, bro. You might listen. If I were you, I'm gonna encourage you to continue doing what you're doing, but don't quit your goddamn day job.
No,
That's
the
all I
best
gotta
part,
say.
the best part about that stream, right, was when this man said, I disagree with what JT O'Sullivan said, right? Now again, and I've heard EM say this, I've went and listened to JT O'Sullivan, right? A former NFL quarterback, right? One of the best in the game of breaking down quarterbacks, right?
It don't
Not
get any
that he was
better than him. It don't get much
right.
better than him.
This man, Real Talk, said, I disagree with what JT O'Sullivan's saying, but he was like, me and TD are talking about another spot throwing.
Another form
Nigga,
of spot
what
throwing.
are you talking about? What?
Imagine if I was coaching and I said that to my bro.
And he said, and the craziest thing is, he sat his dumb ass up there laughing at JT O'Sullivan when he's again. He's educating. That's educating. What your dumb ass is doing, bro? That is not fucking You are misinforming, just like fucking TD when it pertains to this goddamn spot throwing narrative. And we all know where the origin of that conversation started. Do we not know that, Lou? We know where that started, right?
Well, I don't know where it started, but all I know is Real Talk. They're talking about me too. So I just know how to clean myself and lay it out a little better. But go ahead.
Oh, so do us all a fuck. Hang on, Lou, real quick. So True Talk / Real Talk, because they one and the same. I want to be clear on that, right? Do our fan base, please do our fan base a favor. I don't give a fuck about the Bucks fan base. Whatever nonsense you spewing in that community, I wipe my ass with it. But please do our fan base a favor. When you bring your dumb ass up on these fucking panels, bro, or go in our spaces, please stop saying that you're fucking educating. Before you preface everything you're going to say, when you say, "Oh, I'm about to educate," please stop doing that, bro. Stop it.
Hey, Pete, real quick.
He said he was educating. That's what Pete said.
Hey, Pete, I just heard you say that you're one of those people, and you say it better than the other ones. Can you please expand on that, Pete? Can you please tell me what you mean by spot throwing?
Because I pretty much understand Real Talk, yeah. So when Real Talk is trying to explain that there's two different forms of spot throwing, in reality, there really is only one form of spot throwing. Every quarterback is picking. Hold on. Every quarterback pass is picking a spot. Hold on. I'm gonna get to the factor where it gets to two. Wait. There's only one. Every pass is thrown to a certain spot. Understand?
Two different forms of spot throwing.
Hold on. Every quarterback is picking a spot to throw it to. Whether it's accurate on that spot or not, they tried to put it in a spot. That's the end factor. That's the truth. Every single pass thrown.
Now, even Pete knows that. Even fucking Pete knew that, right? Knows that, right?
Okay,
but
the reality
True Talk / Real Talk, because they're one of the same, and fucking TD can't understand that. They can't grasp that narrative.
You see, I hate to put two bodies in one little 6-foot little thing, but this is what I'm about to do by putting Reason and EM in there right now. And if you want three, because I hear Lewis saying there's going to be three. Yeah, I'm going to put all three of them in that body. Deep hole 6. All three bodies going in there right now. Real Talk Perez, this is why I say I agree with you. Because not only is the fact that, yes, every quarterback is throwing to a certain spot, but not all those quarterbacks are only limited to timely, anticipatory spot throwing.
Anticipatory
thrower.
Anticipatory. Is that a word? Anticipatory. Is that a word? Is that a word? Somebody Google that real quick. Anticipatory. Pete, can you spell that for me so I can look that up? Pete, can you spell that for me so I can look that up real quick? Now you're educating. I want to know what anticipatory means.
And timing in this offense means putting the ball into a certain spot, and more so than not, that's what our offense is. I would say like 80%. Then you know what? Tua is only a spot thrower. Now I get it. Every quarterback is a spot thrower, but there's quarterbacks that can see the coverage. They can see the first, second, and third progression. They can go through everything and then decide who's the open guy and pick a spot to throw it to. That is not what Tua is. Okay? So that's the difference between
Somebody in
spot
the
throwing
chat,
and making fun of
please,
Tua.
please type up the definition of anticipatory in the chat.
Anticipatory.
Because I'm trying.
Anticipation, dog.
No. I'm. I try to learn a new word every day, right? I read the dictionary I try to read it every day, right? So I want somebody, please. Anticipatory is what you said, Pete. Y'all drop that definition of that word in the chat for me.
It must have been a long day.
They let them clip it. Yeah.
What are you guys
They
talking
got me
about?
out here slurring words and everything. No, I'm just breaking down how two spot throwers can be broken down. And that's why I was agreeing with Real Talk. That's why I say Real Talk was up there like a breakfast sandwich. You know, the first thing you wake up in the morning, you want that breakfast. That's the best thing. Ain't nothing topping a breakfast sandwich. And guess what? That's what Real Talk did. He got a delivered in front of him.
Their
He's
own
still
wide
on his bed the way
receiver
he ate
talked
up
about it. I don't know why it's hard for them to understand. It's like I don't get it. I don't get why it's hard.
Maybe it's because maybe it's because True Talk / Real Talk, because they're one of the same. I want to be clear on that again. Maybe it's because, again, we're still trying to figure out what your point is. You never made a point, bro. I can't emphasize that enough. If you go, I want to encourage everybody. I want to encourage everybody that's in that goddamn chat that hadn't gone and seen that show on Defense Tailgate. I don't know what date it was, but right.
If you missed
I
that
encourage
episode
everybody
on TFTG,
to really
everybody go and watch
listen objectively. Go and listen to that fucking.
Hell yeah.
Go and listen to that goddamn show. I've had people that ain't necessarily even football people, right, that have reached out to me and said, "Damn, this like who was that guy that was on that panel that you were going back and forth with?" They were like, "Bro," and again, they aren't the most detailed football people, but they were like, "Bro, that dude is a bro. He never made a fucking point. Like he was all over the place."
I was all over the place because you guys kept throwing
so
different questions at me.
maybe if you
about the spot throwing was because again it was another situation where you guys thought you understood what that quarterback guy was talking about, but you really didn't understand because you took what he said, just like the Kurt Warner situation, and you thought he was meaning something, not understanding what he was really talking about. So I was explaining it to you, and you asked, what are the two difference of spot throwing? And then I was trying to break it down. What was the difference between spot throwing? And you just couldn't comprehend it.
No, bro, stop. No. So again, I asked you again. Okay, what are the two different forms? First off, you never clarified the two different forms, right? Because what you said was again. Hang on. You never differentiated the two different.
Word that I can use that's not disrespecting him, that I can use mentally, that says you just not smart. Like, is there another word I can use?
Okay, whatever, bro. That's real cute. Okay, that's the real.
I'm wondering. I'm just asking.
In my goddamn community,
I'm trying to be real.
It's funny how you knew my name and I didn't know yours. So yeah. So that lets you know what level I'm on. Goddamn it.
I mean, I know how to read. I see.
So the point is, so you never did differentiate between what you said was specific. What you said was specifically.
This is the mentality we're dealing with.
What you said was specifically. You said there was two different forms of spot throwing.
What are you talking about, bro?
Did you not say that? You just what came out of your mouth again was that
you need a timeout from the internet, bro. I think you need a timeout from the internet.
Okay, bro. All right. Okay. Anyway, so at the end of the day, bro. So at the end,
this is not for you, bro. This is not for you.
So at the end of the day, right? So at the end of the day,
you don't understand. That's just what it is. You just don't understand.
Okay, all right, okay, that's cute. Okay, anything else?
You're bullshitting and acting like you don't understand.
So
like I said,
anything else?
I like to pretend like you're bullshitting for the people online.
Anything
That's
else?
what I'm hoping.
Anything else? Anything else?
Really aren't just incapable of learning.
Anything else?
What?
Anything else? So you good, right? You good? You got all your shit off, right?
All I know All
Okay.
I know, Real Talk has adopted the D1 method on YouTube. No one knows who the fuck D1 is. He's been on there 30 years. Real Talk has adopted that same model. He's on YouTube. Don't nobody know who he is. He has to come to a Dolphin platform to feel relevant. That's sad.
Wait, is
I mean, I don't know what you
That's the
can't
D1 model, Lou?
spot on. I mean, you can't. I mean, how can you can't put it any more? You know, it can't be even any more clear how relevant that he is. That he got to come to a fucking Dolphin centric platform, right? You can't even go. You can't even make no noise in your own community, bro. You can't even shake a goddamn tree on a leaf on a tree in your own motherfucking community, bro. But anyway, we'll come back to that. So my point was, right, when you said your words, not mine. Two different forms of spot throwing.
Especially NFC South YouTube streets. I just come in here because I love to talk about the Tua situation.
Okay, all right, okay. But you in these spaces every day, though. You in these spaces every fucking day. You on these panels every fucking day. So, okay, so at the end of the day, what you said was, again, on TFTG, and you just sat up here again and said that you're trying to explain two different forms of spot throwing. Specifically. So my point and my rebut to you is you never differentiated the two different forms of spot throwing, which is why on the show, if you recall, I asked you specifically, you say you got access to all 22, you claim you watch film. I that is very debatable, but I'm gonna take your word for it, right? Go clip up from an all 22 perspective, find out, and it could be with the Dolphins, it could be with any quarterback in the National Football League. Go clip up the all 22 and show, all of us what is the two different forms of spot throwing. Now, your explanation was, right, a quarterback throwing to a spot, right, anticipating where a route is. Well, you didn't say this. I'm cleaning that bullshit up that you were saying because you could never be on my level in terms of articulating this fucking game of football, right? But this, in essence, what you were saying, right? When you're talking about the typical form of spot throwing, throwing to a spot, anticipating where a receiver is supposed to be, where the route is supposed to develop, in essence. Then you said, okay, well, this is second form. Well, Tua, right, is throwing to that same spot with that same level of anticipation. Again, these are my words. I'm cleaning that bullshit up that you were saying. I want to reiterate. I want to be clear on that, right? But what you said was, he's throwing to that same spot no matter what. So actually, you're very wrong on the statement that you made that there's two different forms of spot throwing because you never differentiated, right? The difference between the process of spot throwing. What you said was the only difference you made is that Tua is throwing the ball blindfolded to one spot, right, in one scenario, and that you brought up the typical version of quote unquote spot throwing. So, but you never differentiated the whole action, the whole process of spot throwing. That's why I was pressing you on the fucking show. And your dumbass could not, again, because you didn't know what the fuck you were saying, right? You didn't even know what you were trying to explain. You were just up there on that fucking clout chase, right? Trying to get them goddamn 200 subscribers up. You got on your fucking platform that you've been on the internet for 15 to 20 years, right? So you never even differentiated. That's why I said make a fucking point, bro. That way we can address and really we can engage in dialogue about what the point you are trying to make, but you never made a fucking point, bro.
This is why I ate him up, because, again, I just explained it a little while ago, just like I explained it 50 times in that podcast or whatever. If he doesn't understand what I'm saying of the difference, I don't know how else to tell you. One spot thrower the ball is going to go to that spot no matter what. If the route got readjusted or whatever, it's still going to that same spot. The other spot throwing is assessing the situation. What you going into a spot you believe you're going to end up.
What you should have done. You need to be right. You need to be on
your mic sounds a little bad. Try to
This is why when you claim to be on the level, bro, again, You need, again, that's why I don't think you even understand what the point you were trying to make. This is why, because you should have reworded your statement. You should have reworded your statement, right? Because again,
real talk,
what you
your
should
mic
have
is
said was,
it's a little scratchy,
no
like
matter,
disconnected or something.
you shouldn't even brought up the point of spot throwing, bro. You shouldn't even brought that up. You should have just said, right, Tua, again, he's a, quote unquote, one read guy, and you tried to sell that narrative too on the platform. You tried to sell that narrative too, right? But we obliterated that. But what you should have said was, Tua, okay, he don't process the field like to the level that he should. You feel like, in your opinion, because obviously you feel like there's a defect there in terms of Tua being able to process the field, right? So what you should have said was, as opposed to saying two different, which is one of the dumbest statements, right? That's I think I've ever heard in this when it comes to this YouTube shit, when it comes to the game of football, two different forms of spot throwing, right? Because again, you can't distinguish two different forms of the process of spot throwing because there's only one. What you should have said was, Tua throws to a spot, true, but B, right? Tua throws to a spot. Again, this is your opinion, not mine. What you should have said was, no matter what the coverage is or whatever, Tua is he don't process the field the level that he should, and he gets locked on to one target, and he's gonna throw that football no matter what the defense.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Presentation is.
That's not what I'm talking about, Adam. That's why I didn't say that. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's not what you're talking about?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, well then clarify.
Yo, how many times? I'm not gonna clarify it again, Em. I can't. You're just not gonna get it, Em. Just let it go.
Hey,
just let it go, bro.
Hey,
you're just not gonna get it, Em.
Now, Lewis, you don't have a horse in this race. You were just happen to be on that panel and you overheard the conversation. Hey. So what I just said, right, about his debunked narrative. Do you understand the point that I was trying to make? Didn't that sound like the point that he was trying to make?
I understand what you're trying to say, or what you just said. I still yet to this day understand what the fuck Real Talk's talking about.
Yeah, Lou's the wrong person to ask. Lou's definitely the wrong person to ask.
G, was you in there? Was you in the chat, G? And you overheard were you in the chat?
Well, if I'm the wrong person to ask,
I'm wondering about the chat.
Okay,
chat.
G.
Does nobody in the chat understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Go get D1.
Does nobody in the chat understand what I'm saying? I'm wondering.
No, I don't think nobody. But G, seriously, no trolling. You know what? You and I have had our issues, right? And we're gonna continue to have our issues. It's up when I see you too, right? But at the end of the day, let's put our differences aside right now and just be objective. You overheard the comment.
Just make sure you pull that jab back quick, though.
I hear you. That's what's up. So, when you were in the chat and you overheard that conversation, who was in the wrong? Do you understand the point that I'm trying to make? Whose point do you understand more better? Ours or his? I mean, really, just keep it objective.
Harris understands. And now that Harris understands, I'll even give you a play. It was a game in the Chiefs player where I don't know.
Is Mike breaking up for everybody?
Yeah, his mic is sounding bad.
That's why his show's not successful.
As Harris reiterated what he just put in the chat, that is basically what the point that I just made.
Real talk.
According to your narrative. According to your narrative, according to your narrative, that's basically the point that I was saying that you thought you were attempting to make. But then when I asked you about it, you said, no, that's not the point I'm trying to make. But you said, no, that's not the point I'm trying to make.
You did not say what Harris said. You did not say what Harris said.
Wow, are you serious? Wow. Let me reiterate. What I just said was, right? Again, what you were saying, no matter what the presentation is, no matter whatever unfolds the process of the play developing, no matter how it impacts it, whatever the defense is doing impacts the play negatively, Tua's going to throw to that. He's predetermined where he's going with the football on that every single play, right? That's basically what I said.
You didn't say that before. You said all kind of bullshit.
You did not say. Again, you gotta understand the words that you're using, bro.
Listen, bro. Like I'm really starting to think you have some form of defect upstairs, right? You are really fucking slow, bro. That elevator don't go all the way up to the fucking top, bro. It stops midway.
Oh my
bro,
God.
like I mean, really,
So,
bro. You need to
so do you agree?
Your
Do you agree or do you disagree?
You don't even know what's coming out of your goddamn mouth.
I know exactly what's coming out of my mouth. Do you agree or do you disagree, Em? Do you agree or do you disagree, Em? That's all that matters.
Do I disagree?
I got
or
something
what?
for you, real
What
talk.
talking
'Cause
about?
Do you agree or do you disagree?
Disagree with what?
That he does that.
I think every quarterback does that to some degree.
Just throws it to a certain spot no matter what.
Quarterbacks get locked on to targets. Quarterback predetermined, pre-snap where they're going with the football based on who they're throwing the football
That's what
to.
you said.
That is a fact. That's every quarterback. Every quarterback is guilty of that.
Did everybody hear what he just said? Gets locked onto targets. That's the shit you said last time, and that's what I didn't agree with. That's not what I was talking about. Getting locked onto a target. I didn't say nothing about getting locked onto a target.
When did I say?
Watch your words, but I'm the crazy one. So he said two different things. Look at that.
Listen, man. I'm not gonna allow you to use my fucking name to get your fucking clout up, nigga, to get your numbers up, to get your name relevant. I'm not gonna do that, right? I've already fucking destroyed you enough. I've already bodied you enough. God damn it! I got my 10 pounds of flesh out of your bitch ass. So you know what? I'm not, bro. You don't even know, bro. You don't even know what's coming out of your mouth, bro. You will say one thing, bro. You will say one fucking thing. You will say one thing 1 minute, and then 5 minutes ago you would deny and say, "Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that."
No, it's over. I got my clout. Whatever
bro,
you want to say,
fucking ridiculous, and we all know that was your motivation. Okay,
go home, bro. You won.
Yeah. I'm glad you admitted. I'm glad you admitted to it, because you ain't fooling the real ones, goddamn. We know you been on that clout chase. We know that.
I'm glad that's kind of done. But to be quite honest, I don't think you are done, real talk, because I've been trying to get at you with something else.
What's up?
Earlier, you told me that if Tua was in Tampa in the same situation with Baker Mayfield, you said, nonchalant.
Yeah.
You said, we still would have won the division.
Yes.
You know why I cold-heartedly and wholeheartedly disagree with that? And I know you're wrong for a fact. Because not only did Tua have a top 10 defense, not only did Tua have a top 5 rushing offense, he had the 2 best wide receivers in the NFL with separation. Your offense lacked separation, number 1. And number 2, oh no, it's not. And number 2, this is actually number 1 if it comes to like which one is the most important. The most important factor is, where did you guys rate again in rushing offense? 32, if you wanted me to remind you. You guys were dead last in rushing. And that's why I say Tua.
And we still won the division.
Yeah, but Tua would not have never broken all those tackles and shook off all those tackles that Baker Mayfield had to deal with. Yes, he would have. Your guys are not. Bro, you got slug foot Mike Evans that doesn't get open early. He's a downfield threat.
It's funny
Tua's not working with that.
But there's not one quarterback that he can't get 1,000 yards with. There's not one quarterback that can't get 1,000 yards.
You need a
with
strong
Mike
arm. Baker Mayfield
literally
he's top 3 in the NFL with the strongest arms in the league right now. I hope you know that.
Whatever Tua did with Tyreek, he could have done with Mike Evans. That's just the facts. They literally played the game the exact same way. They focused on their number 1 target. That's it.
Bro, Mike Evans would probably sell his soul to be able to get separation like Tyreek Hill does, bro.
You know Tyreek and Mike Evans tied for touchdowns, right?
Tyreek and Mike Evans are totally different NFL wide receivers, bro.
Yes,
Mike Evans is only a big body, deep
touchdown
threat.
machine. They're both one of the best number 1 wide receivers in the game. Period.
That's all I'm
And like I
saying.
said,
You're
they
loud and
played
wrong
the game.
when you sat here and thought for 1 second that Tua, with the worst rushing offense in the NFL,
We didn't
could
need
take
a
the
rushing
Tampa Bay to
offense.
the playoffs. You're out of your
We
mind.
didn't need.
You're out
We
of your
did
mind.
Real
honestly.
quick,
We
Pete.
didn't need a rushing offense for to get
P,
to
real
the division.
P, real quick. Listen, look at pull up S. Harris's comment. He said what True Talk doesn't understand, which this is why it's so difficult. Like y'all sit up here and I listen to y'all, and I'm not calling nobody out right now specifically, right? But I've heard narratives on these in these spaces that quote unquote spot throwing, being anticipatory, is an easy thing to do. So if you look at his comment, this is the art of throwing a ball with anticipation. What he said was what True Talk doesn't understand is throwing to a spot is seeing a receiver run, judging his trajectory of where he will end up. Not throwing to a spot only. He can catch it or he can catch in stride. That is spot on right there. That is the art of quote unquote being anticipatory and being quote unquote throwing to be a spot thrower. This is why that is one of the most difficult. If you heard JT O'Sullivan, right? When you can go watch the show on Inside the NFL, or you can go watch the show on TFTG when Reason brought the clip up. When he explained, right, and he articulated how difficult that is to be elite at, to excel at this level, right? That is one of the most hardest things to do to teach a quarterback at the NFL level to consistently win in that format. And that his comment, right, is spot on. Is 100% spot on. It's
How
a
do you
lot more
feel about
difficult
that, real
trait.
talk?
It's a
They're
lot more
going at
difficult
you. They're
skill set
saying
to
that
have,
you
bro.
don't understand. This comment is literally saying that you don't understand.
Yes, I hear. I'm hearing. Now, one, I literally said the exact same thing. Harris and the other one talked about the other kind of spot throwing. That's why I was saying that there was two kinds of spot throwing. There is this spot throwing that Harris is talking about, and then the comment before that he was talking about earlier is the other type of spot throwing. Tua does both of them, but Tua does. Not all quarterbacks do the other spot throwing that we were talking about, which is throwing into a spot no matter what's happening, he's going to throw it to that one spot.
That is called that is not called different. That's not a different form of spot throwing, because the art of spot throwing, the actual process of throwing to a spot is the same.
Okay, what do you want to call it then?
Again, it's called not processing what the defense does. It's called getting locked onto one target. It is predetermining pre-snap where you're going with the football. That's not, bro. This is what I told you, dumbass. That what you listen to what you're saying. That is, you never differentiated the process, the actual action of being anticipatory and throwing to a spot. You never, because there's not. You can't differentiate between the two because it's only one form.
So
That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Wait. If you want to call it all those other things you just called it, then call it that.
No. I'm not giving you. No, I just educated you, right? I just educated you. But I'm not giving you an opportunity to put them. The skating rink don't open till 8 o'clock. Goddammit! You are not allowed to put them goddamn skates on right now, whole ass nigga. No, what you consistently said was there was two different forms of spot throwing, and I told your dumbass that does not fucking exist. That's what I told you.
What I said, Em. I am not.
That's what I just told you.
I am telling you, you can call it whatever you think it is. But when your wide receiver says the difference between Tua and Josh Allen is with Tua, the ball is going to be at that certain spot.
Nobody mentioned Josh Allen. Nobody fucking mentioned Josh Allen.
Okay. If the difference between this offense
nobody mentioned Josh Allen,
now, which is the Bills' offense, is that
nobody brought up the Bills' offense. Nobody mentioned the Buffalo Bills' fucking offense. Nobody.
Yes, he
in
did.
that whole conversation.
Yes, he did.
Man, get the fuck out of here. Again, you just got your ass, bro. You talking about, I need to quit. First off, I'm not on the internet like that. But B, bro, stop while you ahead. If I were you, I would not quit my goddamn day job.
You'll find a link for it.
Don't quit your day job.
It's very easy. It's very easy.
Please do not quit for your kids' sake.
I'll do it for you.
Whatever situation you got going on in your personal life, your wife, your girl, your kids, or whatever, don't quit your goddamn day job, goddammit. Keep your day job.
Alley oop or alley oops?
Hey man, I want to get back to the
Damn,
question that Pete asked.
what
Pete
the hell
asked
happened,
real.
man? What the hell did I miss?
Hold on, crypto. Goddamn it, real. Asked Pete asked real talk if Tua was in that Tampa Bay offense or that team last year, could Tua had made the playoffs? And real talk said yes, and Pete disagreed. So I kind of want to reverse it though. Pete, let me ask you: if Baker Mayfield was in that Dolphin team last year, do you think Baker Mayfield puts up those same numbers and executes this offense as well Tua did last season?
I'm gonna tell you what, and I mean this with the bottom of my heart, Lewis, when I'm telling you this. If we would have had Baker Mayfield, we would have definitely had a home playoff game.
So Baker Mayfield again with weapons, right, in Tampa Bay with weapons and stuff. He was able to win 9
Yeah, but
games.
Baker Mayfield
He
don't.
played in a
How many
horrible
games did Chris
division.
Godwin miss last year? Real talk, Perez. Before I search it up, or he played injured almost damn near the whole season. How many games Chris Godwin missed last year?
I don't know nothing about that. I know Baker
The man
Mayfield
was
won
throwing
9
to like
games.
Tyler Johnson. He was throwing to
Baker
another like the
Mayfield won
third
9
string
games
tight
in one of
end.
the worst divisions in football. He won 9
Yeah, that's what
games
I'm saying.
in one of
Cause
the worst
and he
divisions in
had the
football.
worst rushing offense. In Miami, he has one of the best rushing offense. He has the best wide receivers. Not an aging old group of good wide receivers. Let's not try to compare
Now Mike
Tyreek and
Evans is the
Waddle
first.
to Evans and Godwin.
Mike Evans though is a first ballot Hall of Famer though. That's what Mike
But
Evans
not
is.
in Mike was Larry Fitzgerald. Isn't he a first ballot Hall of Famer? But Larry Fitzgerald wasn't Larry Fitzgerald in his 15th year in the NFL. Mike Evans has shown a lot of progression despite him still getting 1,000 yards with the season getting to 17, 18 games now. That's not a big deal
Wait.
anymore.
You said he's
He
shown a
just
lot of
luckily fell
progression.
past a good
Wait. You said he's shown a lot of progression, Pete. That means he was doing.
who?
Pete just said Mike Evans showed a lot of progression, right, in a 17-game season. That's what you just said, Pete.
No, but he's been regressing. He's not the same Mike Evans that he once was. That's what y'all got to take into consideration.
Okay, well then you need to say regression. You said progress. He's progressed. You
My
said
bad. I'm
progress.
here. I was on my phone too at the
Don't.
same time
And
typing a
again,
message.
I'm not trying to hate on you, Pete. I'm just trying to make you. I'm trying to get you to not sound like this clown right next to you, bro.
No, I appreciate that and fixing the word so people could understand me more. Because if I would have said it like that, they don't understand. But at the same time, we
Look,
cannot sit here and try to compare Baker in this offense. Lewis, I'm gonna tell you right now. Remember the Tua stats that they were saying about Tua this upcoming season? 40+ touchdowns. Some even on Miami Sports Music. And shout out to Steven. I miss Steven and the show, what he had going on during the morning show. But at the same time, remember all those stats that they were saying before the season started. The numbers.
Are you
The
guys
numbers
seeing the
were
link in the
40
comment
plus
section or no?
touchdown passes plus
Now
50. Some were saying
Pete
50s touchdowns.
Pete
All of
Pete, let
them
me
were
ask you.
saying guaranteeing 4,500 yards plus. But a lot of guys were saying 5,000 is easy.
Hey,
That was
Pete,
just coming out
let me ask,
confidently.
Pete, let me ask you a question though. There has been multiple people, the Kurt Warners of the world, the Dan Orlovskis of the world, that come out and say there's
Pete,
about
look at your comment.
hold on, real talk. God damn it, no one gives a fuck. But there's Pete. There's
Nah.
real.
Look at the comments. Click on the link and go look and see and tell me what Sherfield said. You tell me what Sherfield said and see if this dude don't know what he's talking about.
Again, that's fine, Sherfield. So we gonna listen to Sherfield, a player, right? That's a cute story, real talk.
Yeah, you want to listen to the best quarterback in the
Mike
world who's
check.
on YouTube, right? Yeah, everybody want to listen to things that goes with their narrative, but don't want to listen to stuff that goes against their narrative. Come on.
I was just trying to ask a question. That's all I was trying to do. So Dan Orlovsky, Kurt Warners of the world, they all come out and say there's about 5 quarterbacks that can run this system, Pete. I'm just asking you. You said it's so easy and stuff. Why wasn't Baker Mayfield one of those 5 guys they mentioned, Pete? If you think Baker Mayfield,
Why did they conveniently leave him out? Did they mention Kirk
Lamar
Cousins?
Jackson was not on that list.
Did they mention Kirk Cousins?
Lamar Jackson was not on that fucking list.
Dak Prescott?
Josh Allen was not on that list.
Lewis?
Exactly, EM. That's the point I'm getting at. Why?
Josh Allen was not.
Why are y'all
That's
missing the point? This system, right?
Is pre-algebra.
This is the point I'm trying to get at, right? as great as Lamar Jackson is, G, right? This is the narrative that surrounds Tua. This system was created for Tua. I'm not here to debate that, G. What I'm here to debate is if we make it a problem for Tua, right? But I would argue that Baltimore system is designated for Lamar Jackson, right? Like that's designed for Lamar Jackson. Because if you put Lamar Jackson in a West Coast system, forget about Miami. Try to put Lamar Jackson in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan, right? Where it's anticipation. It's about accuracy. It's about timing. Lamar Jackson
He'll
don't
do
work
it.
in that system. He does not
He'll be
work
able to
in
do
that.
it.
He does not work in that system. That's the
I don't
point.
think we can say that, man. We ain't never seen him in that system.
That's what I'm
We can't
saying,
say
G.
that.
That sounds
We
crazy to
can't
me,
say that,
bro.
man.
It could be a
They're
reason
making
for
it
that.
seem like this offense is hard. That's not true, bro.
No, stop. You mean to tell me, as smart and as accomplished a coach as John Harbaugh is, you don't think he sat actually when he putting their team together every year, right, offensively and defensively? That conversation, they haven't had conversation about Lamar being in different type of offenses, right? And again, how coaches build and construct their offensive game plan for the year. It's all tailor made around a quarterback's skills, right? So to Lewis's point
1000%.
about this being made for Tua, no, well, yeah, all coaches tweak things scheme wise
Hey, EM and
to
Lewis,
fit
since
their
EM,
quarterbacks.
hold on. No, because I don't like how y'all gonna sit here. Can you sit here and clip, since you watch all 22 so much, EM? Can you, bro? If my wife didn't just get home, I would have got on that computer right now. I'll take her out that computer right now. I'll put
You
on
won't got
YouTube.
on
That's a
shit.
Let
lie.
me
You
tell
won't
you
got on
That's
a
a
something.
lie.
Let
goddamn
me
That's a
tell
lie.
you
lie.
something, dude.
That's a
Get the
goddamn
fuck out
lie.
of here.
I'm telling you right now. I want to know exactly the specific plays
So
that
you
we'll
watch
watch
film now,
Tua
Pete?
make.
You the film guy
No,
now, Pete? You the
I
film
just
nigga now,
want you to
Pete?
be up with
That's what
all
you are. You the
22
film
and
nigga.
just play
Okay,
it in the
all right, bet.
background. Tomorrow, I'll go live tomorrow.
Damn.
Play all 22 in the
Breakdown.
background. And I want to know exactly what, like, this whole notion that nobody can play this system, that's bullshit. Okay?
Why you
That's
don't
bullshit.
add Dan Orlovsky, right? He the one
That's
said that.
bullshit.
Why
I
won't
don't
you
care
add
about
Dan
what Dan
Orlovsky, Pete,
Orlovsky is saying.
in front
That's
of the
bullshit.
Twitter world, the Twitter
That's
universe?
bullshit. You
Add
want me
Dan
to tell you
Orlovsky,
something?
invite him to
You want
come
me
to
to
your,
tell
or
you
y'all can
something?
engage on the timeline. Go at Dan Orlovsky and tell him he's full of shit on what the point he made about it's only 5 guys in the league that can run this offense. Why don't you do that? If you the film nigga now, right? You the film guy in the Dolphin community. Pete's takes, right? He is at the top of the food chain in terms of film breakdown now. So go at Dan Orlovsky, go at fucking Louis Riddick, all them niggas on ESPN, I might add,
Put them
right?
up
Go
here.
at them and
They
tell
can
them they
click
full
the
of shit,
link.
Pete.
Yeah. I'll tell them straight up on their platform.
I'm waiting on that. I'm waiting. Matter of fact, screenshot it and send it to me. When you at the nigga on Twitter, right, and tell him he full of shit for saying that, make sure you screenshot and send that to me. I bet you won't do that. I bet you won't do that.
I'll tell you a name right now that I'll tell ESPN on camera, and they won't even have a way to debate. Do you know who Joshua Dobbs is? Joshua Dobbs will be able to come in here and work this offense effective because he did it.
Make
going
sure
across the league
I want to make sure when you're adding Dan Orlovsky, make sure you include that in your tweet, Pete. Make sure you include that in your tweet. Oh yeah, I know. Please make sure you include that in your tweet, Pete. When you add Dan Orlovsky, Louis Riddick, and everybody else that was on that fucking panel when he brought that, he articulated that point on NFL Live, I might add, on ESPN, on NFL Live. So make sure you include that in your tweet.
Damn, EM, man, you made a man run away, man.
This shit is crazy, bro. Like these folks in this community, bro. This shit is, my God. And again, you motherfuckers been listening to me since 2019. I came in the game calling these fucking idiots out. Goddamn it, I'm gonna goddamn it lead a game doing the same goddamn thing. It's going ain't a motherfucking thing changed. Goddamn it. But what? I am blown away at some of the shit that these people, and I mean it's daily.
Boy, he GPSing your address right now, EM. Boy, he coming to get you. He coming to get you, EM.
AG, you kind of don't see what we're talking about though. That every quarterbacks have systems though that they run. Like you don't get
Yeah,
that. You
yeah, I
just
get it, man. But I feel like
Choreo
once you
system,
get
there's
to
a
the
West
pro,
Coast system, there's a spread system, there's a lot of systems.
yeah, I'm sure
It's up to
Lamar
the head
Lamar
coach
done been
to
in
tailor made
he
what
done
you
been
need
in
to do
every
for the
type of
quarterback.
system there is, man. He been playing quarterback all his life.
well, and again, so that but then
Right now, the
see,
Ravens run the Air Coryell system. That's the system they run.
but
That's off of based off
G,
of West Coast.
you just said Lamar Jackson has ran every system because he's played quarterback all his life. But then you, in the same breath, you say Tua can only one run system. He's been playing quarterback his whole life. You don't think he can run multiple systems then? Like you can't. Again, see what I'm saying, bro? You can't have it both ways.
But see, it's the difference between
He
running the
should be
system
able
and
to
running
run
the
them
system
all.
effectively. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can drive a car, but can you drive it at 100-mile-an-hour around a racetrack? It's a
Right,
difference.
and that's what I'm saying. Lamar Jackson is a great quarterback for the system he's run for multiple years in Baltimore, right? But you haven't seen him run all these different systems in Baltimore. It's an RPO system. That's what they run in Baltimore. It's going to be
Not
a they
anymore.
can't.
They run the
Okay,
Air
Crypto.
Coryell system.
All right, Crypto. All right.
No, I'm just saying they changed offensive coordinators last year. That was totally different from when he ran in his first 2 years.
And again, that system looked eerily similar to the last system. It's hut. I'm going
No,
to
it's
put
different.
again, you can say
I'm
it's
just saying as
different.
far as its design.
Right.
That offensive
You can
coordinator is totally different. They try to make him pass more than he did.
again, Crypto, that is absolutely fine. When Lamar Jackson says hut, the ball's going to hit his hand, and he's going to put that ball in the running back's belly. He's either going to pull it out and throw, or he's going to hand it off. That's
No,
it.
not
Wait, he
not
can
in
pull
this
it out
league.
and run
Not
himself.
what they was doing last year.
Or
Because
running
he
himself.
held the ball.
Yes, he did last year. That was the offense last year. Crypto, stop.
No, it wasn't. It was an Air Coryell system.
All right.
Go and look up what the system they run.
All right.
It's totally different. Norman had that dude up as a coordinator had a hard time getting when they were starting off in the first couple of games.
All right.
They had to learn a
let me ask you a question, Louis.
All right.
You guys are talking about the system, right? Is that what you guys are talking about? Who can run the system? So, what proven quarterback has been in that system that couldn't run it?
I didn't hear real talk. Is he breaking up?
Am I breaking up to you guys or no?
Yeah, he was breaking up. He was trying to say what proven quarterback has effectively ran that particular system that the new offensive coordinator that couldn't run it.
What system are you talking about? I still don't understand.
The system that Tua's running, that everyone says only a few people can run it. What quarterback that was already proven has tried to run that system, the McVay system, Kyle Shanahan system? What quarterback has tried to run that system that was already proven in another system that went into that system and then couldn't run it? Since there's so many quarterbacks that you need a certain trait to run that system.
I would have to go back and look. But the Detroit, this is where one of the guys I believe they mentioned was a guy like Matthew Stafford, who went from a completely different system in Detroit, went into this system with Sean McVay and them, and had the ultimate success and won a Super Bowl. I believe he was one of the guys. But I would have to go do my research and go look at guys that were in another system and came into this system. I would have to.
That's my point, because people act like, oh, there's only a few amount of quarterbacks that can run the system, but it seems to me that every quarterback that can run some type of system good that's already proven just happens to be able to run this system. Like almost every good quarterback that's in this system can run this system, but we're acting like it's a very small amount of people. But the small amount of people that have tried
what guy
succeeded.
Well, you're saying it though. What guys have ran that system? What are you talking about? Go ahead and name the guys, because it's easy to come out and say a lot of guys, but then you don't name none of the guys. So go ahead and tell me those lot of. No. See, again, it's not every guy. You're just saying that. That doesn't make it true to say every guy.
Jimmy Garoppolo, who's not even proven, was able to go to the Super Bowl with that system. Stafford, Jared Goff, now Burke, again, another non-proven guy, What else got that system? Tua, obviously.
Right.
And
Jared Goff was one of those guys mentioned on that list. Continue.
but that's my point though. That everybody
No. You said everybody. You just named off 2 guys that were on that list of 5.
But real talk, it wasn't a lot of people.
There's not a lot of people that were already proven that ran that system. That's my point. Every quarterback that's good has came into that system and had success. That's my point. So it's like
I have
saying,
no idea what the hell you're talking about.
So do you believe that Dak has had success in his system over there in Dallas?
That would be stupid for Josh Allen to run this system. That's not his style of quarterback.
Any quarterback that has had a success in any type of system will come in and have success in your system. That's what I'm saying.
See, this is why,
bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
See, this is why there's levels to this, right? This is why these fucking idiots that are not clearly on the level, they come up here and they dispute, they talk out the side of their goddamn mouth and don't know what the fuck they talking about. He just asked for an example. I will give you one. Fucking Russell Wilson. Fucking Russell Wilson. Coming from Seattle.
Wilson doesn't run the system.
Shut the fuck up and listen, right? So you can learn. Keep your mouth closed and listen. He goes to dumbass. Aaron Rodgers' offensive coordinator was the head coach of Denver, was he not?
Aaron Rodgers' head coach was they were running Sean Payton's system.
No, shut the fuck up. I'm talking about his first year in Denver. I am talking about his first, and I'll get to Sean Payton in a minute, right? I'm talking about his first year in Denver. Aaron Rodgers is now offensive coordinator, was the head coach of Denver for a year before they fired him.
It was Nathaniel Hackett. Yeah.
Nathaniel Hackett. Oh, and guess what tree did he shake off of, right? The Kyle Shanahan tree. Right, and then also fast forward to fucking Sean Payton. Right, Sean Payton didn't directly, right? He didn't coach under Kyle Shanahan, but he's a West Coast head coach. That's his choice of how he operates his offense. West Coast format. There's different variations, but the foundation of that principle does not change. So to answer your fucking question about you need a good quarterback that came from a different system and went to this one that didn't have success, Russell Wilson is the prime example. Dumbass. This is why there's fucking levels to this. And you clearly ain't on the fucking level.
Wrong. You can try to lie, but you're wrong.
Bro, are you a pain freak or what?
A what?
A pain freak.
I'm trying
to like getting hit. I don't know, man. Bro, it seemed like you waved a white flag and then you just came right back fighting. I mean,
I'm here. I'm not waving a white flag.
No, that's the knockout blow. He ain't coming back after this one. That's the knockout blow. He ain't coming back after this one. I can assure you of that. Fuck out of here talking like, bro, you ain't on the fucking level, bro. Stop acting like you are. You know what you need to do? You need to take a year hiatus and get your dumb ass in that motherfucking field room, educate yourself. That way you can be better. You're more informed. That way everything that comes out of your mouth don't sound like a complete buffoon, bro. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, I thought we moved on, man. We right back where we started.
I'm trying to understand what the conversation is.
I'm trying to obliterate these fucking clowns in the community. I don't give a fuck what fan base you're from, whether you're from mine or any other fan base. When you come out here fucking misinforming, talking like you know what the fuck you talking about, right? Acting like you on the fucking level, bro. And goddamn it, y'all been listening to me since 2019. Goddamn it. I'm gonna put my foot in every one of you motherfuckers' ass every chance that I get. I don't give a fuck where we at. I don't give a fuck what platform. Goddamn it. It makes no difference. When you're out here misinforming people that really want to learn and educate themselves about the game, these motherfuckers are the worst, bro. They are the virus. They are the cancers of these fucking communities, and they need to be cut out. They need to be fucking exterminated, goddammit.
Belt the ass. Belt the ass. God damn,
I'm trying
EM.
to
Let the
figure
man
out what's
live,
going
man.
on.
Let him live, EM. Let him live, man. Let him live. Let him live, man. Let him breathe.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
EM out here committing child abuse, man, putting belt
Oh,
their ass on everybody.
you lost now, crypto. You don't know what's going on. No more crypto. Now you lost.
Now I'm trying
He
to
just
figure out
came in swinging the belt on everybody.
whose quarterback is going to be in whose system, what quarterback's not a part of a system. I'm just trying to figure things out. My Wikipedia page broke down this weekend, so I
You
need
know
to
what?
update
You
it.
know what it is, crypto. Y'all try to say that anybody can run the system, and what people are trying to tell you is it's not as many quarterbacks as you think can run it to the effectiveness of one Tua
A
Tagovailoa.
West Coast offense is a West Coast offense. It's variations of West Coast offense. Are we saying that?
And I agree. What we're
West Coast offense or West Coast offense in general? Because 90%
and what we're saying. Well, again, crypto. What we're saying is in the West Coast system, when it's again, never mind, man. Y'all got y'all got it. Y'all got
which version of the West Coast offense are we talking about? Just West Coast in general,
it.
or just this?
Y'all got it.
I
don't understand that.
Hey, crypto. Would you say that the West Coast system it's basically the same principles in the West Coast system, correct?
It's not the same system, though, nigga. God dang, y'all so slow, bro.
In the West Coast system,
West Coast is predominantly one. Yes.
This is your guys' team. That's the sad part.
It's the principles, right? The principles are pretty much the same, right, crypto?
579 big. Yeah, the same drop back, the same schemes. Yeah, yes, in principle, yes.
Okay, all right. There you go.
Read within the from a passing standpoint.
Okay, all right.
So
There you go.
the West Coast system has been around for how long?
Well, more than
A long time. Right. So why do they make it such a big deal about Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel in their system? Because it's fucking different. It's the West Coast system, but it's fucking different. There's a reason why this system is special. So miss me with that dumb shit. Maybe if you fucking run your own fucking team and you're on the fucking coaches that you talk about, he never
Damn,
served
bro.
under
Hey,
Shanahan.
pipe down, man.
And wait,
Pipe
no,
down.
hold on,
Pipe
because
down,
some
bro.
motherfuckers think they know what they're talking about. He never served under Kyle Shanahan. He served under John Gruden, Bud Malone. He served under LaFleur or whatever in fucking Green Bay, and he served under somebody else. It was never Shanahan. So he needs to learn what the fuck he's talking about.
But what? But wait, here the thing though, man. You've been fighting for so long, man. Ain't nobody coming at you right now. You
I
coming
don't
at
give a fuck. No,
everybody.
don't give me that bullshit. Nobody coming at me like that. He been
Ain't
calling me out
nobody
my
coming at
fucking
you right
name.
now,
No
man.
one else
Relax,
said
bro.
nothing. Now that I've buried this motherfucker, now you want to talk about, oh, he ain't
Nah,
coming at you.
bro,
Well, fuck him. Let him sleep in the dirt. Let him sleep in the dirt.
bro. You
Lewis,
wait
you
till
a
D-Ray
dumbass
leave.
for thinking you know
Yeah,
what you're talking
hey,
about. You don't
you got
understand
mind
shit.
control over
And
EM.
fucking
You got
Ham
mind
don't know
control
what the
over
fuck he's
EM.
talking about. No, obviously you don't. Obviously you pick and choose when to play pussy. Because that's what it
You be
seems like.
like,
That's what it
shut the fuck
seems
up.
like.
I be
Right, when
quiet.
someone
When
wants
he
to talk
leave,
candidate, man, you don't
when
say
he
shit.
leave,
But
when he
once I
talking
say
again,
something, it's calm the fuck down. No, you
yeah,
calm
you
the
got
fuck
mind
down.
control. You
You
got mind
learn.
control over
Yeah,
EM,
you
don't you?
learn. Yeah. You
Okay,
learn.
you
You
got
learn to be a
B-Bird, bro.
man
Come on, man.
and stay a
Relax,
man
bro.
the whole time. Don't pick and choose over here. I call that fake shit out over here. I call that fake
Okay.
shit out over here. Don't pick
Bro,
and
I'm trying
choose
to
when
have
to be
mercy
cool
on you.
and when to be a man. Plain and simple. Learn
Okay,
your
you got
shit.
buried,
Pay
bro. You got
attention.
buried.
Don't come on here huffing and puffing with the chest out acting like you know some shit when you don't. You can lie when you call
Why you got
these
all that
internet
pressure for
niggas. You
us?
can lie about these internet niggas. But when we read up in there and show you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No,
Hey, the beef was
don't
with
be
Debo.
crazy.
Hey,
No one's coming at you
what is
like
this
that.
dude
No
yelling
one's
over?
coming at you like that.
Debo went
Yeah.
home.
All right.
What is this dude yelling over? What is he yelling at?
Because EM ain't here.
I want to ask Lewis a question because if I was to agree with you as the starting point of those five quarterbacks, would it be fair for me to add at least Jordan Love and Garoppolo since they ran the system and Hackett is running it now in Green Bay?
I mean, if you want crypto, that's fine. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I thought it was a little unfair for them to leave Love off of it because he's proven that he can run it. It's the same similar system. And Garoppolo, since he's run it before.
I mean, that's fine. I listen. I mean, that's cool. I want to give what I listen. I was on the phone with my wife. My wife had called me. I was leaving work. What? Damn. What is Real Talk screaming at? What's going on?
That you guys don't know what the fuck you talking about. That's what I was screaming about. Now, you know exactly what I was screaming about.
Hey,
No,
Lewis.
hey, I really don't know. I when I came back on the thing, I just heard you screaming.
Well,
Your
let
phone
me
sounds
break
like
it down.
shit.
Nathaniel never coached under Kyle Shanahan. He coached under John Gruden, Doug Marrone, and LaFay at Green Bay, and some other dude, but it was never under Kyle Shanahan. My whole point is the West Coast
Bro,
offense has been around
I
for a long
cannot
time.
hear.
No,
I
Lewis,
cannot hear what this fucking guy is saying.
listen.
You can't
What I'm
hear you
saying
well.
is,
You're screaming. You got to do something with your mic.
Yeah, your
Just
mic
talk
sucks,
normal,
bro. No one
bro.
can hear you. Where you
okay,
at?
I am saying that the West Coast offense has been around for a lot of years. And the reason why they single out McVay and Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel is because it's a special type of offense. It's not just no basic West Coast offense. It's special. There's some shit in it that's different. So to come out here and act like Russell Wilson is a pure and exact rebuttal to my question, which was any quarterback that was proven that's been in this system, Mike Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, or McVay, has played bad, and he said Russ and act like he thought he knew what he was talking about was complete false. That is my point.
Crypto, quick question, Crypto. What kind of offense did Colin Kaepernick at San Fran? What was the style of offense that Colin Kaepernick?
Colin, it was more RPO based, but it was more air courier what they running in Green Bay. I mean, not Green Bay, Baltimore.
Was it
Green Bay as well? It was more air raid in Green Bay as well.
Yeah. Jim Harbaugh was the coach with Kaepernick. It wasn't Sean. It wasn't
Right,
Shanahan.
Jim Harbaugh. He ran with his brother running. Yeah.
So you were already wrong. I see, and that's why I didn't say nothing to you in the chat, KP. I see when you write that. I was just gonna leave it alone because you were wrong, but you came up here and you tried to say it anyway.
No.
No, he never wanted to do it. He tried to get him to throw, but it was more RPO based, more like what the RG3 was running and the Redskins was running.
I'm just saying, man, this argument that Tua is a uniquely talented quarterback, one of the only 5 guys who can run this style offense, is just a bad argument. It's in bad faith, and it's a bad argument. You know why? Because even the organization is admitting that to be true. If he was truly a top 5 quarterback, uniquely capable of running the system, that man would be paid already and would have reset the quarterback market. The contract negotiations are proof positive enough that he's not what you guys are intimating he is. And I guarantee if you put Lamar Jackson in the same style offense, he runs it just as well, if not better, by providing other elements and doing things that Tua cannot do. So, if I'm a clown, I'll wear it with a K. Put a K in front of my clown.
Well, I would, right there, KP, I would agree with you, right? There's certain elements in this offense that Lamar Jackson would do. The escapability, right? He would be dangerous in the fact of, look how our receivers create space on the field, right? So Lamar Jackson with Tyreek taking tops off the defense, with the coverage that Waddle brings, right? In that aspect, Lamar Jackson would be lethal in a system like this where it's creating space, and now in the open field, Lamar Jackson could do damage. I'm with you 1,000%, right? That's something that Tua will never be able to do in that system from a create and extend plays, right? I would say you're absolutely right. But from a pure just stand in the pocket, 3-step drop, Lamar Jackson putting with timing and accuracy. And again, we've seen Tua where he misses reads or he's late on the ball here and stuff, and it got him in trouble, right? But I would say for the most part, Tua has been consistent in doing that. See, that's where I think Lamar Jackson can't do that. He could do it every once in a while, right? He'll be able to hit a slant here and there, right? He's gonna do it. But as far as a on a consistent, what they asked Tua to do from the pocket in the system, no, Lamar Jackson cannot do that, bro. He cannot do it consistently like that. You see what I'm saying? So I can give you the extending of the plays, and he would be dynamic once he would escape the pocket with all the space created by this system and by Mike McDaniel, the way he runs it. Oh, absolutely. Lamar Jackson would be dangerous, right? But in the other hand, hey, throw in this window with anticipation, with timing, with accuracy. No, Lamar Jackson over a 60-minute ball game, he's not going to be able to do that. He's not. And that's what Kansas City proved, just like everybody says what the other teams have proved to Miami against Tua, right? Okay, cool. Kansas City took Lamar Jackson's running ability away. To extend plays in that playoff game, in the AFC Championship game, they took that away from Lamar Jackson. He scored 10 points. His offense didn't look the same, right? I'm just saying, is that fair? Is that fair, KP?
The result that you cited is correct. They scored 10 points. But I would disagree that they took the run away. In fact, if you watch that game, they were inviting him to run. He refused to run because of his dedication to the new system that he was in, and his want to respond to the kind of critique that you're making of him now.
And he looked like trash. And he looked like trash doing it. Correct?
If he looked like trash, what did Tua look like against the very same team?
And he looked like, but you see, this is what I'm saying. No. But this is what, see, I said 2 weeks before that game that Tua looked like trash. But why is it so hard for you, KP, to say that Lamar looked like trash?
Because
why is it so hard? He did.
Okay. I'm at the gym. I just want to make one point and then I'm gone. Right?
His team scored 3 more points.
If you put the word limited on the board, right, to study, and you put Tua next to Lamar, and you compare which quarterback has more limitations, you telling me Lamar has more limitations than Tua? Come on now, that's a disingenuous argument. You need to stop the capping. It's getting old. It's getting stupid at this point. But I'm out. Peace.
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool story. Again, from a running standpoint, there is no conversation. Tua cannot tie Lamar Jackson's shoes. But from a passing standpoint, which Lamar Jackson has gotten way better than when he first got into the career, or when he started when he started his NFL career, he's gotten tremendously better, right? But from a throwing the football, Lamar Jackson cannot tie Tua Tagovailoa's shoes. He cannot. I don't know why it's so hard to understand that. Tua will never be able to extend plays and run like Lamar Jackson. And in the same breath, Lamar Jackson will never be able to throw the football with timing and anticipation like Tua Tagovailoa. And it will not be close. I don't care that Lamar Jackson can throw the ball farther. I don't care. It has nothing to do with that. From throwing the ball, from what a quarterback is asked on a 3-step drop, on a 5-step drop, that back foot hits, balls coming out with anticipation, with timing, with accuracy, Lamar Jackson will never be on Tua Tagovailoa's
level. Damn, G, you gonna let the man talk about you gonna let that man talk about your guy like that? Really, G, where you at, dog? But real quick, I had to step away briefly for a moment, but I'm back. Right. Well, I got another quarterback for you that to address. Okay, that's to kind of circle back to True Talk / Real Talks question about name a quarterback that comes from a different system that has come into the system and hasn't performed well, right? I gave you one, Russell Wilson, but I would even throw you another one, and this one might be this might be a little more controversial, right? Up in Cleveland, our very own, Deshaun Watson, right? He has come from a completely different system in Houston, and now he's up in Cleveland. Now, he's had injuries, right? And I'm not taking that away from him. Listen, he has been dinged up or whatever. But I would argue also why we haven't seen the same version of the Houston Deshaun Watson in Cleveland is because he's in a West Coast based offense now that he did not come from in Houston. He did not come from in Cleveland, in Clemson as a collegiate player. So something to keep our eyes on. We'll see what he looks like this year. Hopefully he's healthy or whatever. That way we can better assess that situation. But that's another one that I've privately made the argument that, okay, well, the system might not be the best format for him because, again, I don't know his complete background in terms of what offenses he's learned under and who he's learned under for the duration of his career. But at the end of the day, what I do know is 2 different systems in Houston compared to Cleveland. And I think that him transitioning to Cleveland.
He was in the read-based system in Houston.
No,
when he was the leading passer in Houston, he was.
He was in a spread format. This is a West Coast format.
Right.
He's in a West Coast system in Houston. He's in a West Coast system in Cleveland now, Crypto. So at the end of the day, again, that is something.
Read and other read snaps, what he's doing, or what asked to do for them.
I don't even know what you said, Crypto. Can I at least finish my point before you rebut? Can I at least finish? Let me finish. So
go ahead.
Again, I'm not ready to close the book and close the chapter on Deshaun Watson, but I think, again, for people to think that this system is quote unquote easy and that virtually you can plug anybody into the system and you can get virtually the same level of production that we've gotten under Tua, I think that's very irresponsible to say to anyone. That could be anybody, anywhere. So Deshaun Watson is another quarterback, but definitely Russell Wilson, right? He completely fell on his face. Went from Pete Carroll to Nathaniel Hackett / Sean Payton. You saw Sean Payton had to get rid of him quick. Sean Payton was like, bro, he's just not my type of guy. Look at the types of quarterbacks who Sean Payton has coached in his career and cross-reference him with Russell Wilson. Completely different skill sets. So he had to make a move. So at the end of the day, hopefully under, Arthur Blank, Arthur Blank, the offensive coordinator from Cleveland, he was a former head coach of Houston. I'm sorry, not Houston, but Tennessee. Maybe he can have the same effect on Russell Wilson that he had on Ryan Tannehill. I don't know. But I think in terms of skill sets, in terms of processing, right, not the most accurate guys, I think, right, not necessarily timing-based quarterbacks like Ryan Tannehill. I think, is it Arthur Smith, not Arthur Blank. I'm thinking the owner of the fucking Falcons, Arthur Smith. I think he can have, again, more play action based, more relying on the run first as opposed to pass first. Hopefully he can have, success in that system, kind of like Ryan Tannehill did. But in terms of being a pure, West Coast, what's required of that player to perform at the highest level, Russell Wilson just don't have that skill set. And again, Deshaun Watson is another one. He's more improvisational, right? He don't see the field as fast as others. And again, he's been successful in the league. So you can have success in the league in different formats. Look at Lamar Jackson, to Lewis's point, right? He's had a lot of success in this league. But if you're going to box him and if you're going to implement him into our system and knowing what is required, I don't think that's an ideal fit. So, but again, to kind of, put a bow on this whole dumbass conversation about name a quarterback, that's 2 of them I just gave you. So at the end of the day, bro.
I would say it was disingenuous to put Deshaun Watson in there.
What's that?
I would say it'd be disingenuous to put Deshaun Watson.
Okay, all right. Well, we can agree that Deshaun Watson, the same version of Deshaun Watson in terms of impact we saw in Houston, we ain't seen nothing nowhere near close to that in Cleveland, correct? We can agree on that, right? Don't say you don't have weapons. Don't and let's not say he don't have weapons because he's been in a situation now where he had more weapons than he ever had in Houston.
Not combined, not at his disposal. That he had.
Has he ever had a top 5 O-line in Houston?
Yes.
No, bro, stop.
Crypto just be saying shit. Crypto just be lying.
Yes. Bro, stop it.
Crypto just be lying.
Bro, in Houston, he routinely had one of the worst O-lines in the league, bro.
I'm talking about at his disposal. In Cleveland, he never had him at his disposal. It was 3 offensive linemen hurt all year long. all year long last year, and at the end of
Bro,
his
stop.
first year.
And again, whatever you say, that still was better than what he had in Houston. He had a historically bad O-line in fucking Houston. Virtually every year he was in the league. He was running for his goddamn life every year he was in Houston, bro. Stop
Let me
it.
ask you a question,
Well, I'll
man.
throw you one better. Did he ever have the best running back in the league at his disposal? Did he ever have the best running back in the league?
Not in Cleveland.
No.
Season.
Oh, did he ever have him in Houston? Did he ever have him in Houston?
Who was the guy that said that about the quarterbacks? Who was the guy that said that?
Well, I'm sorry.
Orlovsky? Who was the guy that said that about the quarterbacks? Orlovsky?
It was Dan Orlovsky.
Okay. So you're telling me that Dan was saying that there's only a few quarterbacks. Like, what did he say? 5? What did he say? What was the number?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. No, that's exactly what he said. There was 5 guys, maybe.
Okay.
That he named names that can run this offensive level of Tua.
So he's saying there's only
because he want to reduce the number.
Wait, he's saying there's only 5 guys in the NFL that can run the West Coast offense. That's what you're saying?
To the level of Tua. To the level of Tua. Be it virtually ranked top 5 in every category, every statistical category. That is what he said.
They ain't hearing you, man. They don't understand.
So,
They don't understand.
So you're saying there's only 5 guys that can be top 5.
In this what he said was, I want to reiterate, I know some people are slow, bro, but the man said, I quote, there's maybe 5 guys that can come into this offense and operate the offense at the level that Tua has in the league. Anybody, you can plug anybody in any system, but what he said was operating at the level of Tua.
So you're saying the league
weaponry and the disposal of weaponry that those quarterbacks need to have as well, not just
So let me ask you this: do you think it makes sense?
That's a very casual response, Crypto.
No.
Orlovsky never mentioned nothing about weapons. He talked about processing. He talked about how Tua sees the field, right? His quick release. His again.
Goes into production.
Do you think he's talking about the West Coast offense, or do you think he is talking about the West Coast offense, which almost a lot of teams run, or is he talking about a specific Kyle Shanahan offense? What makes more sense?
He said West Coast. He said West Coast offense for the slow people in the back. He said
West Coast. He's woefully wrong. If
he said to comment, there's 5 guys that can operate this offense the level that Tua has been at the last 2 years. That is what he said, bro. And keep in mind, Tua. And keep in mind, in this format, Tua has been in the MVP conversation. He has been ranked top 5 in virtually every quarterback for every category virtually every quarterback category for 2 years in a row. That is what he said.
They don't want
That is what he said.
I was in the conversation to win the lottery when I bought my ticket last night too, but that's neither here nor there.
Turn up, Crypto.
Conversation to win the lottery last night, just 2 nights ago, on a consistent basis. When I bought my ticket.
So just like I told Pete, Crypto, if you got such a problem with Dan Orlovsky, why don't you at the nigga on Twitter and you tell him he's a fool for saying what he said on national TV. If you really about that, if you really own that, go at the nigga. I bet you won't. Stop it. So if you're not willing to do that, if you're not willing to have that level of conviction of what you're saying, bro, as opposed to just sit up here talking out the side of your mouth, bro, just keep your mouth closed.
I'm telling you exactly what he's inaccurate and wrong at. If he would have adjusted his statement instead of getting in his feelings, he would be more accurate if he adjusted his statement. He can't just make a blanket statement and say no one can run a West Coast offense.
He didn't say he didn't say. He said 5 that can run it at the level that Tua has. He didn't say anybody could not operate a West Coast system. He didn't say anybody could not run a West Coast system. He said 5 guys maybe can run it at the level or better than Tua. That's what he said.
And I will argue that of all the top 10 quarterbacks, 8 of them run the West Coast offense. So he's dead wrong there.
Are they at the level of Tua?
Yes.
Who? Name your 8.
That finished in the league.
Name your 8. Name your 8.
Outside of Mahomes and freaking damn Josh Allen.
He didn't even mention Josh.
I can tell you right now, one of those guys he conveniently left off doesn't even start.
What's CJ run?
Oh, okay. I'm still waiting on your 8.
What they running
I'm
out
still
there
waiting on your
in
8
Houston
guys.
now? What's CJ Stroud running? What style of offense is that?
And he ran it
Same system. And he said he named CJ Stroud. He named CJ Stroud in his top 5.
He didn't name Garoppolo. Garoppolo took this team to a Super Bowl.
Well, no, he didn't say Garoppolo.
Why did he conveniently leave Garoppolo off? And that's the guy that
Garoppolo
first
wasn't ever mentioned in the MVP conversation. Garoppolo wasn't ranked top 5 in every statistical category when he was in this offense in San Francisco.
He's efficient enough to get into the Super Bowl.
And Garoppolo was just a spoke on the wheel in that loaded team, bro. Number 1 defense, number one run game, bro. That team was stacked, loaded. Let's not act like that.
Running backs averaging 8 yards per carry. Did Garoppolo's running backs average 8 yards per carry?
So Purdy is in that same situation, right? With them same weapons, with the same coach. Why is Purdy's production significantly better than Jimmy Garoppolo's?
Better?
Damn, you're wrong.
Significantly better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Garoppolo only threw 31 touchdowns. This is a down year for touchdowns. Dak Prescott threw 36.
Jimmy Garoppolo has never thrown 30 touchdowns in a season. Never.
Not one quarterback threw for 40 touchdowns this year.
Jimmy Garoppolo has never thrown for 30 touchdowns in any season. And again, please feel free to. This might be a vulnerable point, a very small vulnerable point for me, because I'm just off the top of my head. But I'm comfortable as saying, right, that Jimmy Garoppolo has never thrown for 30 touchdowns in a season.
And you're so hard in the paint for Jimmy not throwing 30, and neither is Tua.
So no. You just said no. You said that Jimmy Garoppolo threw for 30 touchdowns. That's what you said.
I appreciate you guys keeping it going.
Hold on. I can't be on here long, but he didn't say West Coast offense. All he said was there's only a few players that can run this offense. So he's talking about the Mike Shanahan, Mike McDaniel offense.
No.
He's not talking about the West Coast offense.
No.
I just watched it.
So is Dak Prescott is that he named Dak Prescott on his top 5? Is Dak Prescott in the Kyle Shanahan, quote unquote Kyle Shanahan offense?
I don't know.
Is Joe Burrow his number 2 guy? Is Joe Burrow his number 2 guy? Right? Did Zach Wilson coach directly under Kyle Shanahan?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Again, you don't know what the fuck you're saying, because Jan Orlovsky meant he was talking about the West Coast format, period. That's why he didn't say nothing about no Kyle Shanahan.
The reason why he based his quarterbacks on who he based on, because he's talking about anticipation. That's why he was naming the quarterbacks he was naming. It had nothing to do with the system.
No. That's not what you said. No. You said, you came in here. Oh, well, no. He was talking about Kyle. You just said, his point that he was making was specifically about the Kyle Shanahan offense. That's what your dumbass just said.
And when he says can run this system, he is talking about just the Kyle Shanahan system.
No.
When he's naming his top quarterback, he is basing his top quarterback on anticipation.
If that is the case, last time I checked, Mike McCarthy never coached under Kyle Shanahan. Last time I checked, right? Zach Wilson. Last time I checked, Zach Wilson did not coach under Kyle Shanahan.
You are not listening.
And those are 2 guys in his top 5.
When he is naming quarterbacks, he is naming quarterbacks with the attributes he believes can run the system. But the system he is talking about is a specific system, the Mike Shanahan, Mike McDaniel system.
No. Now you switch it up. You said Kyle Shanahan. You said Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah,
you said Kyle Shanahan.
McVay,
that's what your dumbass just said, bro.
System. Yeah.
He means West Coast. He means West Coast.
Oh, now
he means West Coast.
He means. Now he means.
That's what he means is West Coast.
Okay.
The real know,
so now
right?
You know what he
the
means.
niggas that's on the level really know. They really know, right? We know the language. We know the lingo, right?
Yeah,
the few of us that's on this side of the fence that's on the level, we know the lingo. We know the language of football, right?
So it makes sense.
We know what he's talking about. We know what he meant.
So it makes sense for majority of the NFL. Right. So it makes sense for the majority of the NFL to run a system that not many quarterbacks can run. Yeah, you're spot on, Em. You're right, Em. You know what the fuck you're talking about, Em. Everybody's running the West Coast system But it's a system that only a few, like 5 quarterbacks in the NFL can run. But most of the NFL is running the West Coast system. Obviously, he's talking about a specific system. And God,
which is the West Coast system, not Kyle Shanahan. The West Coast system, dumbass.
Okay, and you got it,
It's
and
the West Coast system with vertical concepts, so it's a variation of the West Coast system.
yeah, but it's all the same. It's all the same ends. But I mean,
which makes this variant. Again, I'm glad you brought that up, Crypto. I'm glad you brought that up, Crypto, because I'm glad you brought that up, Crypto, because that makes this variant, right? The Mike McDaniel version, that much more difficult, because there's really not a West Coast format that I've seen in recent years that is maybe since 2016, right? The Atlanta, Kyle Shanahan when he was in Atlanta, right? That is so reliant on on the vertical element as much as the Dolphins have been the last 2 years.
I appreciate
that's added even more responsibility
to go
to the format.
EM, I'm sorry. Real talk, I appreciate you. EM, I appreciate you. Crypto, I'm upset. I didn't even get to hear not one of your takes. I've been gone that long, but you guys kept it strong. Shout out to you, G. I see you. Appreciate everybody that tuned in, jumped into the panel. No, I'm gonna catch up. We'll catch up to this.
Hey, man. Hey, Pete. Appreciate you having me up.
Crypto. I
appreciate you having me up, Pete. I appreciate you having me up, bro.
I'm gonna catch
but
up
this
and I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
You need to reevaluate who you have on this goddamn panel, because this clown, bro, you're doing our community a major disservice, Pete. Major.
Hey, real talk. Drop your link in the chat. Go live right now. Drop your link, go live right now, and finish this debate on your channel right now.
I can't. I'm driving. I
got you. All right, so
he'll rather run through hell with gasoline draws on than to drop that, than to fire that goddamn stream up and call my name out, because he knows what's coming with it. He know what time it is.
Don't do that. So you want me to? Do you want me to?
I don't get, bro. I
do you want me to?
You see,
okay, let me see. What time is it? It's 3. It's 3 my time.
Real talk. You see what they want.
You name the time and place. Oh, ass nigga.
No. I don't want him to be like, oh, he said he wanted it. So
hear me? I'm waiting on you. What you gonna do?
Drop the link in the chat so everybody can know where you at. Let's go. Real talk. Do it.
Can you hear me?
Show, man. I hear you.
Pete, can you hear me?
Unfortunately, we can.
Okay. It's 3:00 my time. So 4:30. Pewter and Red podcast. 4:30. Pewter and Red podcast. I will go live. I'll drop the link. Be there. 4:30 my time. So in an hour and a half.
You're not in Tampa, big dog?
No, he's in California.
I thought he was in Florida.
No, he's in California.
Pewter and Red podcast.
I thought this clown was in Florida, bro.
My
Bluetooth went
down, so I can hardly hear you guys right now.
All right, y'all do y'all thing.
You trash. Can you hear me now? You garbage. Can you hear me now?
If I don't see
you a diaper stain. You're a diaper stain on the NFL community. Can you hear me now? Did you hear me now?